I think this has been a success regardless, and they're going to get shot out by PL as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start, getting destroyed, gets himself Himas. Can he get himself all three? And he said this one, yes, he gets it. What a recovery.
On fire. I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. DraftKings coming into, oh, look at that.
Trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to rev on down a Snake as continue.
To an extent, they're split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12.
Better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock on to him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen G, and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once, but twice.
Where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in, big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1. Now make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got a Zero to deal with. There's a pig battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps around, he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Base of injected and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Eu tô vendo muito longe, tá nessa pedra do laranja aqui, ó.
Tá.
Tô lagado, não tá pingando. Ele vai ganhar negativo e ficar deitado, viado. Eu acho que ele ganhou negativo e ficou deitado. Não tenho certeza.
Tá. Eu tenho... A gente tem que...
Mano, segura o pique. Ele ganha deitado ali também. Acho que dá pra ele ganhar, mano. Deitado
dá pra
aqui.
ganhar deitado, gato. Cuidado.
É porque eles podem estar no red assim, né? Eles podem ter linha toda, né?
Pode. Sim. Ó, tá sendo a direita, velho.
Quer que fale isso? Não dá não. Ele é muito arriscado.
Tem quantas, guys? Eu tenho uma.
Eu tenho uma.
Tá, mano, a gente compra isso. Espera no melhor momento, nem que seja, tipo, dentro da fase 9. Não gasta cedo, velho. Cuidado, ele pode ter um deitado na direita aí.
Não, mas de qualquer forma, tem como ganhar aqui sim.
É, a gente tá muito sem mapa.
Eu tô pensando que eles podem estar ali no Red Glitch aqui, ó. Pode ter alguém no Red Glitch ali. Pode estar.
Mano,
ele vai te matar.
De qualquer forma, tem que ganhar lá, velho.
É o que eu ia falar, não sei como ele está forte pros dois lados, tá ligado?
Exato.
Mano, eu vou fazer um smoke pra frente e vou ganhar lá.
Ó, pode ter um cara no laranja.
Smoca lá e você ganha deitado.
Provavelmente eles vão estar, tipo assim, guys. É 2 no meio em cada ponto, tá ligado? Não faz muito disso, velho.
Tem triângulo, alguém? Nada.
Ó, jogou triângulo aqui na esquerda.
Tô passando,
Não, não tem triângulo, não. Jogou dois triângulos na esquerda.
Tô no laranja, velho.
Mano, vai ter alguém aqui, Tony, ó. No amarelo vai ter cara ali. Vou tirar as marcação pra não confundir, ó. No amarelo vai ter cara.
Tá.
Esse...
Vamos jogar no último segundo pro ele, mano, porque...
Dois laranja.
Tá pra combate? Desceu à esquerda. Ele tá na esquerda da pedra, no meu ping, ó. Segura as nades, tá? Puxa no segundo. Segura as nades, puxa no segundo.
Mano, faz nade no meu ping, guys. No azul.
Calma. Segura pro último segundo, espera aí pra mim mais.
Não, ele tá deitado no azul.
Tá, vamos fazer então.
Aqui, ó, no azul novo. Literal no azul, guys.
Puxa pino, bora, guys.
Vai, ele fez com você.
Mano, se ele tomar knock, a gente já come ele. Joga pra ele, velho.
Vou fazer, tem mais um no meio, no amarelo.
Tá.
No amarelo, Cisnade. Vamos ganhar, no amarelo, na pedra, picando.
Noquei mais um aqui, guys.
Da pedra,
Nice, só da frente. Na smoke comigo, dentro da smoke comigo. Nice,
Vamos, caralho!
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are covered in reason. But now we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Hey guys, I'm Gustav, the new player for Falcons. Today I'm playing with 3 new players who's never touched a PC in their life, probably the worst players to ever exist. And we're gonna try and win a game. And maybe next time they can carry me. I'm also gonna try and teach them a little bit about the game. And we can take it from there.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
What a zone we have here, boys. Alright, so when you land on the ground, you need to press F to get into the car.
Alright.
I'm going to pick you all up, stack up on each other, stand on top of each other.
That afternoon, we were very happy. Gustav was a very kind person and gave some very important tips for us.
Alright guys, let's split out here and loot now. Take a corner each of the city. One of you go south, one of you go east. I'm going west.
Alright.
Loot up.
Where is south?
Alright.
To better follow the journey, we split into 4 cars.
Let's not go through the city. There could be some rats in the city. Let's go left of the city here. Follow me. You guys see that big rock on top of the hill? That's where we're stopping, boys. I think we're also stopping on the tree, though.
Yeah, that's me.
Bama hit a tree.
When we reach the place, we start to looking for enemies.
What's going on here?
I see nobody here.
We're just roleplaying now. I get it.
We had family found.
There's people here. I'm stopping on this ridge for me. You guys can stop on my ridge as well, onto my right on green.
The enemies were not that close, but it wasn't a problem for Gustav.
Finish the grass on the left, running on green. Knock them.
He was very fast and was leading our team to the battle.
On the close wall. Guy that knocked you.
In my first battle, I had been knocked.
Oh my god!
And thanks to Gustav, I was saved.
Save me, Obama.
On me.
Gustav was leading the team as a real captain. Until then.
I'm knocked, guys.
Gustav had been knocked. And our main enemy was present at the game. Our own ability.
Bill,
I'm sorry.
what you doing, man?
I'm sorry. I saw someone. I thought it was an enemy.
The guy who had killed Gustav was about to kill our entire team. And only the guy who had killed his own teammate would fight him. In one shot.
Wait, you just killed him? What the f did I just watch?
Not even Gustav believed what he saw.
That is unreal what you just did.
Actually, this is my second day playing PUBG, so don't worry.
Yeah, sure thing. I've been playing all week, I can tell.
And the first major kill in PUBG, we never forget. Biel was proud of himself. On the battleground, Gustav decided to change his clothes to camouflage himself. His skills was fantastic.
Nice.
But that was a pity. Because your teammates
Far, guys. Back, Biel. Oh my goodness.
was literally a big failure. I tried to hide in smoke, but it didn't work out. Death after death. Gustav couldn't save anyone. But even that, it was nice to see Gustav play. Your agility, your posture, everything that player could want. My biggest dream was to be like Gustav. He would take us to the victory. But alone, it's very difficult. And with 3 noobs, it's even harder. Applause for Gustav, who participated in the challenge. 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Lost one crucial team fight, which was all on me. My teammates were trying to hard carry me. They got multiple knocks on enemies. They were just being demonic, insane. I didn't expect that much from them, but they showed up and I didn't. So basically all on me, and that's it.
The edge, but it looks like No Way and Team Liquid are going to be doing a lot of damage to each other here.
kick now working out. Oh my god, that nade barrage has done so my word. This is an air raid as it's just nade after nade after nade. Alo and Cowboy combine. Lopez, the last player up. There's an explosion of a Dacia. The BZ, the flames, that BZ. Is it going to spread? Those damn things bounce so far, but I think they'll catch them in the midst. Is there a gap? There's a gap. Oh, there's somehow a gap.
Oh my god, the tiniest of gaps. Lopez trying to find somewhere, but no, Tiggleton will take him down. All-Stars and Toyo inside the compound. Rock trying to come up on that western
nades, good
line.
nades.
Rent Free is taking shots at them as Posa gonna get a couple of knocks here. Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy staying alive right now, but the utility is raining down from Furia. It's
that bounce!
There it is. The bounce will get Luke as well, and now Purdy Curdy the last one up for Team Liquid. So Kickstart and Shrimsy now the last one alive. Shrimsy's taking AFI on by himself. He's gonna find two. He's gonna find all of them. Shrimsy gets 3.
Irvin, I know Sparky wants the kills, but here we go. Athletes of Christ making the push to Furia.
Runs right in, but Posa gets the knock on a 1, follows it up. Well, Athletes of Christ shut down. Furia wanted nothing to do with that. They were like, nah, thanks for the loot, bro. We got stuff to do.
Into the smokes. He's going to take the spray down on the Karak, though. Athletes of Christ up to 6 kills now as they continue to collect points across again and again, and another one goes down. 2 goes down. All of them go down. Athletes of Christ is farming.
Great play coming up from these guys. 9 kills, and it is just an absolutely heavenly performance.
Might not even matter. Fana will finish them off. Cowboy will get the credit for at least one of them. Team Liquid up to 3 kills, but is down.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for the second week of PAS Americas Series 1 about to kick off. I got Poro, I got Matcham with me. Both you guys were here for the finals last week, so if you could sum it up in just one sentence, Poro, how would you sum up last weekend?
Kooky. Dominant, I think, would also work pretty well. Falcons just absolutely put on a show in the first grand final of the year. And, you know, honestly, Athletes of Christ would have been the big story had it not been for the show that Falcons put on.
Now, before I go to Matt, I will tell everybody out there, great point. Secondly, long sentence. Your sentences look like my text, ... next thought. But Athletes of Christ, they got second place. They made a big sacrifice to get up there, and they have ascended to a new level. They are officially godlike. So they will, from now on, have unlimited power and be completely unstoppable, or so it seems, based on this change of name. Matcham, if you had one sentence to sum up last weekend, what would you do?
Crazy circles, good plays.
Ah, I like that. It's not even like, I'm not even sure if there was a predicate in there, but it was everything I needed. Thank you. It was good circles. It was great play. And it was a lot of fun to watch. I wish I had been there, but I'm excited to be here for this. Let's get into the housekeeping. We'll talk about all the things everybody needs to know, and then come back around to what to expect this week, because things are similar to how they were the first time around. The seeds have not changed, which I'm curious to get your opinions on that, gentlemen. The idea that you may have performed incredibly well at the finals last week, and you still have to come back and sort of grind it out on whatever your seed was from the cup. So that's something to keep in mind as we roll through this one. Though, as we wait for the graphics to start rolling, I will bring up this that I noticed, and Paul, I'll get your take on it. In the finals, the top 10 teams in the finals, 8 of them qualified day 1. The other 2 qualified first and second place on day 2. How important do you think that is? Does that set any kind of standard of like we should if day 1, if you don't qualify here, you know that you're not going to be great? It just seems like that was a little weird to me.
Well, I mean, I think obviously anybody that, if you're in a situation where you're relying on best of 5, like you want to get in on that first day. Like once we get to tomorrow and it's just the top 5 get in, we get into day 3, it's only the top 3. That adds that additional element of pressure that you just don't want to have to rely on, especially considering how weird and wacky these games are likely to be given the changes that we are seeing going into the new patch.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty good. We can run over those in just a second. Let's talk about the schedule. We are in playoffs 2. This is not playoffs 1. It is sort of the same seed. So as you watch, it is going to feel similar. Same teams taking the field. All of our regional partner teams right out of the gate. But this is a brand new experience with bigger bonuses, bigger prizes in the finals the second time around, Matt. So this is I don't want to say it's more important, but this feels like the time where like you got to have the dust off. You got to make your moves.
It's kind of like PGIS a couple of years ago. If you remember, like, yeah, everything was kind of done on a weekly system, but it continues to escalate as it goes forward. You were talking about kind of the regional partner teams and their performances looking into it. You can kind of get an idea on who all we're going to be watching over this weekend, because remember, it is the same system that we were looking at whenever we did kind of the playoffs last time. 8 teams qualify out, then another 8 come in to take their spot.
And that is exactly how it's going to be, that roll through. Now, we know that the first 8 was a very big deal. We saw most of our regional partner teams make it through on that shot, Poro, the exception being 55, but they came back the next day and showed us, hey, we still know how to play this game.
Which is good, because I don't think there were a lot of expectations on 55, but I think they showed up. Just making the grand final in the first place was a huge step for that squad. But yeah, not surprised to see all our regional partner teams make it in. I mean, they're up there for a reason, right? These guys have been around for a very long time, and those are the top dogs. Those are the ones that everybody else has in their sights to knock off their pedestal.
That is going to be interesting. Now, I do feel for some of those teams, those bottom 5 lads there, Matt, they don't come in until the last possible day, so they're going to have to grind, and they're going to do it by watching these players take the field on day 1. I would ask you who you think is going to win. I'll ask anyway. Who do you think comes out on top after today? Pick 3 teams that are guaranteed to advance.
3 teams that are guaranteed to advance. Well, I mean, it's got to be Falcons and Godlike, and then I'm going to go ahead and say Team Liquid behind that one. I thought Team Liquid managed to step up and started being very, a lot more comfortable in their play style. It felt like they were still trying to feel it out during the qualifiers for the last one, or the playoffs for the last one, so they feel more cemented this time.
Bold game.
What do you think, Poro?
That's a bold game to play. Look, Team Liquid obviously stepped up in a big way in the finals. They actually looked very, very good with the addition to Cowboy. But man, I need to see it. I need to see it a couple more times, though. Honestly, with Team Liquid, like at this point, like it's gotten to that point where we're used to seeing those big days of play, and then they just kind of disappear, right? So I would love to see them back up again, but we'll see. We'll see. They got some proving left to do for the doubters and the haters, such as myself.
I mean, it's not haters, okay? It's the fact that we gave them. We gave them. We believed in them for so long, and it just didn't work out. But last week looked great. I'd love to see the results. Falcons, with the new addition of Gustav. If you guys are just joining us or you've had your head buried in the sand for the last couple of weeks here, he seems like he is very good, Matchroom.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's always been good, but it's interesting to see how he's already kind of slotting into the squad. We got a couple of interviews with the players last week to kind of get an idea on what was going on. Kickstart himself was talking about how Gustav does all of this pre-prep beforehand and kind of feeds that over and gives it to the IGL, kind of feeds into the whole shot calling system. I'm curious to see like what all the influences that has had on how Falcons plays, because it did feel like Falcons were a little, I don't want to say wheels off, but more like what we would see a couple of years ago whenever they were bringing out Bisons because they already had such a big lead. They weren't afraid to take a little bit of a riskier play.
And this might be, I don't know, maybe I'll get your take on this, Poro. It seems to me, and this could just be from watching for years, H1 is a lot more of a planned system type of caller. I feel like Kickstart has a little more of like, I'm just going to kind of go with what feels right at the moment. And it seems like it's a little bit being reflected. I talked to Gunnar. He said he called it all the way through the finals. And they're very happy with how it's gone. What's your take on the difference in leadership so far?
I mean, I think they should be happy with how it went. Now, obviously, H-Win and Kickstart, different personalities altogether. Nothing wrong with the way that H-Win used to do things. In fact, if I were going to take my top three, I would say that Godlike Falcons and maybe Copenhagen Wolves will be in there, in Copenhagen Wolves instead of Liquid. But yeah, man, I don't know. I think it's funny when you talk about having a change in any roster. Just kind of having to have the team kind of figure things out and how to work around it, and you have that honeymoon phase, blah blah blah. But it throws in that extra element whenever it's the IGL, right? Like, or you have a IGL that's been around, been that other play on the team, but now they're the lead voice. And talking to Kickstart in our interview last week, he said this is the first time he's ever been in IGL, just like officially. So, you know, and I think, and that surprises me because he is such a cerebral guy and like really, or cerebral guy, like really, it feels like it's something that he would have a lot of fun with, you know, as much fun as Kick ever seems like he has with anything. But like he's just such a smart guy that I feel like he's gonna like really get into the brass tacks of figuring out how best to do this role and take on this new job.
Well, I think Kick strikes me as one of those people that wants to be the best at everything that he does. It doesn't matter if it's basket weaving or PUBG, right? And so I do think for him to IGL with that sort of hardness that he has on himself, he has to have the right team that's going to support him, is going to back him, is going to be there when he's like, oh, that was stupid. They're like, no, let's just watch a movie. I think that is what we found with the Falcons. This seems like a very strong roster that they understand. They get along very well. And to have the ability to say, okay, we're going to boost you up to be that IGL is actually really exciting. Exciting for me, Matt, because we've watched Kickstart's career since before he could legally play. Like, I think he was playing before they put in the 18-year-old rule. So he got to play for us. Then we had to see him go away for a year. Then he came back. So we've literally watched him the entire life of PUBG.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of before we get to Kicked finished, right? Because this is just the beginning for Kickstart, every single iteration that we see of him. It is intriguing, though, because he's very, I guess, I don't want to say hard on himself sometimes, but like I kind of follow in that similar mindset. You know, like, nothing's ever perfect. There's always something more you can add to a project. There's always something better that could have been done. And right now is the perfect time if you're going to do that change out, right? Whenever you're over in Americas, this is where Falcons should progress the best. I'm curious to see how the mentality changes whenever we go to internationals. That's my only concern about the way Falcons are going to be moving forward.
Now, speaking of internationals, let's talk PGC. The points are on the board, and there are benefits. Getting through on day one, you get some extra points out of it. It goes on through, so anyone who advances to the final does walk away with a little bit of PGC points, as well as your rank at the final will give you a benefit. So this, I think, is actually pretty exciting and does apply to the international level, Poro, because we've seen over and over again, teams get whatever it is on double digits worth of PGC points, sometimes as low as less than 20. So I think that this is one of those moments where sometimes we don't talk about it enough. Even these playoff day one moments could be the difference between your bid, your dream, your hope of going to PGC and watching it from home.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like whenever we get to the end of the day, right? Like it's so clustered there towards the end that the 1 or 2 points here and there always makes a difference. So we'll see how it turns out. Obviously, Falcons and Godlike, formerly known as Athletes of Christ, up at the top right now. But we have those same amount of PGC points on the line once again. So we'll see how it all shapes up after all is said and done here. Obviously, not only PGS on the line, but EWC invites as well. So it's going to be a lot of things to keep an eye on when we get to next weekend's grand finals.
All right, let's talk some brass tacks. It sounds like we got a few minutes extra till the game starts, so we're going to get a little podcasty for a second. You brought up the updates. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I've read the update, but I didn't realize it was going into competitive. Is that live for this? Is that what you're telling me right now, Poro?
Oh, baby girl.
No.
If you guys did not get a chance to watch EU earlier today.
I didn't.
We are about to get into some actual wheels off nonsense.
Okay. Holy cow. Let's walk through it. Let's walk through it point by point because I think this is going to be very important. Okay, so we can talk about some of the world stuff, the destructible terrain, but it sounds like there were some crazy things. So I'm assuming it was the new blue chip functionality, the new drop box. What was wheels off today in EU? Tell me about it.
Oh yeah, and the hybrid scope and tilted grip, right? In the thumb grip, obviously no man, it was the terrain, the destructible terrain,
really?
Everything, destructible holes everywhere. Nowhere was safe. Nowhere was nowhere was safe. Everywhere was safe. Master, it was absolutely bananas to see the impact that this has had on all of these maps.
The functionality as it moves forward gets incredibly, diverse, because now you can use mortars to blow up certain sections to give yourself dips. You can do a lot of different little small maneuvers into areas that were very unfriendly, and specifically given last week that we saw a lot of our, field endings kind of become rampant. We had very hard shifted circles, and so now you can, at range, have abilities to open ways to get in. You can blow up something for yourself, but the downside also is the fact that if you start throwing a lot of nades or something like that at an opponent, technically you're also providing them more cover.
I have long thought that there's a lot, especially when we got to see it on a few of those maps, the ability to dig a hole was absolutely huge. Did you, this afternoon, get to see any of the new blue chip tower care packages called in, and did that get used pretty regularly, Poro? Do you remember?
I'd be honest with you, I did not see that. Okay. If they did it at all during Europe, it would either they didn't show it or it went right past me, but it's
hard to track.
Honestly, it's the impact that the destructible terrain has on all phases of the game, right? It's not just late game when you're talking about kind of providing cover for yourself. It starts adding in this whole other element about our utility management, right?
Yep.
Like, okay, do we hold on to these grenades? Do we hold on to these mortars and try to use them offensively? Or do we try to use these to try to give ourselves, a little bit of cover to kind of work between? And then it's also kind of, Matt, I don't know, it's kind of working almost like a secondary smoke, right? So, when you're seeing teams make their way across open fields in the past, you see them throw the smokes down, try to move from one smoke to the next. Well, now they're doing the same thing with grenades, and they're providing themselves little dips and divots to kind of work in between. So, like, holding on to that utility and trying to save it for the late game, obviously has always been a huge deal. But I know that there's been talk in the past about how, annoying it is to watch just grenade spam, utility spam to end a game. Well, now it's thrown in this extra factor, right? So I don't know. It was really, really exciting to watch last time or earlier today with EU, and I'm really, really excited to see what the Americas boys bring up.
As you talk about America's boys, neither of these are from America, but we got our guys who dominated, all right? We got Tiggleton, who I think my favorite quote from the weekend, Poro, was you saying, a reminder, everybody, not every player is Tiggleton, because he has been absolutely playing out of his mind. Matt, I will say this. I feel like Tiggleton, and you can disagree if you'd like to, a couple of years, I would say 2 years prior to this, I don't want to say fell off form, but wasn't the Tig that I remember when he came onto the scene. And then starting midway through last year, Tig has been, for me, on this upward trajectory, especially starting at PGC, rolling through here. He seems like he is playing like Tig of old, with this passion, this excitement, and this dominance that I haven't seen out of him in a little while.
There are some things that can be said whenever you're looking at previous iterations of players, right? And how they navigate patches or team environments or whatnot. We did see Falcons whenever it was like Saudi Arabia was their event, man. Like every single year, it didn't matter what it was called, whether it was Gamers 8 or Esports World Cup, they would pop off, and that was big for them. And a lot of that was off of performances from Shrimzy and Tiggleton together. I don't know what changed in the calling, but it didn't seem like Tig was more of the point man position or in a way that where he could influence the games as much. And that put a lot more of the stress and push onto Shrimzy, who was doing kind of the follow-up fragging, or specifically like playing off of a couple of other calls. Now the new system seems to be it's a 3-1, little bit more looser split, with Tig kind of having a high ground and Overwatch position, and that's where he thrives. We've often seen the best Tig is coming out whenever he has like the DMR. We make jokes about like the mortars and how Tig plays, but the more he can survey and get information to influence what's going on, is going to be where he thrives the most. And I think that that's kind of what Falcons are trying to bring into the system. Put him a little bit further in the back, give him some vision and oversight over everything, put Trimsy a little bit more in the forefront, and that way you kind of have a lot more coverage on what's going on with the 3-man that's much closer in range in the firefight.
It makes sense. And I think we can all agree the Falcons have truly ascended here. And I'm going to go to you, Poro. And as much as I know that you're familiar with Aries and you'd love to talk about the Falcons, I want to go to the other team that was in second place. The Athletes of Christ, now godlike, if we're talking about Ascensions. These guys, you watched them in the Cup. You told me before the first weekend even started, they're going to be a team to watch. Were they bigger and better than even you expected?
Yeah. Absolutely. Look, I mean, the list of teams that we've seen that just dominate in an open qualifier cup kind of situations, and they're like, oh my God, they're so amazing, and then they get into the big boy lobby and they just fall to pieces. That list is long and sad and tear-soaked. But Athletes of Christ, formerly Mira, now godlike, really kind of flipped the script on that, and they did so in a really dramatic fashion. Like, they looked dominant for a while there. Like, they were getting a lot of circle favor, but when they got that circle favor, they were collecting a boat ton of kills on it. Like, they knew exactly the right time to flip that switch, become aggressive, and go out there and get the points. So it fell apart a little bit on that final day, but they were in a race with the Falcons, who were doing Falcons what they did, and that was just dominant. So I'm really excited to see if they can bring something else here to this weekend.
Matt?
I mean, whenever I was watching Athletes of Christ, what I really liked about them were the fact that they were incredibly innovative. They were following what was going on with meta, specifically like updates, what we've been talking about. We saw them have very effective use of the BRDM. They were using it as a bait and switch tool a lot earlier than several of the other teams, and opened up aggressive pathing based off of that. We've seen them play around like resources and specifically at kind of a much more macro style of play. Sometimes North America can get a little bit more in the micro styling, always just trying to go for an out shooting themselves into a bad situation. Falcons, Team Liquid, I'd say Copenhagen Wolves, and now Godlike, I all put much more into a macro style of thought. They're always looking to see how to use everything that's around them to their benefit, not just trying to get to somewhere that will be beneficial to them.
It's been exciting to watch them. I agree with what you're saying. Their flexibility seems to have been strong, which I think with the patch, as we just talked about, it's going to be very important today for our teams. I will ask this, though. For the finals last week, was there a team, Poro, that you saw that you were pleasantly surprised by, or you thought, hey, these guys, they got some chops to look forward to in the future?
Well, let's go back and look. I think, man, let's see.
It's tough. I should have told you this.
No,
I should have asked ahead of time.
To be honest, and I hate to say this, Liquid. I've honestly kind of like gotten to that point with Liquid where I'm just like, maybe it's just not there anymore. But you know what? They showed out last week. I think they had 3 wins. Like they actually looked really good whenever they were put in positions to kind of fight. They were winning team fights, which is not something that we've often been able to say. So it looked like they had kind of gotten themselves back together, and they were all on the same page, looking in the same direction, which is not, as we said, always been the case. And I hate to say that about Liquid because we love those guys. They've been around forever. But, I thought the fact that they did as well as they did and that they were in contention really in that final day was a little bit surprising.
I think that the issue is that Kurt loves being a good underdog story, okay? And so we had to get through the year of us expecting great things and treating him as a front runner. And now that everybody's being all mean to him again, Liquid stepping up. He's like, yes, this is the world I live in. I'm going to prove people wrong. And I love it. I love having Kurt and the boys out there performing well because, again, just like we talked about Kickstart being sort of a fixture in the game for such a long time, you can say the exact same thing about Purdy Curdy and his team. This roster, these players, these guys, a lot of them have been here forever. Matt, I think we watched a bunch of them back at MPL. But first, let's watch the intro to the game, and we'll get back to this in just a few minutes. Beautiful stuff. Great video. Great playing. Great map. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all. It's time for Game 1 of the PUBG Americas Series 1.2 as the playoffs get up and running. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by the Porosaurus and the Matchroom to break down the action. I'm going to hang out for a few minutes with you guys as we get underway. What are we looking for in Game 1, Matt?
Oh, I'm hoping that we don't get a military-based game. We've been seeing it dance that direction quite a bit. We did also get eyes over to Georgia Poll and got some very interesting Everest games. But this is going to be pace setting, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these squads are going to be playing a little bit more passive off the start, just trying to aim for making it in the later stages. There might be a couple of breakouts early that could go for a couple of kill points. We did see squads like New Gen All-Stars, not necessarily afraid of that, but that'll be more of, I guess, an outlier than it'll be common. Most of the playing path's going to be pretty friendly for the players, so I wouldn't expect anything too outrageous off the start.
Poro, I'm very excited about this update. I didn't realize it was an esports. I'm hyped.
I'm telling you, I want that Dixie Chick circle. Give me that wide open space. I need to see all of the destruction. I need to see all of the ditches. I need to see all of the madness and insanity that ensues on Erangel, Matt.
Oh, yeah, and we got a pretty basic circle. Potato Mountain's going to be just south of center, putting kind of apartments, due up on everything. Of course, we've got the river that's going to be cutting through the top of it. That's just going to be X10 hanging out everything. Almost everybody's going to be playing down to the south, so no big surprise on that. Godlike's going to find themselves in a very defensible position early, but Death Road, of course, Potato Mountain, Pachinki, and the Badlands, as well as kind of that Razak school area, going to be a core component, and then Yaznaya over into the east.
You brought up Godlike. These are some guys who've tried to reach Zion themselves, looking to get to the biggest and baddest they could possibly be. As you brought up, a long track to get here. Mira to Athletes of Christ to Godlike. Let's hear a little bit more about their journey and their thoughts on the game so far. It is going to be Tony with the interview.
Eu acho que a gente foi muito bem no que a gente conseguiu, foi o tempo todo brigando com eles. Até a última partida a gente podia ganhar, então eu acho que o que faltou pra gente transformar isso em um título foi um pouco mais de calma nas decisões no último dia. A gente tinha total chance de ganhar, que tava muito parelho, que a gente vai trabalhar nisso pra essa próxima final agora. Cara, eu trabalhei muito pra isso, eu comecei a jogar 2 anos atrás, muito atrasado comparado com as outras pessoas. Eu acho que eu fiz tudo que eu treinei esse tempo todo, eu acho que eu mereço isso, sabe? Muito tempo de me dedicando pra isso. E eu avalio muito bem, muito bem mesmo, foi excepcional, mas eu tô muito contente e espero manter esse mesmo resultado pro próximo split. A gente está trabalhando muito no que a gente já fez, porque a gente avalia nosso desempenho muito bom, né? Um segundo lugar com chance de ganhar. Então a gente está trabalhando em melhorar só detalhes e continuar esse mesmo desempenho, todo mundo alinhado, e a nossa preparação está sendo muito em torno disso. Eu acho que é um passo muito grande na nossa carreira, porque é uma organização muito grande na Índia, batalhando para ser a maior, e então é uma coisa muito especial pra gente, reflete muito o nosso trabalho. Esse ano, depois que eu comecei com os moleques, mano, muito trabalho a gente teve, e eu acho que isso é muito importante pra nós, pra dar mais ânimo ainda, porque quando o seu trabalho ele é recompensado, é muito bom.
Respect, man. I mean, talking about how hard is putting in the work, trying to get everything accomplished. Curious, though, if you name yourself Athletes of Christ, and then you become Godlike, do you only gain a third of the Holy Trinity's power, or do you also still tap into the Holy Ghost and the Father as well?
Ooh, see, that's where the questions start coming in, right? Like, did they ascend? I think they did. I think they had to. I mean, if you go from an athlete of Christ to just being godlike, then that's a clear ascension, right?
I'm assuming so. Going to be intriguing to see if maybe that'll be enough motivation to get them on top of it. And he is right. The squad has put in a ton of hard work. We've been seeing them consistently on, I guess, a growth pattern up, finding more and more things that work for them. Again, talking about how the fact that they play around a great macro off the start. Just look, they're already kind of figuring out exactly where they need to be and where the strong points on the map are going to be accessible for.
Yeah, going dead center. And actually keeping that split, too. So we'll see if they stick around now that Rock is starting to make their way over in that direction. Just sniffing around right now. Obviously, the fields... you know, it kind of gives you more options now. I think we're going to see everybody rocking those pickaxes. Obviously, the explosives going to be the biggest factor. Any red zones also going to be a big factor. But the pickaxe, that's going to be huge as well when we get to late game, Matt.
Oh, I don't know about the pickaxe. I know about like nades and the explosives. A couple of players might opt into it. I do think that the impact for it is going to be really nice. But every single player that I've talked to has said the fact that the pan just provides that extra little bit of butt protection that they need sometimes. and they're hesitant to step away from it. So I do like the fact that we're actually starting to get some more diverse options at Port, because you hit on
for the melee. Yeah.
You actually, it's not just one thing and then everything else feels bad. Now you actually do have other things that do bring utility. So if you don't find a pan, maybe you can make something innovation.
That's fair. That is fair. I mean, it's not like everybody's going to have a pickaxe, right? Like we've already seen a couple. As Tony used that hard work paid off, he's going to find their cup rivals for the better part of these last couple of months. New Gen All-Stars pull up a little bit close, but it looks like they should be able to escape.
Godlike coming in with not necessarily the best economy. They've got tons of bullets, and that's really all you need. Tony's like, who needs all the extra stuff? Don't need a bigger backpack. Don't need anything else. I just got to hit my shots. Red zone's going to be appearing just on the outside, or just right actually on top of this as well, leading down into Furia, who's running a pretty wide split. Just to the south of what we see going on with Godlike is going to be 55 Esports in the way that they're going to be set up. Team Liquid moved over into that Sunken City area just on the outskirts of Rozhok, so they're going to go ahead and hunker down. Toya's going to be past them. Falcon's going to be just to the southwest of Furia, not stretching too far out from Pachinki itself, while X10's just coming down from the north. To the east, though, we do have No Way trying to bully their way in pretty close next to Rock, and that could be something to keep an eye on.
I'm also looking at that red zone that's right dead center. So remember we were talking about the massive impact that the terrain does have. Anytime a red zone bomb hits on the ground, it automatically creates a max depth divot, essentially. So if the circles continue going in that direction, it's wide open fields just off to the east of school, so we'll keep an eye on that here as we check in with those Wolves. They do have X10 kind of making their way down from the north, and they have No Way just off to their east, but looks like they have pretty much control over everything they'd like.
Been talking about the explosive terrain. I was talking to a few of the players about it. They said what's most annoying, because we've never seen a player just driving and hit a tree before, right? That just does not happen. But now they're all complaining because it's like you're just driving along and you think a path is perfectly fine. You can actually kind of erode out an area, like a little mini trench, that can cut off rotations if you want to set up a trap and do things like that. On top of that, if there's a firefight in a place that you're not expecting, or you didn't even know was having a firefight, and you're just trying to rotate through on a circle, let's say 4 or 5, suddenly you can find yourself just slamming into the side of an open hole that you did not know was there, completely ruining a rotate. So it's a much more eyes focus on driving. Curious to see if we're going to have anybody kind of fall into an inadvertent trap that was set due to an earlier firefight.
Yeah, talking to one of the coaches, they're saying, you can kind of create these different terrains. If you have a good compound, you can create different terrains around your compound to where it would make it more difficult for cars to just crash cleanly, because a lot of the times you don't really see these holes as cleanly as you may otherwise. But then also you can kind of get these different angles onto defending that compound that the crashing team may not exactly be expecting. Now, you still obviously have to worry about the third party, but it's just adding in all these additional elements that you haven't really had to think about before, and now you have to take them into consideration.
Is Kraken going to get over here next to Posa? He just got knocked in this very wide split that Fury has set up. They're kind of holding from school all the way over to the crossroads to the east. So bypassing apps themselves just to try to keep control over this. So it's a very wide split, but now a little bit more of a 2-2 split. I don't think that's a Kraken will probably abandon this for too much longer. It is pretty close to center, not due center, but it is not necessarily the worst gamble to make if you're a Furia fan to sit in point. Wolf going to be external from X10. This is kind of what we're looking at over in the east. A couple stretch also going into where No Way is at. And we also do have Rock as well as Bestia all over here. A little bit of the latecomers all kind of stacked in the more open area of the map.
Looking at pest control, the only team really off to the north still kind of situated right above Rozhok. We'll see how they decide to come in. They managed to make it to a grand final last time, but it took them all the way to the final day. We've seen them put in some pretty good performances in the past. As we check in with Last Breath, one of our late arriving teams. Now, they took their time, Matt, looting up around Primorsk in areas down in the southwest. So they should have a lot of utility coming into this, which is obviously going to be a little bit more important now.
Yeah, especially whenever they're we got Duel on the other side of them, just down to the south of Pachinki. You can see what it takes, taking a couple of pot shots at them as New Circle's going to pop and reveal itself. It's going to lean more into that Rozhok area where we've got Shipyard being a core component of it. We also have the Badlands. Falcon's going to be very happy about the way that the shift has happened. Fury also can go for a little bit more of a regroup, but I doubt that that's going to be the case. already most of the squads inside of vehicles. It's just going to be the death funnel over into the east and to the south, as Pachinki has kind of created a problem down there for teams to have to rotate around.
Yeah, they're pulling away, and as a result, they're kind of funneling kind of into each other. It looks like what it takes is just going to push right into the city itself and just avoid duel for the time being, as well as 55 New Gen All-Stars. They're going to find the eastern half of school unoccupied, as Furia has since made their way back in. Copenhagen Wolves still camping around on that northern side by the river. X10 going to try to breeze through, hug that riverside. It looks like they should survive for now.
Firefight that just kind of was set up based off the timings and movement. Even though spouts out Cowzine, he's going to go down. Early pickoff there is still hanging out inside the red zone. That's just Godlike chilling in a crater that I believe was created by the red zone.
Sure was.
So now Godlike, you can see that this is where it gets a bit harder to navigate, especially on this like slight slope over here. Those dips are just going to appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, and this is where Godlike is at their best, right? Playing around on these edges, taking these fights to teams that are not looking in their direction, not expecting it there, as we see, ooh, that's Bestia and New Gen All-Stars running into each other. I think just a trail man there for New Gen All-Stars. So they're going to lose one. Iga will go down, and Godlike kind of keeping eyes on it as well.
Rozhawk starting to pop off a bit as Toyo Souls is down, about to bleed out. Cluzera is going to go ahead and get the kill for that one. X10 leapfrogged over Wolf, which we saw just a second ago. Toyo tried to do the same thing, lost one in rotation. Pest Control is just going to be the north, up on top of that little mini hill, surveying what's going to be going on in Rozhawk itself. Team Liquid's running a 2-2 split off to the east of that around Boatyard. Falcon's still just going to be playing the Badlands leading into the compound just to the south of that.
Mining away.
Here we go. We get some pickaxes. Rock literally digging for rocks right now.
Mine anyway. See? And you can sing the songs too. But look at what they have to work with. Like, those are perfect. And then look, you throw in the additional factor of those trees. You can mine these holes right next to the tree and give yourself that additional piece of cover as well. So Rock not in a terrible spot up here on the hillside. Now, they do have Godlike just uphill to their south, so that may be a problem eventually, but for now, they're looking okay.
Be careful around those pickaxe holes, though, because they are also magnets. You can play a little bit of pool with grenades and drop them right on top of somebody that's trying to hide inside of it. Doesn't work the best. I might have died a few times trying to play around with it.
Yeah, you don't want to give somebody a target to aim at, but one of the things is they're not always that easy to see, especially when they're small like that. And if you're kind of driving through forest and there's shadows or trees, terrain, whatever, a lot of times, or the big bushes, a lot of times you don't even see them until you're right on top of them. So that's something else we'll have to keep an eye on. Is everybody looks to be pretty much set up here for the pop of phase number 3.
This is kind of what we were expecting, though. Nothing too dramatic coming out yet.
There we go.
Doritos landing dramatically, but nothing too crazy, as the new circle is going to probably go a bit down to the south of Rozhawk. Keep some of it in play, though. There you go. Now we've got Pachinki squads needing to get out. Godlike already on a rotate. That looks like they've got eyes on more of the position where we can see that Falcons are playing from. Rocking their little rock holes. They're going to be taking some shots. Tail end on that one, I believe, is going to be Bestia, also rotating right next to Godlike. Other side of that one's going to be Jewel making their rotate. Falcons trying to fend in. Rock is going to be able to take down Binya. Box is going to go down, and this has gotten a lot more dicey for Falcons in their split.
Sure has, and I think they realize it very quickly. Good work by them to kind of regroup. They do have to give that south compound up to Godlike, but in the end, they keep everybody alive for the time being, and they're going to play around waves, use that terrain, use those Doritos to the best of their ability. It looks like Copenhagen Wolves try to make that send up to the top of the hill, and they might have taken a knock here. They have Toyo kind of surrounding them as well, so we'll see if Copenhagen Wolves can reset.
Great minds think alike, and the punishment now starting to come out from the fortifications just to the south. Bestia, you can see, going to be hanging out pretty close to Wolf. Duel on the other side of them, right on the underneath of what's going to be going on with the hillside south of Rozhawk. So a lot of attention starting to get focused over there. Up on top of Rozhawk, though, is going to be the Wolves. They've got high ground, but they also have Toyo on the other side of them, and really it's Rock that's just kind of harassing everything around them. They still kind of hunker down in their fortress that they've built, and they've got a vision on a lot of this just due to the verticality that comes out of Potato Mountain.
It's actually kind of wild that we've made it to a C3 on Erangel, and only 2 players have died. It's still 62 alive, so a lot of teams still in it. There we go, Halo and Conf. The mortars are raining down. Kane actually looks like he might be resable here. If Sharpshot can get over to him quickly, gonna have to re-drop that smoke, recycle, but yeah, it looks like they're just gonna dip. Oh my God, hot and spicy.
Oh, yeah, trying to get some of those mortars in, gonna be enough.
Good night.
And this is just a mortar show right now, and everybody's just playing for the future. That was kind of the downside of what we were talking about, right? Everybody knows that those mortars can set you up with a couple of little bunkers and fortifications if you want to run into them in the later stages. So everybody's got them, and now we've got a very open circle where everybody's just trying to hide along hillsides. That means that those mortars are about to be doing everything onto this map.
Copenhagen Wolves just get absolutely deleted by pest control on those mortars. As you see, more still sending through the skies here. Vinny and the rest of the Bestia boys. You know, one of the guys that I talked to said, I think that, you know, obviously there's the change is huge. It's a big change, and a lot of people are looking at it. But he thinks that some teams might lean into it a little bit too much to start things off, just because it's that new, different thing. So we're seeing already teams going a little bit earlier towards places that we may not see them go as early. But again, a lot of that might have to do with this circle, Matt, as all these teams kind of knew exactly where it was going to go.
More mortars coming in as Team Liquid's going to be just on the or right on the edge of the circle, I should say. We did see Kurt that went up to the radio tower, was trying to get some more attention, more vision on what was going to be happening. Looks like they're also going to try to go back up there, but Sharpshot's position was good enough for it. Nobody's going to be making a rotation over into the east, but we still have Rock. They're going to have to leave their fortifications that they've managed to build over to the southeast. Probably going to have to deal with a little bit of what it takes on one side of them. Godlike's going to be just to the south of this section of the circle where they're going to have last breath, is whereas Falcon's going to be close range. 55 already prepping their rotate.
Oh my goodness.
No way up on top with the BRDM. Look at the destruction. It is just flaming wreckage and vehicles all on top of this thing.
My used car dealership is got drooling right now, thinking about what we could do with those husks of vehicles on the top there. Now the question is, does No Way stick around? That BRDM gives you a little bit of extra confidence as well, and having all of that hard cover up there, you got to imagine that maybe at this point all the mortars may have been used up, but we'll see what happens. They have a great spot though here for the late game.
Eyes over into New Gen All-Stars. Got to make their rotate. Rock going to do it a little bit earlier than them. Sitting along path right into Badlands/Waves that we can see in front. New Gen All-Stars going to be trying to use the opportunity and distraction that Rock has set up, but Rock's going to be rotating pretty efficiently so far. Problem is, Duel's already going to be set up on their defense. Duel not really set up on the angles for this, though. Rock just catches the high side of the hill. Great shots coming up from Duel, and Rock is eliminated.
Man, Rock, they had to go somewhere, and that was you just don't want to be the last one to arrive at that party. And Wooly and the boys take advantage as we see a few more mortars being sent now. I'm not sure where those are getting sent from, but they aren't finding the mark anyway. Here is Team Liquid now is trying to hold out 55.
New Contenders third party, last breath up on the high ground, looking on to what's going to be going on. Also, Pest Control taking some shots external from this one. Team Liquid still going to be a little bit safe for now. It's all going to be about how 55 wants to play this, but the distraction that 55 has set up is enough to allow Last Breath to get closer and closer to Team Liquid, as Team Liquid's had to go full-on fortification style right now. I think just try to avoid all of the different angles, because Razak Hillside is going to be really brutal for them to deal with, and they just had to kind of hunker down. They got punished by having Kurt go out and look to see what was going on around him.
I think, Kurt got caught out on a radio tower, which, you know, sometimes it'll happen. We try to get a little bit silly goofy there, but it looks like it's going to be back now as they were able to get that revive station off. So Gabri, the last one here, alive, 455. That Lynx in hand's looking pretty juicy as well. Last breath have pulled away. There you go. Nice shots from Cowboy. And Liquid will retake their compound and get their IGL back.
Yeah, open space for him to land on top of that. Pretty defended.
Hard
a Dorito and a big explosions crater. Going to be pretty nice right now, but Falcon's not going to be inside the circle. So that means that Pest Control is still going to have that high ground around Razak that they're playing for. Toyo is going to be a little bit fortified right now. No Way is going to be living the life. That's going to be Furia. But down to the south, Falcons, Godlike, What It Takes, Last Breath, all rotating into open territory.
just a whole quadrant of the map completely wide open right now. That northwest, there's just nothing really there. Now, again, this is where this the destructible terrain comes in handy, because you can kind of create something there for yourself if nothing is present to start. But Team Liquid just going to move in just off to the east. You see Falcons waiting, biding their time. They have to just see what these guys off to their south are going to do. Also, Furia going to make the move now.
Just not much that they can do other than the small rotate over the side, avoiding some of the push. Last Breath on the other side. This looks like they're trying to wrap in back behind Team Liquid, but Team Liquid already has a foothold in the circle, so they're just going to try to get away from that, get back over the hillside. The way that Last Breath was kind of chasing this, they're not going to get vision just quite yet. On the tail end, it's going to be Kurt, left behind and now firmly surrounded by a Last Breath player.
Oh man, unfortunate timing there for Kurt. I guess the hope is that Last Breath continues to just breeze through. And for right now, Blazer and Arv looks like that's what they're going to do, as Robert and Danny still hanging around here. Team Falcons still just trying to find a little bit of a spot there. They've got Tiggleton on the mortar. Let's see what they can find. Oh, goodness. Good night, Gustav. Links to the dome.
It's just getting too spicy down here. There's not enough space to play. Falcons look like they were trying to set up something to stop what's going on with Godlike, but there's so much smoke down right now. This hillside's going to be pretty complicated to deal with. Back behind it all, there's also going to be what it takes. Good shots coming up from one side. Trimsy's realized the approach. Tiggleton's going to be the one that gets the knock. Godlike, though, switches over to the Panzer. They're going to be rolling right up into the face of the Falcons. Shot goes a bit wide. Then at least takes down Tig, but Trimsy stays strong and absolutely destroys Godlike.
Holding the line, Falcons waiting, showing that patience that we have come to know them for so well. They should be able to get both of these revives up. What it takes, meanwhile, are in a little bit of a battle themselves with Furia, so that might allow Falcons the time to reset.
Backstab from Kurt, sneaking up back behind this. Remember, he knows exactly how this movement's come out. He was watching it the whole time. He can put in a massive amount of work. He just came back in, so not having the highest of economy at the time. When's he going to take a shot? No! Duel to the side! Spotted him! The plan is ruined!
Oh, he had it. He was looking so good. Well, Furia had to send it somewhere. They're going to send it right into What It Takes, and What It Takes will go down as Furia cleans it up, and now they have to reset immediately because Falcons is arriving, but Biel is on time, gets the knock on to Tiggleton.
It's a kind of a north-south style situation as the circle kind of mimics that, stays right up on top of Rozhok Hill. Cleans it up on top. A lot of vision to be had by No Way right now, and you can see destruction just run amok inside the fields down to the south. Falcons just trying to reset a little bit after the push that comes out from Godlike, not getting any moment of reprieve. High side of this one's going to be No Way continuing the harassment, and that's going to completely cut off the angle of assault that Falcons wanted to go for onto Fury.
And it's absolutely massive that Furia was able to take down What It Takes as cleanly as they did, because it allowed them to turn their attention over towards Falcons before they had a chance to lay down that smoke wall and try to get over to their area. Looks like Gustav and Trimsy will survive for now on their bellies in these ditches, but they've got a long way to go to get inside the circle.
Reset the timings a bit more. You can see that it's a lot of just individualized fights. Liquid does go down. Duel gets the high vision onto them. That's going to be opening up some type of path for Last Breath, but not too great of one. Vehicles even exploding off in the distance, opening up and denying any form of cover. Trying to get the explosions out, but Falcon's been fighting for a while, and it looks like they're just starting to run out of gas.
Boy, it shows another additional problem that these ditches create, and that's making it that much more difficult to finish off your kill and secure your point now. As we see Duel getting eliminated by Pest Control, they have complete control over the west. They've got Last Breath pinned out.
Not too many places Last Breath can go. Here is going to be Gustav, the new addition. The Falcons just going to have to hunker down onto his belly outside the blue. Coming up right back behind him. This is going to get scarier as we go. No Way has to turn their attention a little bit more to the north right now, as well as Pest Control is taking control over the western area. Bestia is just kind of hiding out in the shade of it all, and Fury is staying focused on everything, while Hot and Spicy doing a little bit of Minecraft digging, hoping the fact that he can get some space away, but the mortars continue to rain down right next to Pest Control.
And those mortars coming from No Way on that high ground spot that they've held on to ever since they've kind of backfilled what was left of Copenhagen Wolves, the corpses, as Arv gets knocked by Joshy. Gustav will go down to the blue. That'll do it for Falcons. Pest Control turning it the screws now onto Last Breath. One left alive as Robert will hide behind the Dorito, but Pest Control going out there to make sure they secure their points.
I love this setup. They know that they've got a nice corridor that is safe to play. Just the way that this is set up, Pest Control, they've kind of come down off the hillsides and found themselves in the hillsides yet again, as they have been the dominant team over into the northwest. Now, the way it is set, we still have X10 that's inside of Rozak. They've got Toyo right next to him. No Way up on top, chilling at the beacon, and it is going to be a little bit of an urban firefight brewing over here.
Toyo and X10. Toyo just waiting. Obviously, can't really play around on the outskirts of their compounds without revealing themselves to No Way. X10 also kind of put it a premium here. Is Furia trying to make the push on a No Way on the high ground. Biel's going to go down instantly. Posa very low. DraftKings knock. There's the knock on Posa as No Way holds the line.
Just solid defense set up. Now going to turn their attention back over to everything that they have been controlling for so long, man. They are using these dips up here and all of the vehicle wreckage just to continue to harass everything that's going to be around them.
We had the Toesies in line. Pest Control doing kind of the same thing from the other side. This is the high ground, right? The mountain that delineates, kind of splits, bisects this circle. Pest Control obviously finding the most success on it. No Way, only up to 4 kills now, but they have a lot of things lying beneath them. They would love to be able to get rid of Bestia, but they have been able to survive for the longest time, Matt, by just using that utility and hiding, finding the right angles to stay away.
X10, they've got this ridge line that's just barely in play, so they don't have to make too big of a move just yet. Toyo still got the compounds, and it's going to be the BRDM roaming up on top of it all, drawing some attention. Really just for everything that's going on down to the south. Zagrakin's still alive. He's trying to make it rotate, and Pest Control's got that control firm in their hands, and it's just a matter of if they get the kill, and of course it's going to be Comp that manages to find it.
That boy Conf. All right, Pest Control now up to 11 kills. Complete control over this western side, and now they can start turning their attention towards Bestia, towards X10. Whoever will be the next in their sights. No Way leaving that high ground and trading it for this one instead. That BRDM looming really, really large here for the late game, Matt.
Just look at they managed to move into this dip. They've got so much safety. They're going to continue to mine it out. This is interesting whenever we look at the timings on the pickaxe players, because it looks like everybody's kind of got a teammate that's designated that's their job. Reminder that means that you're kind of in a three-way firefight for the time, or three-player firefight, because that guy has to keep constantly getting tagged back in. It's going to be a rough job, but somebody is going to have to do it. Dating all the way back to what, World War I? This is a style of combat that we're going to see evolve into PUBG now.
Trench warfare, baby. It worked so good for several hundred years. Why not bring it back again?
I mean, we've got the BRDM, so it's kind of like the tanks are coming in too, right?
Yeah, I like it. All right, well, we'll donut up on the mountain itself, so X10 and Toyo will have to move. We'll see if they run into each other, or will they be picked apart by No Way and Pest Control. Bestia, fortunately, can still just kind of hide down, hunker down, but Pippa and Vinny have to join Frogman, so that might be dangerous.
The way that this is set, it feels like Pest Control has more breathing room over into the west, but they also have much more vulnerabilities and angle that they have to keep their defense up. And they've been scrapping for a long time. To the north, it looks like X10 might be trying to get a bit closer in position. Well, Pest Control doesn't feel too safe going for the top of this dip yet, trying to open it up a bit more, expecting X10 on one side, but that could also put Bestia in close range for them, as No Way has still got to move. They're not inside this new circle, so all their time they're going forward. Just keep on digging, man. Just keep on going. We'll eventually get there.
Yeah, you know, just digging a tunnel. But having two of them obviously makes the work go twice as fast.
They're not even digging next to each other. They're making two different trenches.
I know. I don't know. And it's also outside of zone. It feels like a lot of work. But okay, Clouds are going to go down. Nice grenade from Fake Sin. Satoyo down to 3, but they do take out that trailing man from X10. X10, they are all on top of each other on that ridge line, man. That is dangerous spot to be.
Not too many more options they can work with. And Toyo stretches out. No Way high side of them. Got to be careful. Kalinix gets a knock on to Lopez. Shreddier did get a knock on Fakes and though, but there's just not much that Toyo can do. They have to spin back around onto X10. Great shots coming out from Capitan. Continues it. Gets a follow-up. Gladiator finally gets a knock, and it leaves just Emmy. He's got to look up into No Way. X10 on the other side. There is just nowhere to go.
Oh, so tough there for Toyo. They gave a hell of a fight, but they do end up going down in the end, and so does X10. So we are down to 3. Bestia will lose 2 off a great grenade from Conf, and now the last one will go down to DNL, so it's just Pest Control versus No Way, a 4v3 for the first match win.
Top No Way finding more successes. This squad that grew quite a bit inside of the last couple of games whenever we were looking at how their playstyle was developing. Pest Control on the other side of it, bringing in some new names with Conf and then some old names with K-Mind. Squad's set up now got center control, but the way that the hillside is set, it's going to make it a bit more complicated for them to deal with. Gets a couple of shots, but they don't want to overextend. Still playing next to the smokes. Well, I take that back. That is a great push coming up from Hot and Spicy.
Hot and Spicy, yeah. Pest Control not one to waste any time with this. They realized that they had him at a disadvantage, and Conf is on fire right now. Over 1,000 damage for him so far as they continue to try to push up. They don't want to give No Way the opportunity to get themselves dug in here, but nice grenade from Gladiator will take down Hot and Spicy.
No Way with that slight bit of altitude trying to exploit it. Slabby pushes along the smoke sides, other side of this, trying to get a back flank onto it. Also finding a crate, any type of, I guess, extra, anything you can find at this stage would be great. But Joshy's going to be playing the other side of the hill, expecting the push to come out. Hot and Spicy is still alive for Pest Control, so if he can move out of the smokes over onto this side, he can feed all the information on the setups to where we see No Way trying to make this push.
And I think that's exactly what he's doing. Anything he can see, he's reading over to him because you can see their utility being sent over from Pest Control. Joshy will take the peak battle with a P90. That's not going to go your favor. Gladiator will win that one, and it is a 3v1. They will try to find out Conf, and they will do so. No Way gets the first win of Playoffs 2.
Just a tale as old as time. Trenches everywhere, but high ground at the end of the day, Toffees, ends up being what gets No Way their victory.
My name is Steve, and I like to dig! And this is now the game for me. There's no way they were going to lose that. They played so good. And you were right, Poro. Also, an apology to everybody. I don't understand why, but apparently my mic was live that whole game, so you probably got to listen to me enjoy dinner because I thought I was muted by production. That's my bad.
I was wondering why I kept feeling hungry as the game kept going on. I don't know.
Dude, I was just watching all these teams feed, you know what I'm saying? No, it was a great game. You said it, Poro, at the start. You were like, I dream of wide open spaces. And as we watched the highlights, I got to be honest, it was exactly what you asked for.
It played out pretty much exactly like we thought it was going to, especially after we saw what happened in Europe earlier today. Once you get into those fields, the difference is that we're getting in there really early and kind of setting things up early on. And you can see how much of an impact it's having, Matt, as the late game comes. And all these teams, they're running a little bit low on utility, but look at the fortifications that No Way had to play around here against that push from Furia.
Not just fields, man. Up on top, people trying to cut paths, just trying to deny out sight lines. We saw essentially forced labor. Dig your holes, dig your trenches, find some form of safety. But I also have to give respect to Capitan, man. This is a terrible place to try to fight his way out of, and he almost did it.
He got close, but ultimately the guys on the high ground said, we are the Capitans now, as No Way comes out with a big win. It was a huge game, especially for them. I think that this really outlined sort of the patch, especially when you look at the way that they played. Poro, No Way used the high ground. They had their little hole on top, and I think the best example was Furia tried to push that hill, and there's nothing they could do. With the TPP plus the holes plus the ridge, it's just a -4 players. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, look, No Way, they got paid off for a high-risk, high-reward play. Like, they saw what happened to Copenhagen Wolves. They saw the burning husks of all those vehicles at the top of the hill, and they still decided to go in there. They had the BRDM. They liked their odds that, you know what, the chances are, at this point, there's probably not that many mortars left that could be sent right at us. So let's go up there and try to take it, try to survive, and get to the late game. They did that, and they end up getting paid off great. So great news for No Way, which is a team that had to wait to day 2 to make it. And then Pest Control, what a performance. 14 kills. That's a team that had to wait to make it to the grand final last week till day 3. So coming out here and making a big impact in the first game, gotta love that for those teams.
Big one for Pest Control. Also a big game for Duel. Matt, 8 kills, no placement points, but you know what? They didn't have, again, that was a hard map. Once we got to that middle section, Duel getting 8 out of it was actually wicked awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Duel can really find successes whenever they can find the kills, find these repeated firefights in the earlier sections of it. Also, if you're Copenhagen Wolves, you're a little bit bitter about this one because remember, it was No Way that just kind of ran up, got involved in the firefight very early on Razak, took that compound. That's where all the wreckage of vehicles came from, so they were the first squad out and had to watch No Way just hold down the point that they went for first. That's always going to make it a bit bitter.
Yeah, no, you don't like seeing that happen, and I think with the changes, it's even harder to push someone out of a spot, which I do think is interesting because this feels like the knock-on effects of these changes, Matt, are going to be incredible. I think it's going to change the way the game is played, right? Like this idea of being able to, if you know teams are going to challenge you in certain areas because they want your rotations or your drops, you can preset, as Poro brought up, ambushes and traps so that it's hard to crash the building. If you know you're weak on defense on one side because of TPP, you send someone out there to build a couple of holes to make every crash difficult. I think this is one of those things that's about to crack open, and we're going to see months of teams developing new systems based on this one change.
And just think, we're going to get a new stat. Amount dug or something else along those lines that we can bring up here to kind of get an idea on how much, I guess, entrenchment that they have set around their bases. Is Gladiator up on top, living up to his name, just tons of damage out inside that game. And Hot and Spicy, while he did go down and didn't make it all the way to the end stages, he fed over so much information, Poro, to his squad.
I mean, yeah, Pest Control, the way they played, right, from very early on, they were being patient. Like, they were the last team to cross the river from the north side into Razak, and they just kind of hung out in the northern side of Razak until all of that nonsense that happened in the middle of the city came to a head. They found themselves the first one. They had the free passageway to the hillside, and they picked the perfect time to go over there. So fantastic performance by them. Great shot calling on their part. So both teams really just sticking around and going for those high risk, high reward plays. Great shot calling on both of their parts.
Sorry, just getting the updates on the microphone situation. I promise I won't eat on the microphone ever again. All right, talk about those players to watch. They were excellent. Okay, you know what? I'll feast on the next one just for you. It's
your popcorn next time.
All right, moving to Miramar.
I'm gonna do bets on what you're eating.
Okay, you guys can bet. I already told chat, so they'll win this one. If you had to guess, what would you guess? What's it?
That's why I want chips.
Don't say fat chunks. What'd you say, fat chunks?
Hawaiian.
Fat.
I'm having poke, which is Hawaiian. If you didn't know that, you guys suck. So it is absolutely
That's the easiest layup on earth right there. That's unbelievable.
All right. Did you go to Cornell? Anyway, let's get into a little more talk about the game as we get ready to roll over to the Miramar. The Dusty Dunes, they already have holes in them, Poro. Surely it will not be the same this time around.
Surely it couldn't possibly be the exact same. Well, you know what? It's all maps. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on where you stand, but all maps, these deeper holes will come into play. So it's going to be a little bit more interesting on Miramar, though, because that is so open and with so little tree cover, obviously, like, there's good places for it, sure, but you could also find yourself just laying one up, like Matt said, just creating your own hoop for somebody to throw their grenade basketball into.
It's true. I've never seen so many people dig their own graves, because that's essentially what it felt like. A couple of people were standing in their gravestones. Like, it's just big enough for one man, and when you get shot and lay down there, that's the end of it. Now, I did notice there were some differences in digging. So up on the top of the hill, I think we saw one team try to get in. It might have been 55, and they were very shallow. It took 4 or 5 strikes to even get a little bit of coverage, Poro. Somebody else looked like they were just able to drive straight down with the pickaxe. Is that because the terrain is varied in different locations to how you can dig, or what's the story over there?
Yeah, it's definitely variable according to like where you're at, right? Like you saw how deep No Way was able to get things, and earlier in the game, Rock playing on that flat ground, just kind of to the south of the apartments, you could see how deeply they were able to get in. But the pickaxe will get you a little bit deeper. Now, obviously, the grenades, the red zones, all that other stuff, mortars, every other explosive thing in this game, which by God, it feels like it feels like everything's explosive at this point. But there's a lot of different options to get you down there. But like you said, you don't want to be put in the situation where you are, in fact, digging your own grave. So it's all about timing, and it's all about just kind of playing it the correct way.
I love the idea, like, we even saw Kickstarter, I think, trying to, like, dig under the Dorito to move it into a better defensive position. So we saw a lot of unique takes on how to play this game. And to me, that's the most exciting thing about this year in general, Matchroom. There's a lot of changes. Things are a little different for everybody. But at the end of the day, it's also sparked sort of an evolution of playstyle. Meta shifting very, very quickly. Players having to be on their toes for the first time in a very long time. And for me personally, I think it's a lot of fun.
Whenever we look across esports as a whole, not just in PUBG, often it's the up-and-coming squads, like the ones that are coming from more open brackets, those types of things, that are quicker to adapt into newer systems being developed, right? No surprise that we're seeing No Way, Pest Control at the start, finding successes in that game. Because sometimes whenever you're a pro player that's been around for, excuse me, let's say 9 years or something like that,
they're used to it.
It could be a little bit hard to adapt and bring in a new system or plan around a new system. You just kind of want to stick to what you know and what you're good at. So we did see a couple of teams maybe falter on that one, but those squads are also very quick to adapt. That's how they've been here for 9 years. So you sometimes see these new up-and-coming teams take something very fast, early, get some successes with it, and the squads that are pro players that are usually signed very quickly adapt back in, see that in something and go, oh, I like that. Let's try to do that ourselves.
I think it'll be interesting, and I think this reminds me of but like way bigger, the evolution of the glider, right? Poro, when it first came out, there was a lot of people sort of used it, and there was kind of like this idea of like maybe it's not that important, and then we saw 2 or 3 teams, particularly out of the European region, really sort of utilize it the right way, and now it's a staple across the board. Is there anything in this patch besides digging holes that you think is going to slowly evolve or create a new shift the way that the glider did?
I mean, I think, meta changing stuff comes and goes, right? Like whenever we got the introduction of the C4s, we were seeing all the moving the C4 sends. We don't see those as much now, right? Like teams have kind of decided, okay, like risk reward maybe not as worth. We'll stick around just in case, but you still see them every now and then, but it's not as like prevalent as we saw before. Right now, obviously, destructible terrain, digging holes for yourself, that's the big thing, but I think this is going to be one that sticks around, right? Because there are so many of those circles that end in those wide open fields like that, and there are so many different ways that you can kind of play around it using vehicles and the Doritos and the shields and all that stuff. So it's just a question of who's going to be the most creative, right? Who's going to come up with the most creative ways of using these things? And I think Matt's 100% correct. Like it's really up to the individual player and what they can kind of come up with.
I can't wait for the first people to figure out how to put a C4 on the bottom of the car so that you can ghost ride it the old Zampa way and blow yourself a hole in the ground to take cover in, right? But I think you're right. I think the evolution is going to be fascinating as we get, Matt, another insanely fair flight path. We're going to the Dusty Dunes. It's match 2. I'm gassed up. A fair flight path. You can't ask for anything better than this, Matt.
I mean, right off the go, it's going to be hopefully a little bit more centralized again. Let's take some time to kind of figure out how all of this is going to play out. But what was interesting was, like, that was a pretty easy plane path. It was a pretty easy circle as well. But then all of a sudden, it just made it in the midsections. I'd say about circle 4 or 5. Dude, people just could not find a way to, like, get into the circle. There was just so many teams already entrenched. This is seeming like it's doing a work on playing edge, because there's just so many teams already going to be entrenched in the center.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everything's so different now. I mean, I know that it isn't, but it is. Like, Miramar was the one map where I was like, oh, there's so many dips. You're never out of luck if it's a bad circle. It changes everything. And the fact that now you can dig deeper in a dip to make that dip dippier is incredible. Oh, fight! I turn it over to you. Bye.
Happy feet. Well, okay, he's fine. Never mind. You got all excited for nothing, Toffees.
Yeah, it's okay. He got into a shack. I mean, if anything, Hot and Spicy was also a little bit excited there for a second.
Yeah, the Hot and Spicy Nikes on. Like he was moving, schmoving, if you will. But there you go. Circle going all the way up to the northwest. So, a lot of teams going to be having to make those long wraps, long rotations in, and just kind of playing around that El Pozo, Crater Fields area. It'll be interesting to see where the late game goes, Matt, because I feel like last time we actually got to see a lot more urban endings than we had in the past. And That would make things interesting.
This is, yeah, we kind of expect this one to go more to the southeast or more to the east. We might see it go Pozo-sided. Cabrera did stay a big factor whenever we saw these circles. A bit more common. Of course, Crater Field's going to be pretty big inside this circle, and now you can dig down inside of a crater on top of being it. So you got like a dip inside of a crater where you can make your own little mini dip. So if you like dips, we got you dips for your dips, dog.
I was waiting to see if you were actually going to set up. I figured you were setting up for it, but are we still doing it like exhibit Pip Your Rides jokes in 2026? Are we just going to keep it alive?
I still see the meme on social media, so it's fine. Right?
Okay, well, yeah, but maybe you just follow a whole bunch of old people. You ever thought about that?
I don't
are the
people,
kids?
So. It's
got
to trend up
hip
to
with
like
exhibit? Are the kids still thinking of? I'll still never forget the episode of that where they put an aquarium in some dude's car. Like that was like the sickest thing I'd ever seen in my life. I still want that to this day.
X gonna give it to you is immortal, man. It's never gonna go away. So therefore, the meme is also immortal. That's the way I see it.
Okay, well that was DMX, not Exhibit. You Philistine. What are you doing?
I'm making a joke.
You're making a mockery, is what you're doing. Well, we have nothing to talk about because nothing's going on. There's 64 players still alive, and all these teams are still kind of slowly making their way in. I guess the only thing interesting to talk about is the teams that kind of stuck around on the edges are already kind of making their way towards circle. Now here's the question, though. All right, I've touched on it briefly last game. When a circle goes far away off of your drop spot, right? Mm-hmm. We've seen it in the past with teams like Liquid looting up in South Georgia. Well, where if it goes down a milli, they'll take their time. They'll just to make sure they have heals, right? To have a lot of healing stuff. Are we getting now to the point where if you're going to be coming in super late to the circle, you also will stick around not just for heals, but for utility, for grenades and stuff like that, just so you have that option of creating cover for yourself if you're coming in super late?
Well, that was always the secondary thing that people would hold for, was like the utility. But you are right; it was often more meds, but then also trying to get whatever explosives they could.
Well, I'm just wondering: are we like maybe phrase it like this? Do you instead will you drop meds to pick up grenades?
I don't know, because I feel like you've got to load up the cars, right? And so it feels like explosive in cars are going to be a thing. So if anything, losing a car and rotate, losing a player and rotate is going to have a lot more of a domino effect moving into the later stages of the game. I'm just curious if kind of what we were saying, that if you can fortify so much more, and if you get center circle and you're playing center circle and you get more time to set up stuff, it feels like that's going to become a bigger and bigger fortress. Are we going to see more of a commitment to not even stay in the blue and make a commitment to try to get into the circle even faster, just so that way you can like start working on that? Because yeah, nades are great, but if you have like an extra 2 minutes to start just digging a hole however you want, even with just a pickaxe, that's going to feel way better than just trying to rotate through, I guess, 5 million little speed bumps while you're trying to run into the circle.
Maybe even making it more like more worth to go take a high risk play to go and loot the boxes of any teams that you take out, just to see if they have anything left in their bag. Like obviously, like that's something that teams would do, but I don't know. It's just it's so fun to just kind of theory craft all this stuff and then think about all the different ways that these guys can come up with to use these things. As Santa Hero finds the most disgusting angle I've ever seen on a POSA.
It all makes sense to me. Remember EU and that centered meta where it happened like 5 or 6 years ago, where they would just like try to at least get a solo just smack dab on the middle of the dot in circle 3. Didn't matter if they lost 3 people. That's why Falcons wants Gustav. He's going to be their center guy. They're like, these EU guys know how to get to the center, even if it only is just with one, and hide out in there.
Oh, see,
it's all a modification of plans.
This was all a long play by the quote unquote capital T, capital C, the council, to kind of get to everybody to play EU style. Yeah, I think you're onto something, brother. I think you might be onto something. I got my tinfoil hat on for sure.
Bro, let's do it. Totally get one set up. I know how it's developing in the future. It's all about the updates. It was weeks in advance. Gustav is a spy.
Oh my goodness. He's a Manchurian candidate. I knew it. Well, so far so good for young Gustav and the Falcons. They did not the greatest last game, but considering what they were left to play with, I mean, ending up with 4 points, and now they're kind of slowly making their way in on the south side. Not electing to just send it towards center. This time they're taking their time hanging around on the edge. Oh, what do you got?
Talk about Pimp Your Ride, and suddenly Pippa appears in the Golden Murado.
I bet he's got a goldfish tank in the back of that thing.
He should.
You should.
Probably also like 50 grenades in the back or something.
Probably, maybe
else.
a couple of mortars, maybe a pickaxe or two just in case any of the boys need one. He's holding a pickaxe and a repair kit. He's fine. Wooly, this is if anybody was gonna have a ditch dug in the center of the circle with his whole team in it, I would have picked Wooly, but only a pan, unfortunately.
It'll develop there. They'll get there. I mean, do you even lift? I mean, think about it, dude. You get like, that's what a pickaxe can do. You get super like built using a pickaxe.
Absolutely.
This is exactly what Duel wants to do.
I mean, their pecs are going to be absolutely yoked by the end of this thing. Godlike with the high ground. Looks like Falcons will put 2 below. But they got Tony and Haven on the other side of San Martin right now. So this high ground spot is, I don't think is so much for ADR farming as it is just to kind of keep an eye on what might be coming their way from the south side.
Yeah, Godlike with center control with 2 and then edge control with the other 2 is Falcons and them going to be kind of just chilling next to each other. This is vision. That's about all you're trying to see. This is the old, I guess, Batulan special. Get yourself someone really high on Miramar. Try to figure out where everybody's going to be rotating. Pest control is going to be to the south of the circle, going to be pretty close to Duel, which is also pretty close to Toyo. San Martin, we've got a couple of squads playing around the outskirts of it. I mean, we've got Nugent All-Stars over there, No Way, who had themselves a great last game. Bestia going to be pretty close, with Fury running a 2-2 split. Sandstorm up to the north of that 55 is going to be using to rotate, and then nobody around really Cabrera, Crater Fields, or Pozo, except for What It Takes and Rock.
Yeah, if you look at the scatter plot of this circle, like everybody is playing in kind of that southeastern half of the circle. Everything off to the north, everything off to the west is pretty much empty here. Is LFP actually going to be a little bit aggressive? So Godlike maybe opting against doing the information gathering, decided they actually wanted to take a piece, but now LFP, I think, to think of well, he's going to hear the engines pulling away anyway, so job done.
Ooh. Man, I like the fact that Kickstart is playing that rock, so that way there is no easy harassment onto the other Falcons players in retreat. Very well handled. New circle will be revealing in a little while, and like you're saying, I feel like most of the players are thinking that this is going to go power grid sided. It stays pretty centered. We still keep in El Pozo, San Martin, and power grid, as well as all the trenches in between them. So the best of everything, I guess, is the best way to look at this.
And a lot of high ground, kind of dead center as well. Looks like that's what Rock is going to try to send it towards. We haven't seen any E pickups come through, so nobody really with the super high ground just yet. But all these teams kind of getting a little bit close to each other. Pippa going to be taking some long range fire. Where's that coming from? That's from No Way. It's a long way away. Wishing he would have got the hard top instead of the convertible.
Look, sometimes style matters, and Pippa strikes me as a guy. He respects style, so should be able to find some safety. X10, you can see, is going to have some friends in Furia just to the north of them. This is going to be on the eastern section of the circle, where Bestia, as well as 55, No Way, and all around San Martin might be rotating. Nugent All-Stars got themselves the BRDM. Fana gave it a look and is like, BRDM, I'm going to continue on my merry way. Not really have to deal with it, as the regroup is coming out for Godlike, as they're going to have a Godlike position on the high ground coming out of San Martin.
They are, and we'll see if they can collect something off of that, because there's still a lot of nonsense going off to the east here. As you see, No Way, 55, Bestia, all kind of hovering right around each other. Again, the only team coming in from the west, What It Takes, doing that long wrap around from the north side. They're going to find El Pozo completely clear. So they have a lot of room to play around. Now, Team Liquid ate a lot of blue coming out of the south. They're going to be pulling in just off to the side of Montenuevo. They'll see pest control if they stick around long enough. But really the only teams kind of playing around on the edges over here.
This is kind of a stupid circle. We've got El Pozo eating up a lot of it, then the Pozo fields down the southeast. You've got Montenuevo fields that we don't often get a chance to talk about. Then you've got the increase up into power grid, those high ground sections that you're talking about. We still also even have Crater Fields and Crater Factory that are in here. So there's a lot of kind of unpassable high ground points near the center where Rock's going to be playing from. and then just a whole bunch of kind of open areas leading into vantage points on high grounds. And you can see that's what Team Liquid is crossing right now. Look at these positions where you've got these players so far away that can start to get some level of control on rotates, and this is going to be a little bit of a crapshoot. You're going to have to take a gamble on what section of the map you think is going to be the safest for you to play and hope that the circle goes that direction.
And it's interesting too, because with 63 players alive, there's still a lot of routes to get and paths to get into this second circle, which is not something that we've always seen. And I think that has to do with the fact that these teams are playing more cautiously today than I think we've seen them in the past. A lot more teams are opting to send all 4 into one compound and just kind of play around that than have kind of seen in the past.
Well, you can't really run the 2-2 splits with the verticality that's coming to this, because like you're talking about the corralling hillsides that are like you can't really traverse easy are going to be very close to center. So that means that a lot of teams are now doing this offset play that you were kind of talking about. You just got to get together. You can't do wide splits really, otherwise you're going to be too punished. And this is Falcons trying to fend up one of their sections of it, and DNL just takes it to the face from Crimson.
Oh my goodness, yeah, no way. Not getting a really good read on that power grid situation. They had Slabby playing anchor way off in the distance. And look at that hard shift off to the north, Matt. Nobody, I mean, Rock, RBN is about the closest to center, and he's just got the high ground right now. No way. Looks like they're going to lose 2. Gladiator will be able to get out. But look, I mean, everybody's going to be coming into this thing from the south.
Okay, not surprised that we're seeing emergency pickup come out already. 55 ahead of the curve on that one. We also have the Sandstorm over into the west, rotates specifically into the east. It's going to be really dicey. Godlike's just going to be rolling right next to Wolf. Ahead of this one is we've got Crater Factory, Crater Fields, leading down into Pozo Fields, and a Sandstorm on top of the entirety of it. This is a very coordinated and kind of cut off into different sectors. So if you can get through the gauntlet right at the start, where Wolf is going to be at, you can find a couple of places to play that are going to provide some level of safety for you to kind of navigate what's bound to come, because there's going to be a lot of teams stacked on top as Toyo can't even get out of position. They're just stuck over here right next to Team Liquid.
My God, the timing on that Sandstorm was absolutely, I don't know if it was good or bad for most of these teams. Looks like it was bad for Toyo and Liquid as they end up getting involved in a fight that maybe they didn't necessarily want. And they're about to be joined by Falcons as they're coming in from the long wrap off to the south. So they need to get done quickly here.
Liquid, too many angles to peek. Cowboy and Luke 12 down. So it is a 2v2 on the outside of this one. Capitan coming to try to pick up Emmy. As Kurt has just got a goal, but he can't really get the angles onto it. The hillside's providing enough cover. Is it at least enough of a distraction to maybe get one of the players back up for Team Liquid? Looks like that's what they were trying to commit into, but Alo got too many friends up on top of him as Kurt not being the distraction that he wanted. Shot's going to come out, and really nade's going to be coming out between Alo and Capitan gets the better side of it, as now Emmy realizes this is just going to be the BRDM. That's the only problem they've got to deal with. Kurt jumps out. He goes down, and Team Liquid out early.
Oh, he had to jump out. The Panzer came out, and he knew what was coming. So now that's going to be a pickup there of a BRDM for Toyo. They should be able to get their blue chips. But remember, Falcons was hovering down here. They heard that gunfight. They stopped down. They looked over in this direction. Couldn't see any angles that they took, so they continued on their way to get in the circle. But they will be looking back here. What a spray! It's a Kraken and DraftKings combined to get Vinny down.
Here comes more, though. No way. Right on the similar path. Here's the firefight and goes, nah, I think we might just stop here for the time being. New Gen All-Stars are going to be rotating in on top of Wolf to the southeast, but I think that most of this is kind of calmed down. We've got Pest Control that opted into the Crater Fields. Nobody wanted to go factory. No surprise, given the fact that on the outside of that, those high hillsides, we've got Bestia, we've got Furia, and we also have Rock. Everybody's starting to kind of give an eyesight to on what's going to be rotating around them. Also, 55 looks like they went super high ground using their emergency pickup.
They sure did, and I saw Ghoul pulled out the mortar. I'm not sure where the mortar was being sent, but that hard shift again now going off to the east. So all these teams that are off in the El Pozo Fields area, that high ground, not going to be around any longer as Copenhagen Wolves will put their attention towards New Gen All-Stars.
Where does New Gen All-Stars even go? Because even if they manage to get away from the Wolves, there's going to be X10 on the other side of it, and this is just kind of what we're looking at. There are not a lot of good ways to handle this. New Gen All-Stars realize it. They just got to take whatever casualties they have to just to try to get into the circle. Duel going to be gatekeeping out, but also keeping an eye on what's going on with Last Breath, as well as 55. They've got a great gatekeeping position onto Falcons, onto what it takes, and even kind of Toyo's Emmy, who's trying to go for a res right now.
Yeah, Falcons, they lose one in the process, but they do manage to get the rest of the three past that big gatekeep that was going on the edge. Godlike, meanwhile, you see how deep they are. They've got 4 on top of each other. They're going to try to defend themselves as best they can. Falcons will pull up just off to their west. You can see on your mini-map as their attention still being spent over towards New Gen All-Stars. Tiggleton, though, will come around the side. He'll find the first knock on a Tony.
This is just going to be that awkward vertical positioning that we're going to be looking at moving forward. Everybody is going to be playing a game of paper, rock, scissors. We're up on top. Rock's got vision onto what's going on with Tiggleton and the boys. Nade's just rolling down the hillside. This is, I know we talk about fishing with dynamite, but this feels very similar to that as 55 jumps out of their high ground, no longer inside the circle, and has actually put the work into last breath as Arv just trying to get a res. Can 55 get here and find them fast enough? Blind spray is going to come out, but not going to find any joy.
Won't find him, but he pulls him off the res, at least temporarily. So, yeah, Arv having to try to hold the line here while his teammates kind of slowly bleed out. Just recycle those smokes, trying to slow things down. There you go. You're going to get another one back up. So, Danny on his feet. Blazer now the last one. So 55, they had an opportunity there. They had 3 knocks, and they had them down to 1 player, but they stuck around. They took a little bit too long trying to figure it out how they wanted to deal with it.
Oh, no. Toyo, you've been out there for so long, and now you're finding this angle that 55's got on absolute dominance control. Looks down, spots out everybody on last breath, tries to feed the information over to Glock, but just no good vision. Furia trying to deal with Bestia as they were kind of caught up in what's going on pretty off-center, just to the northeast. Couple of shots. Good connection coming up from BL and DraftKings.
Go ahead, BL. Pippa, last one left alive, and he's going to have to just retreat off to the north. Unfortunately for him, Pest Control is over there, and they're going to hear that vehicle, so they'll be keeping an eye out for him. Toyo, looks like Emmy's going to be able to get back into the BRDM and survive a little bit longer. Falcons now under pressure from Furia once again. Looks like Toyo were able to get a couple of their players back on their feet off of the res, but Solds and Fakeson just going to be sending themselves right into another bad location here.
New circle is popped, and the Pest Control's got to push down. Looks like No Way is also going to be making a wrap up into the north, trying to fight their way into the territory that's kind of godlike Falcons and X10 controlled right now. Last breath can't just find a way out of this point now, dealing with what it takes. What it takes, though, they've got to rotate. Duel's got to get into the circle, and Copenhagen Wolves are trying to fight their way down the hillside, dealing with long-range shots coming up from Falcons. So Factory's going to finally be leaving, and a lot of squads playing those, I guess that secondary crater coming out of Crater Fields. They're going to be losing their high ground and moving into the no man's land.
Yeah, Rock had great position for the longest time. Now they have to move once again. Duel, you saw them pinned down by Wolves. We'll get the res onto their fallen player, and they'll get back to trying to figure out how to escape this compound while under the watchful eyes of those Copenhagen Wolves just above them.
It's going to be a little bit more bold and rotate. Squads don't have as much territory, and it's going to be pretty open. With the way that this hillside is set, squads that are going to be into the north are going to have great vision on everything that's going to be happening in the center of the circle, and squads to the south going to be in the same position. Copenhagen Wolves trying to use it. North's going to have some more cover pieces to play, but Rock on their pathing opts to go more north, wraps in, gets great vision on Pest Control trying to get in the circle, and there is just nowhere to go. Now it's going to be about Pest Control, sending it right into the circle, right next to Fakeson. Furia, Rock also going to be coming up back behind this. Pest Control just has no easy path into the circle.
It's just a series of blind sends being made right now. Duel will get 3 to their final location. Looks like No Way will stop just on that northern side. Rock still trying to figure out what's left of Pest Control. We'll find K-Mine. Now Conf, the last one left alive. Looks like Fakeson. I mean, he was a res, so he might not even have anything in his bag. I think he might just be on high ground right now trying to survive.
No purpose in digging anything in a circle like this one because it is just so high-sided onto the north of this. Rock going to continue their wrap around, starting to feel more safe. Still 4 players up. Pest Control, Comp! Spots out low section, though. Great plays from the solo, still up, just trying to make this as painful as possible. Nades exploding around him. Blue zone on top. Finally, he does go down. Rock, though, looks like they're going to play to the west. They want nothing to do with what's going on with Furia over into the east.
That's a nasty little AK spray from Conf there, and it causes problems for Rock as they were looking to have a pretty decent game here. Now they have to do it with 3, losing Santastico. Big fragger for them, but they do have a spot here left to play inside the zone. They can keep their vehicles safe for the time being and still have some high ground to cause problems here for what it takes.
This is hard if you're one of the southern teams. You do have some territory you can play as the circle has.
Got better.
Pumped. Yeah, but I mean, you can see Wolf can't even move forward just due to the way that hill is set. They have to kind of go into this lower section of it and hope that maybe they can use Falcons as a buffer from everything that's going to be going on to the north, because most of our squads do have to push their way down, and that desperation push that came out from Duel just a moment ago is going to be big. But that also does mean that that's going to put them in the focal point of a lot of teams coming down from those hills.
Sure is, but they don't have angles on them just yet. But conversely, Duel doesn't have angles on them. You can see just no shots coming out of those purple boys. X10 also have the compound on the very low ground as a sparking, from the high ground. Makes it look easy, doesn't it?
I mean, got the damage out. That's crazy. Mini mortar coming out from sparking over there is godlike. You're going to have a lot of friends and the ones that you've been harassing for a while. Copenhagen Wolves is going to be on top of Falcons, but there is at least enough of a hillside to where it's only throwables for the time being. Kickstart going to be the guy that gets there first to try to stop. You can see Wolf doesn't have really much cover that they can play. Falcons can't even go for a peek out as it is going to be a Molotov coming out from H-Win. Nade pops right into the face on the other side of it, and Copenhagen Wolves, no territory to go, are being hunted down like dogs.
Oh boy. It had to be Wolves versus Falcons again, didn't it? And Tiggleton and Kickstart, the last 2 players left alive here, as Flood will survive on the very far south side of the circle here. Now RBN and the Rock Sports Esports guys are going to try to push into Godlike, and they will win that fight. Up to 11 kills now for Rock. They still have to make their way into the zone, but a lot of damage already done for them.
The last game wasn't the best for them, so Rock really finding some success right now. Shooting up the leaderboard, presently in 4th place and in touching distance of what's going to be going on with Furia. Furia is going to be trying to find some way to get into the circle. External from this one is not going to feel too good just yet. This is what Duel's working with. So yeah, they did get into the circle, but if you want to know why we haven't been seeing them like get a lot of kills or anything, this is just kind of what they're doing over here. They don't have a lot. They've got that ridge line that's going to provide them some safety, but that's about it. Take your pick. Which card do you want, Sparky?
Yeah, I think the only person that Duel had eyes on there, even temporarily, was Flood, who got a knock onto, I think it was Posa from Furia. They were able to get him back on his feet, but Furia is starting to make their way down that road, so Duel will have to be on the clock as the rest of Sparking what's left of his vehicle. He's going to have another rock he can get behind, and he gets there just in the nick of time. Tiggleton and the boys had eyes on it.
That one was close. All right, so if you're X10 or you're Copenhagen Wolves Flood, you got some choices. You can take some shots and Duel that's trying to make their push. You can take some shots into Furia that's trying to make their push. X10 can also take some shots at Rock. Really, it's just Falcons that are just staying hunkered down, and everybody else is just trying to get a little bit better into the circles. Man, it moves down into those roads. X10 is just set up to feast here.
I mean, I don't know about feast. They've got 2 kills, and I have not seen X10 shoot at anything in the past like 10 minutes. I don't think they see anything. Yeah. Okay, now they see Fakeson. Okay, they got an angle on him, and that's the only thing that they're shooting at right now. And Fakeson will get taken down by Santahiro, so that'll be another kill picked up for X10. But Furia, look at, I mean, they're being very, very cautious with how they deal with Duel here. Oh, there's the grenades. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of got to brute force your way into this. You can't lean any more to the other side of the road if you're Posa, because then that makes you vulnerable to X10. Duel can't deal with too much more coming out of this. Even Mortar is getting a bit involved. That's going to be coming out from Falcons.
Of course it is.
I think that was going after Sparking. I don't know if it was going after Duel. Either way. Oh, no, it's going after Sparking. That's just Tiggleton being Tiggleton there.
I mean, why not? You got them. You might as well use them. Well, they use them. They get the knock. They get the kill, and they immediately send it down towards the low side. They've got a little bit of real estate to play here, and you can see what they're working with. Everything else going on uphill. Can't see. Now, Furia is going to have to start being a little bit more active here now that they've got to push in.
Using the smokes, no clean angles. Flood's trying to rotate, so he's not getting too involved yet. Playing positions, jumps out of the cars, tries to be sneaky. Duel with a little bit of a trap set up. but the molly's gonna be enough to put in the work. Wooly just doesn't like sharp shot.
Yeah, Wooly's gonna have to sharp shot some McDanks for that one. I think maybe get him some French fries and a chicky nugget, because that feels pretty bad. Well, Duel will keep the 2 alive. They have the high ground, the only ones really to have high ground there, as Flood will get taken down by Penta. And we'll see how long they can stick around with this. X10 starting to make moves a little bit, but they can still just kind of take whatever they want, really, and not have to worry about anything.
This is kind of scary for Duel. I mean, they're gonna have to deal with Falcons, who are just waiting for them to get out of the smokes, and right at the edge of the road, you can see just being patient, trying to take a couple of shots into the window. That was very well read from Duel, not moving the vehicle all the way down. Kick already had just a great line right onto it. Circle pops, and Duel still's got to keep going. So, yeah, it's going to be really fun to try to push down this hill.
It looks like Cloudera starting to get a little bit more ambitious here for X10. They're still not looking at anything. Tiggleton and the boys. Oh, yeah, there goes any cover. Look at that thing skating down the hill. Good Lord. That is...
Free cover for X10?
Somebody. I mean, well, a little bit. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, X10 just try to play around the crates. Wooly's going to punish a little bit, but I mean, you can see this is X10 and Falcons both looking at Duel, and just this little bit of a ridge going to be enough. You're talking about Cloudera. Now Santi also going to come over here. And oh, Cloudera. So vertical over here. This is just wanting whatever kills they can get. I mean, get what you can, man.
I mean, yeah, you might as well. Like, this is it. I don't want to say that this should be free for X10, because nothing is free, right? You still you got 3 guys. You still got a duo of Falcons. And I mean, Wooly is just going to survive as long as he can. They both messaged me and said, "Oh no, don't worry." Wooly, Sharp said Wooly gave him his DMR after Sharp used the Panzer, so they're okay. They're good. They're copacetic, but Wooly will go down to the blue in the end. And so now X10, you've been sitting around in that compound for a long time. You need to get this. What the hell? Tiggleton through the smokes will take down Kalnix, and it's a 2v2.
No real control over center just yet for anybody. That was going to be Kalnix's job. So this is just going to be a hillside firefight. Prep, get your meds ready, because these peaks are about to be absolutely brutal. High side looks what Falcons are wanting to go up against. No surprise onto it. Slow, steady movements coming out from X10 is there, just trying to get themselves prepped. That's a big pickup at this late stage, especially for a couple of peaks.
The dirty boy shotgun moving through the smokes on the hillside. Oh my goodness. Well, Tig just playing around the edges of the smokes. You see the amount of utility starting to get low for both of these teams, as you gotta like X10's chances. They've got level 3s. Tiggleton sitting there with a level 1 helmet. I don't know, man. It's tough to call, but I mean, Falcons could definitely pull this off, but it's going to take some work.
Balzer and Santi have been having some big moments of their own. Can X10 step into this? Because this is tied game right now. 18 points between both of these squads. Eyezone trying to make something climb for the Falcons, and X10 wanting to start some momentum for themselves. Kickstart's got himself the nade ready. Does he have a read on it? Toss it, get some damage out. X10 has to retreat. Santi takes a ton off of it, and that's going to give more control on positioning to the Falcons, as they have managed to set up, waiting for X10 to try to move out of the smoke and towards the center.
Kickstart being the aggro one here. Tiggleton being that anchor man, playing a little bit further back, has that shield to play around. The Kickstart taking that bulldog roll, getting in there, waiting to hear some footsteps. Cloudera gets knocked very low, has to be careful. Santihiro Kicks going to spot him out. It's just playing around the smokes right now and the shields.
So close. Cloudera trying to make a hero play. Santi at range, spots out Kickstart, gets damaged. Blue zone's going to be able to provide some resistance, but it's going to be a counter on the inside. It's a 1v1. Tig low on life, Santi on the other, but Tig has a shield, and Santi only has a bush.
What a play. At the end, the experience shines through, and that could have gone either way. Falcons, though, managed to pull it out after what was a rough and tumble game for them from the start. Toffees, they get the victory.
Game so much so that he inspired, I kid you not, a vac spam in the chat off the back of that Twitch shot. This guy looks good. That said, Zanti made a really good play. I really thought there was a chance they come away with that. It was a fun end game to watch, and yet again, pickaxes and grenades, name of the game, Matchroom.
Oh, this was really weird looking at these later stages of it. We've talked about the verticality of Miramar, but this was the most extreme that I think that we have seen Circles kind of force this out. Just look at these sight lines that the players are working with. It is just up and down all over the place, squads stacked on top of each other, just a couple of meters being separated out. But the way that the terrain has set, it was perfect. Everybody could go for these closer range pushes, but if you wanted to get into the circle, you were having to push through a squad or two.
All right, let's watch to the end game. Things got a little bit crazy here. We saw a lot of teams hunkered down. I will say this. I saw a grenade from Kickstart that made me sing with joy because I love great strategy. They had a blue zone deployed against their opponents, and when that blue zone grenade started to close, he threw it, bounced off the middle of the blue close position, knowing that they're going to follow that blue zone grenade in as it closes. You know what I mean? Like anytime that you get pushed out by a blue, when it collapses, you follow it back in, and he knew that. He played the tendencies and almost got the knock off the back of that. It didn't get the knock, but it pushed him far enough back that they moved forward. Got a great spot for Tiggleton to bring this thing home. 10 kills, 20 points. Rock Esports, though, Poro, also looking really hot with 11.
Yeah, they had a great position to start off things. They were able to see everything. They had the high ground early on. They kind of knew everything that was going on. They were able to clean up most of the north side. The only problem was they ended up taking a couple of losses here and there, just kind of getting picked apart. But that was always going to be the case fighting from that north side when, as Matt said, all these teams were able to be kind of right on top of each other and involved in these close range scraps. Rock comes out on top of most of them and ends up with 11 kills, 13 points overall. Great performance for them to start the day.
It's I think you brought it up, the idea of do we see people stay late for not just meds anymore, but utility as well. And it did seem like we're starting to see that. Everyone depending on utility. As the total leaderboard pops up, Falcons in first. Shocked or nah, right? As they do really well here. This is no surprise. No Way also puts up some big numbers. Pest Control had a hard day one last time in the group stages. They're back. They're looking good here today. You know, the tops is the tops. I'm not super shocked by that. Is there anything that you've noticed or anybody who's letting you down, standing out? Matt, what do you think about the leaderboard?
I just got to say, No Way. 10 placement points in 2 games, man. Finding good kills tied up with what's going on with the Falcons. This is big for them because they were kind of having some back and forth games throughout the finals. They managed to make it through there. But then at the tail end, we saw them get a second, a first, a fifth, and a seventh. Starting to find some decent consistency. So No Way might be trying to make themselves a contender for some of these middle of the pack, if not upper pack teams, trying to see how this is going to move forward. Duel also going to be in a good position moving forward. X10 off the positioning off the later stages that they managed to find. But I think it does come down to this. It was Falcons and Rock just doing so much work. Look at those damage numbers.
The hustle. When the birds go to war, Poro, the rest of the field is destroyed. These two look good. They looked good. They felt good in the desert. Not lost on me that that's a Rock and a Falcon in the desert. They thrive there. Do they transfer that over to our quote-unquote wild card, not so wild card maps?
I don't know. I wanted to make the two birds at the top, and we're all statues right now, right? Like
they're pooping on us.
Some days you're the pigeon, some days you're the statue. Yeah, something. Well, anyway, look, there's some big names on the right side of that leaderboard right now that I think a lot of us are a little bit surprised by. But again, this is just the byproduct of having these 5-game sets with so much on the line, and there's still plenty of time. All it takes is one good game to kind of put yourself in the driver's seat. So we'll see who will come out on top in these next 3, but it would be surprising to see some of those teams on the right side of the leaderboard end up having to play more than one day.
Surprising enough to raise your eyebrows, or all 4 of them if you are Paladin. 8 kills going the way of Tiggleton. Gosh, this guy. Big on screen, big in photos, and big in the game. This feels like the year of Tig, Matchroom.
Well, at least in Americas, we'll hope to see the momentum carry into the internationals. But if anything, it does feel like we were talking about coming into this new setup that they're running, giving him mortars, giving him DMRs, letting him cut loose a lot more. It feels like this squad's got a lot more, I guess, desire in it right now. They're a lot more driven, and it comes off of individual plays and clutch moments. Not saying anything, the fact that they weren't driven beforehand, it just feels like they're hungrier than we've seen them in a while.
It's that shot in the arm, right? You can go through any kind of sport all the way back for it. I'm not going to get into my traditional sports talk because everybody gives me a hard time about that.
I was about to.
Right, but over and over, we've seen where teams, championship teams, just needed a little bit of a change, a little bit of a shift to get them back into championship form.
You know, I don't want to say like I know exactly what it is that's causing Tig to have this kind of little mini renaissance so far here at the beginning of 26. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Gustav is there, right? And I think Tig is also always, they're trying to impress Gustav a little bit, you know, just a little bit. You want to let him know that they're up there, but you know, Tig has kind of been playing this anchor position for a while. But the when you had H-Wing kind of leading the squad, like, thrown over to traditional sports, you could have the best run blocking in the league, but if you never run the ball, it doesn't really matter, right? So like if maybe the way that H-Win, obviously huge brain on H-Win, and Falcons had a lot of success playing the way they did, but the way they were playing wasn't really getting as much use out of what Tiggleton's really, really good at, right? With especially playing from that anchor spot. So something about the way they're playing right now around Kickstart and around Gustav is really kind of making Tig, putting him in those situations where he can do what he does best.
All right, I want to take a quick
too.
break. I want to make sure you guys have time for a quick break. You've been going hard for 2 games. So let's take a quick step away. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with game number 3. We can get back into the Tig, Gustav, and everyone else because we've seen some big all-stars. Don't go anywhere. Big moments on the way.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
After an eyebrow-raising second game and a more than exciting first, we've learned some new things as we return here for game number 3. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Matchman Poro. The number one rule is that everyone must dig. There's no exceptions. It seems like the pickaxe has been more popular than anything I've ever seen. In fact, Matt, I don't think I've seen this much picking or digging since I substituted for a second grade classroom. It is wild out there.
I mean, we can make whatever mining jokes that we want to, because I know that
I've got a million of them.
You know that EU, the memes from
mind.
last year down in the mines was going on all over the place. I'm just waiting for it to make a resurgence. I'm curious, though, because we didn't see it be that, like, it was happening in a lot of places, like getting the dips and stuff like that, but we did see that verticality is still king whenever it comes into playing around that. So there are definitely times and places whenever you have to make the commitment into going for them. So at least we did get that showcased a bit in that last game.
Yeah, I think that's the Miramar nature. It was wide open. It had some really good opportunities for people playing with and without the dig-ins. I think our next map is going to take us right back to that. I will say it. The things that I have not seen that I keep waiting for is things like blue chip opponents, you know, getting the care packages by cashing in blue chips. That's the kind of thing that I'm not sure if it's happening off screen or not, but I kind of wondered when the patch notes came out, would this have an impact? Poro, do you think it's something that is going to down the line, or is it just too much work to have to go through that?
You know, it's really just kind of what if the payoff's worth it, because you know, as we're reading a little bit deeper, you find out that if you put the blue chips in, you put 2 blue chips in, you get that care package, but the team that you took the blue chips from will still see those blue chips, and then they can go and retrieve them, right? So it's still it's a little bit more of a pain, and it's obviously, like, you could plan around it if you want, but it's really is the work worth the payoff when it comes to the crates, especially when you consider maps like this where you've got the care package drops everywhere.
For me, it's about the risk worth it, because going and trying to secure blue chips, it doesn't really happen too much in the later stage of the game. You don't have the time for it, so it would have to be like a circle 1 or a circle 2, and if it's presented, then you take it. But even then, it feels like trying to secure blue chips or even just going after crates is something a lot of squads don't want to risk even a player to go after.
Yeah, I can dig that.
Oh
it
my!
Seems like these teams have a lot of tunnel vision. What did you say? You won't lie about what?
I said, oh my, that circle.
Ah,
holy smokes! I've never seen one that far south, man. Or at least if we have, it's been a really long time.
We keep getting these southern circles, and especially, at least it got off the wall, right? We've been seeing him lean over to that zone wall to the east. This time, at least, it's pushing over to the west. And so that just means that everybody should be familiar with the circle, because we've seen it a lot. Well, this area a lot.
You know, it's the kind of circle that'll make you say, "Oh, hang," and you gotta adapt. You gotta roll with it. Now, we have teams that are pretty good at adapting, that have had to roll with a tough time recently. That is Team Liquid. Roster change, some old guard players, an up and down last couple of years. They got third coming out of the finals, and as they prepare for today, we got a chance to catch up with Purdy Curdy to get their thoughts on this event.
I think one of the biggest jumps for us from day 1 to day 2 is really focusing on prioritizing how we would lose the game rather than how we win it. To start, I think we were skipping a step, and I think kind of nailing down how to deal with certain threats and how we would lose the game was kind of a big change up for us there. I definitely wouldn't throw it out the window. I would say it's a cause for concern and definitely things we want to improve on. No matter where you can get a point, whether it's 1 point or 5 points or a win, you want to try and focus on fixing that, and every point will always matter. So for us, Tego and Rondo are definitely a cause for concern and looking to improve on those. I think it's a lot of team discussions involved in that one, and it's a lot of bouncing back and forth off of your coaches and your teammates. But I think you just have to have the fundamentals remain for your play style, whether that be edge or center heavy, or you like to get into a lot of fights, get scrappy, whatever it might be. For us, it's just constantly scrimming and practicing and trying to implement those small changes while preserving our identity. The big thing from the past for us, at least for this last week, is like we kind of talked about in the first question, it's kind of preserving our game and talking about how we can lose the game before we can figure out how we want to win it. As long as we can take that with us, keep that tight, and keep remembering that, I think we'll figure out how to close out games a little bit after that and kind of how to stack some more points. Obviously, like mentioned, Tego and Rondo are going to be a focus, trying to play better on those maps, and I think if we can do that, then we'll definitely be competing for the top spot.
I like that. A focus on how you're losing instead of how you can win. That way you can kind of change your perspective on your approach to the game, because there is something to be said. That's saying, like, we're focusing on our mistakes, not necessarily the successes of others.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting take, and I mean, one could argue it's a little bit negative, but when these guys have been around for as long as they have, like, you're trying to do everything that you can possibly think of to switch things up, especially
I've
when you're
never
having
seen
some
Kirby
successes like that. Yeah, okay. Let's calm down on that. But I think the way, and I don't think that they're saying it in a negative way, right? It's kind of like, instead of saying like, okay, well, if we go to this dip here, then we'll definitely win. It's saying, okay, well, if we go to this dip here, then we're definitely going to lose. So let's not do that. And it's honestly, it's opening things up for you as an IGL and as a team to think of different ways to kind of get into to win from different spots, right? So it's just it's a shift in perspective, and it's kind of opening up more positive things for you while like pushing away the negative things. So it's an interesting mind game that I think they're playing.
I think it's a better choice to kind of approach it, because a lot of teams are always caught up on, oh, if only we had done this. Yeah, that's fine and good, but if you look at why you did that, because the best way to improve is to look at yourself and look at your errors. There's a reason why they say if you want to get good at playing the game, record yourself. Watch how you move. Watch what you do. Look at how much time you waste doing this or that. A lot of teams even talk about, hey, we're focused on ourselves. We don't really think about how other teams are doing this, other than like what their rotation patterns are. But whenever you start looking at how you lose games, I think that you can figure out a lot more about yourself, and that identity that he was talking about is Godlike. Looks like he's trying to figure out how he can find some successes here. Never mind, he wants to be out of that. That doesn't feel too good.
Boy, bye. And yeah, I think both of them are thinking the same thing there. Just let's avoid any of this early game shenanigans, which honestly, so far, considering how many early game shenanigans we got to see all of the last couple of weeks, it's kind of surprising to me that so far today, it seems like these teams are behaving themselves in the early game for the most part. We'll see if that continues to be the trend. I think the pressure and the stress of the 5-game set may be setting in a little bit more here.
I mean, we've got so much going on, right? 5 games to qualify. Top 8 are going to be the ones that go forward. Then we kind of have to look at crazy circles that we keep getting in these qualification games, like the one we're looking at right now that's so far down to the south. And then you've even got to deal with the new updates, the new explosion stuff, the digging. It's no surprise that people are being a bit, I guess, more hesitant and wanting to make those big like pushes in that are just going to be win or die, right?
Yeah. And again, I mean, this is another map now that we're saying it wasn't, you talked about it being on Miramar and this kind of the circle that we were playing in that time. That was definitely correct. But now we're seeing it again on this map where teams are 4 deep. I mean, look at Furia, 4 deep in a compound, 55, 4 deep in a compound, Falcons, Pest Control, all the way down. I mean, you're seeing a 2-2 splits from a couple of teams, but even those aren't that big. So teams are kind of opting to go for this safety in the early game rather than going for these big information gathering wide splits.
I don't fault him for that. Being a little bit risk averse in a situation where you don't know exactly what you're going to be looking at moving forward is the right way to do this. A big part of PUBG is going to be navigating the numbers, right? Saying, okay, if we get this, we might lose 1 player, but that could get us a position to like maybe win the game or something else like that. You want to be every single one of these IGL choices or the information that's being fed over, such as what's going on with the Kraken right now, is just going to be about, okay, how much do we get out of this? What do we get, but what do we potentially lose by doing this? And right now, everybody thinks that just going to the south is the smartest play and the least risk averse.
That's interesting. They got that knock and then immediately got into vehicles, and I was kind of wondering if Duel was going to maybe collapse on that. And it looks like they might be here as we see Falcons taking shots over towards Vox up in the air. Wolves will just continue to make their way off to the east into Bux and Sa, and should slow things down. But yeah, Duel, I think, actually taking this fight up against Furia.
Let's go. Early game skirmishing where it can work, and this is a good crossfire position, so no surprise on it. They've got 2 different angles of aggress. They also have Kane back behind, providing some cover for Penta. Thinking maybe they could just kind of fish this one out, but Furia is not going to leave a man behind. Instead, run back over to their compound, and Kraken should be safe, because I don't think that anybody from Duel wants to push down after Kraken.
Oh yeah, this is I mean, it's aggression on the part of Duel, but it's measured aggression, right? Like they didn't full 4 men send it. They knew that they could get Penta close enough to get into grenade range, so they sent him to see if he could maybe find it. Didn't find it, so won't get too antsy in the pantsy about that one. And Furious should be able to reset.
And I like that, because Duel, if you play the math of the way the circles are going to go, this has a pretty decent chance of being one of the end game positions, the way that they're kind of split up here. So Furia, that's kind of why they're jockeying up against each other, but nobody wants to overextend it just yet. The way that this has kind of been set up, they also do have Wit down to the south of them.
Oh, no.
Rock's going to be over here into the west and waiting patient. Next 10 is going to be playing more coastline. I don't think that they're going to give him a clean shot with this, but, you know, Panzers, you don't always need them. You can just go for a couple of shots, maybe connect.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a different Rock than we were seeing last week, being more aggressive here. And look at this. They even create their own little dip that they can hide out and camp here. Kalnix will get spotted out by Sparking with that M16. So Rock camping out here, trying to get some points early.
Funnel them in. Get yourself situated as they can find success. This is like flavor of older Rock that we saw that would go for like a circle 1 or 2 camp, catch somebody out, then go for a more centered position, just try to sneak their way through. As the circle does pop, does put Duel and Furia pretty centered on it. Teams that are going to be rotating from the outside, it's going to be Falcons, Pest Control, Toyo, Rock, X10, Bestia, and kind of No Way. Not really No Way, but a little bit.
Yeah, I think the other thing about Rock is that they knew that they were coming in so late and that the circle was so weird that, you know, might as well stick around and see if you can get a couple of points off of that before having to eventually make your way in. New Gen All-Star. Oh, no, Finna getting a little bit too close there to the compound. Furia will take him down. Fortunately, the rest of the boys will be able to escape, but they're pushing away, and Wolves is kind of coming in from that eastern side, so they may not be out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, and that is also going to be more of a field lay that they're having to stop at right now. It's just damage control stop to get a bit more information. It is actually going to be New Gen All-Stars that are taking shots and forcing Wolf a bit more to the south. There is enough area around here that can be played, but it looks like Fury's more caught up in trying to get crates. They got themselves a crate and they've stolen it and they want to bring it back. But that has allowed Wolf to at least get into a spot.
It has. And the other thing is that you remember, this is the Furia that was posted up in that compound right next to Duel. So Duel still sticking with that 2-2 split, despite the fact that they have the dead center compound. We'll see how long they stick around with that, or if Furia, looks like Furia actually pulled into their own little 2-2. So Duel could be able to pull that back together eventually, but it might be dangerous. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it.
Where do you go with your Falcons right now? Because Godlike has themselves a good position, and Falcons doesn't really have a good way into the circle. The way that this is kind of set up, there's a hillside just to the west of Ohyang that's made it a bit more complicated. And I don't think that Falcons want to push into the ravine because it means that they deal with that 2-2 split from Duel in the northern section of it, as well as Godlike. So instead, they're going to wrap all the way around to Ohyang. And then in the south, we've got ourselves Rock that is going to be rotating, and then Bestia over here as well. I'll tell you, is also just making a bit more of a bold push to center.
Yeah, some interesting decisions that are going to have to be made here. And as you said, still a lot of that water in the dead center. Now we get a red zone also kind of around dead center. Bestia, this is like they're slowing down. Good setup. Let's see if they sniffed out Rock is coming behind them. Did they see that?
At least a little bit. Binya is definitely focused, and all the Doritos spun back around. Rock's going to be just a little bit behind them. This is a really defensive setup for this one, but they have not called Pippa back in for reinforcements. I think that this is just saying if maybe they can steal a kill, get something out of it, but Vinny has found himself too many friends. So he doesn't want to stay over here for too long. Frogman's going to get some vision, and I think that Rock might have also realized this might not be the way to go. They're going to play more to the north side of it and avoid Bestia for the most part, but Frogman finding it again. This guy, man, he's got a gun on him.
Ribbit? Nice shots from him. Takes down RBN and make sure you secure that point, though. Yep, Frogman will do so. So, yeah, Rock losing one, and now it seems like they're a little bit stuck here as Bestia, as you said, that big wide split that they had to kind of cause problems for Rock is doing exactly what it was meant to do. As looks like Falcons will come in from that northern side. Pest Control going to do the same. And wouldn't you know it, centering right up on that Team Liquid 2-2 split. We'll see Duel immediately hop into their vehicles, try to send it back over and rejoin, while Bestia will go ahead and pull away from Rock.
Yeah, no fault on Bestia for that one. There is a potential for another kill, but you have to assume that Rock's going to wrap to the north. You play the coastline instead. You find yourself a good position closer to the center of the circle, but that means that they might bump into No Way. Last breath. On the other side, just a bit further north, going to spot out Rock in their rotation, but not much they can really do about it. They're just going to kind of chill. Song is going to be enough for them for the time being, but this does not feel good. Coming out of Song there is a very wide open territory that's going to be into the east that's not going to provide them a lot. Duel in that regroup is going to get punished by Furia, but I think that should be pretty restable.
DraftKings still dirty with that mini, isn't he? Give him a little bit of high ground to work with, give him some time to peek around, and he will cause problems as New Gen All-Stars just getting picked apart by Furia. Shots coming from Duel as well. So they will find a little bit of a shack to hide out in for now. Meanwhile, the edges of the circle, Matt, also starting to get a little bit spicy as Pest Control has pulled into Wolves. Falcons kind of backfilling them on the east. And you got 3 teams coming in from the west that are all going to run into each other.
Yeah, this is a pretty open circle right along the edges, specifically in the west. So no surprise that the rap's going to be really big. Copenhagen Wolves got to deal with Pest Controls right on top of them. But now that's going to provide enough for Falcons to kind of squeeze their way in here and steal something for them to hunker down, start fortifying for themselves. Godlike over into the west can't really find a way in easy into the circle. It looks like they maybe prepped up some mortars to shoot over at 55, who's got themselves a high ground positioning. Play from. Song getting that attention that you're talking about is now X10 can't find anywhere to cross. They're going to wrap down to the south. That could put them pretty close to Bestia as well as No Way. And Bestia doesn't like their positioning at all because they're getting harassed by Last Breath and Song.
Yeah, they pulled in on the coastline, but I think they didn't realize that No Way was going to be right there. And now, they got to avoid the shots from Last Breath. They're going to have to deal with X10 pulling in from behind them and immediately just getting that knock and retreating, pulling the grenade wall coming through.
Oh, that rock.
Actually, all falling short, though. That rock is playing the best defense I've ever seen. And, oh, goodness. We'll survive off of that one, at least.
The nades are starting to become enough of a cubby. That's the thing. Those first couple of nades, they might not hit and connect, but they'll start to become little gullies to connect it all. X10 continuing to corral Bestia right into the face of No Way, and No Way's got to go. They've realized it. Once they start crossing the top of that hill, a lot of people are going to be after him. Rolls the BRDM right through the center of them all, and it is just Gladiator. The last one up for No Way. Make it no one alive for No Way, as now Bestia has themselves a foothold. Last Breath, though, is cut across right on top of X10. What?
They left the compound. They know that they're in a disadvantageous position right now. We'll try to take the fight, and trades coming through, gunfire blazing, and all of a sudden Frank's the last one left alive. Blazer will be the last one up for Last Breath. So this fight almost came down to it. Meanwhile, while all that was going on, Godlike takes out 55 Esports, but they are damaged and getting third party by Rock.
See the hillside that Duel is going to be playing from that also has Furia on the outside of it. Falcons were trying to get a foothold onto it. Wolves are going to be running in on the other side of it. We also do have Wit that's going to be in a very focused compound with a lot of vision on what's going to be happening in the west, as well as Team Liquid and Toyo. So full-on gauntlet defense over there. Godlike in some trouble up into the north as they're going to have to deal with Rock, but it is all about Last Breath. And it looks like Bestia trying to get some separation away from each other. Bestia has realized this approach angle is very vulnerable for them. They're going to be walking right into a ton of crossfire. So you got to get whatever kills you can get as the BRDM just heads out into the ocean.
Yeah, just feeding information over there, really, for the rest of the squad as the utility just keeps getting sent over. Yeah, I mean, I imagine he saw that Panzerhaus come out and he immediately just sent it into the water. But the Panzerfaust is knocked right now. Falcons, meanwhile, taking the fight with Copenhagen Wolves, because of course they are. These two just cannot seem to avoid each other here so far this season. Furia might be coming out here to third party as well.
Jumping right on top of a very weakened Falcons. That's going to be all she wrote for them. Wolves going to be content with that. They're going to have a path into the circle. Other side, what we've got going on is still Godlike trying to hold out Rock as it is full-on trench warfare pushing up to the top of this hill, making it even more complicated by the second. Godlike trying to get Tony into at least a different angle so that way they can find some type of funnel. Not going to be too good for Godlike right now as it's just kind of a cover and retreat style situation coming up from them as Team Liquid. This compound is very strong over in the west. They're going to have vision on so much.
They sure are. Team Liquid, they've been playing here for quite some time. Duel also obviously still in that really good position. Furia trying to be the aggressors, trying to take advantage of that fight between Wolves and Falcons, but Wolves only took one knock and immediately got him back on his feet. So Furia going to have to retreat back to their homes. And for those keeping score at home, that's 1-1 Liquid, between Falcons and Wolves. Falcons won last game. Wolves win this one.
When there's just two of you and you each have a pickaxe and all you have is trees, you start to dig. That's feels like that's the idea going on for Godlike right now, and it is going to give them at least enough defense to deal with for the time being. Last breath, they've just got to send it, and there's nowhere else to really go. Couple of craters going to cause problems. This is what we were talking about. Rotates. You think it's safe, and then suddenly it's not.
The terrain causing so much problem there for Last Breath, and they are under fire here from what it takes. It looks like they'll survive for now, but Copenhagen Wolves, wouldn't you know it, will come over at the perfect time, and they will finish them off. 8 kills now for the Wolves as they can retreat back to cover.
Retreat to the dip as fast as possible. You're talking about they're going to have to deal with Furia, who was thinking about coming over here. Duel's mostly focused on what's going on to the west and to the north. They don't have clean sight lines on what's going to be happening anywhere back over into the east or the south around them, so hoping all these wrapping teams will do the work in defense for them. External squads to the circle right now are going to be Rock and Godlike, who've been just kind of leapfrogging each other, trying to get into the circle. And then we still have Bestia down to the south.
7 kills for Bestia, 8 kills for Wolves so far. You can see, and Godlike, you see what they're having to deal with. We saw it a little bit earlier, but remember going back last weekend, some of the most impressive stuff that Godlike was able to do was when they were knocked down to a duo. Yeah. So we'll see if they can do that now, but it looks like Rock is collapsing on top of him. Yeah, Tony's going to get taken down. And there you go. Found it next. So Godlike goes down.
Dips are good, but they're not going to give you everything. Rock just used a very nice positioning around to kind of scout what was going on. Looks like Bestia is going to be making their send. Right up next to Team Liquid, BRDM at least going to cut a path, get some scouting going on. Toyo looks like they're repositioning on the other side of it, so Bestia is going to have to deal with 2 squads on this new approach where they thought it was safe off of the start. Pippa's at least going to get down near that rock, use it for some cover, but where do you even go? Toyo hasn't even opened up on this yet. They're just kind of letting it go, and Liquid's putting in all the work.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the angle just wasn't there. There you go. Toyo will spot out Pippa. Purdy Curdy will say thank you very much. I'll take that. And that'll be another kill picked up for Team Liquid, playing out of that compound. 3 kills so far, and they are still inside the zone, although they are on the very, very edge. You have to imagine they will have to move here shortly.
Rock's still got to get into the circle, but they have the remnants of what's going to be going on with New Gen All-Stars are in front of them, and then have to deal with the firing lines coming up from Team Liquid, or potentially even Duel. So it looks like that's going to be the focus coming up from Team Liquid. They heard the firefighting in the hillsides, and they are waiting. Furia over into the east. Going to find a pretty easy path in. Remember, Duel doesn't have a lot of vision on this angle, and that's why everybody is coming over here. They're like, okay, if this is the only way we can get in, we're going to try to deal with it. But we do have Wolves with some high ground advantage that Furia is trying to at least force them away from the angle on.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Furia because you know you've got Wolves uphill down to the south, and then going directly west is that compound with Duel. So it's going to be tough for them. They can afford to stick around here a little bit longer on the very edge as Rock will just send it into Duel's compound, and they catch him a little bit split up. Immediately, Sharp Shot goes down.
Rock makes landfall, but it comes at a massive cost. Nade's going to roll right in. That's going to be enough. Take it down. Duel now feasting the center, but it's going to be a follow-up as Furia realize there is a vulnerability in Duel's defense, and they want this position. They flood in extremely fast. The circle is popped. It's going over to the west. Only a little bit of this compound's going to be in play as BL does get the shots, is just continuing to walk their way right into Kane's sight lines, trying to get away from the Wolves.
I mean, that's just great communication on the part of Furia. Remember, they were having that decision about, do we push uphill into Wolves or do we try to take the fight to Duel? Well, the fight got taken to Duel for them, so they were immediately able to capitalize off of it. Great work by them. What it takes now, having them leave their compound. Wolves putting their full attention down towards them. It looks like they lost Snakers in the process. Oh, no. But still 9 kills for them so far, and can still continue to fight their way in.
So this circle has a little bit of what was going on with Duel's compound with their 2 players still up. It also has the position that Bestia is going to be playing from, very vertical over into the east, but leaning down into a pretty open field where the compounds that we see Toyo and Liquid playing from. A couple of sections of Hillside are going to deny out some vision. You can see that that's kind of what Wolves are trying to play around for the time being, waiting for the remnants of Wit to try to chase in. Furia, though, after their big push, they still have to go after the circle, and Duel could have a chance for some vengeance, as I wouldn't be surprised if Furia might wrap pretty close to their position.
They're going to try to avoid it as best they can. It looks like they're going to get away with it for now. They will stop down long enough. I think Balefrost is taking shots over towards them. So what's left of New Gen All-Star is trying to create a problem. The grenade will fall just a little bit short, but a lot of damage done to DraftKings. Furia still getting picked apart here, but they can still find a way in. It was what it takes. Will get eliminated. It looks like we got Snakers back. Hooray!
Land, loot fast, bring him the crates. Feed that monster because he's going to have to deal with Bestia or Toyo in front of you. You've just got a hillside. Luckily, you can cut some defenses into it. Duel's going to be very caught up on what's going to be going on with Furia to the north. But it does look like Bestia has set up their defenses more on the Copenhagen Wolves side. Team Liquid just hearing all the firefights, kind of figuring out what's going to be going on. Is don't forget about that we do have Balefrost for New Gen All-Stars still making a problem for Furia.
Oh, he's been spotted out by Liquid now too, though, so... we'll see. I remember only a short time ago that I said you had to imagine that Team Liquid's compound wouldn't be in and the circle would pull away. Well, the hardest of hardships gives them a lot of love here. And let's see if they can capitalize on it after getting 3 kills so far. Toyo also in the same boat. Just kind of keeping eyes on everything around them as everything is playing around on the edge to the east here. We'll see if Furia can fight their way in.
Where do they even go? I mean, they can get away from dual sight lines, but then that's going to put them close to New Gen All-Stars Iga. Do some harassment over there, but also open them up from Team Liquid a little bit.
Oh
Iga,
my!
though, gotta get a nice knock onto Zakraken. He's down low on life and wants to see if he can maybe finish it before he goes. He knew his time was not long for this world.
Good lord, Zakraken. They landed the nastiest headshot, and then Iga just flipped it on him, so Punich still got it. H-Win and the rest of the Wolves boys playing right around the edges of that zone, trying to avoid the line of sight of Toyo, going from dip to dip as Duel. Oh, they're following, but Furia, yeah, Furia knows. Furia knows. Here comes the grenades, and here comes the push. Wooly will start things off with a great knock. Keen with the shotgun in hand will find Posa, and now Furia is down to just Biel.
These dips coming up big. Not a lot of throwables that Duel has. They just have to win it the old-fashioned way. It's all going to be about gunplay and walking into a very open corridor. And you can see Biel trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Duel, but nothing is hitting the way he wants. There is a vulnerability that he's got, and the tires are giving him just enough space to allow his ankles to just keep eating bullets.
Oh my goodness, Kane. The reason he's using that shotgun, he has no ammo. Okay, he's going to pick up a little bit there for the AUG, and they will try to take down Biel, and that'll do it. Nice play from Duel to come from behind and sneak it in on Furia. And now they will fight their way in. Team Liquid, though, they send Cowboy and Purdy Curdy over here to see if they can catch Duel while they're not looking.
I like the idea on this one to try to get control over both sides of the circle and funnel everybody down to the south. Eyes on winning the game. Not going to be able to find the most amount of kills off of it. Is just going to be stacking everybody on top of each other. Down to the south, though, we've got Toyo finally losing their compound, as well as Team Liquid that we were just talking about. So, Wolves, high ground, trying to exploit it onto the Toyo side, knowing that they're going to have to move into a much more open area. But remember, Toyo has been hunkered down for a while. Probably has a ton of utility, a ton of throwables to be going for, but H1 and the boys just landed it right on top of Toyo. No! They get bounced right into the other nade. Blue zone just chunking.
Oh my goodness, what utility from Wolves. And another one going to bounce right off of Soul's knee as he tries to make the mad run into the zone, finds a little bit of cover, but 12 kills now for Copenhagen Wolves, and they are turning their attention back over. Liquid will take out Duel in the end, or at least Wooly.
Liquid sent everybody over now, and they are taking control over the circle, realizing that everybody's going to be playing down to the south. Bestia is just trying to creep their way forward, and it feels like it's Copenhagen Wolves on one side, Toyo trying to just get some vengeance back on the other side, Team Liquid and Bestia just in the middle of it all. Wolves stacking up the kills, but it's getting more complicated as now first place on the overall leaderboard is going to be Duel. When was the last time we got a chance to say that one?
I know, an H-Win at the top of the leaderboard right now in damage dealt. It's a crazy day here on this map. Benya, the last one alive for Bestia, as Vinny has gone down. 9 kills, though, for Bestia. It's been a great game for them.
Team Liquid sitting at 3 up. Make that 2 as Kane's got an angle onto Team Liquid, but everything is down to the southeast. 2 up for Wolves, trying to figure out how they want to push their way into a circle. They know it's now stacked full of enemies in front of them. Kane's drawing the attention of most of the teams right now, most notably Team Liquid and some of Bestia. But Bestia is also focused on a very close-range Team Liquid, as Wolves have gone for a very far wrap, realizing that this is going to be now open with Team Liquid much closer.
Yeah, Liquid has Prio on the center dot, and that's about it. But Kane still trying to make his way in from the outside. H-Win with, oh no, he spots the toesies. Alo, get those feet tucked behind you. He's going to go down to his own grenade too. Oh, you hate to see it.
Puts us down to a 2v1. Make that just a twos all across the board as Kane is going to go down. Smokes and a little bit of peek jumps going, see if they can find anything in. More utility going to be coming out from Bestia. Now Wolves have managed to put themselves into a point where they can assault the outside, and it is going to be Bestia that walks right into the face of Team Liquid. One down, and now Bestia is eliminated. It is going to be on to the Wolves to see how fast that they can get after Luke.
Oh, they gotta run, but they're not. They're hanging out on the edge, and they're giving Liquid an opportunity to maybe reset here. Purdy Carty will go down in the end, but at least Luke will be able to heal up. But look at that, 15 kills for Copenhagen Wolves. Massive performance here for them in game number 3 as Luke 12 will pull out whatever he can find here at the end. That FAMAS might be a big player. He's got a nice little hill to play around here, Matt. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that Luke could pull off the impossible.
He's got a couple of crates that are dropped back behind him as well, but he now is going to be the odd man out in this one. The two players for the Wolves are trying to find ways to get closer to the center of the circle and force a Luke out of this covered position. It's just turning into a waiting game right now. And Copenhagen Wolves know that they've got the timing on it. Luke goes for a crazy shot twice. Is denied. That knock could have been everything.
Not my Luke. My Luke hits those every time. Well, he's got a BRDM too. Don't think you'll see him play too much around that. Yeah, he might hop in, let's see what's up. And yeah, okay, they might give him an opportunity to get a little bit closer, but look at Flood. Oh, that's a Panzerfaust.
Oh, not like
Prince. Oh, it hit him just in his toesies. He managed to get out. Doesn't matter. And there you go. Exploding vehicle in the end, and Copenhagen Wolves gets the victory with 16 kills.
Duel, your time at the top was limited, as now it is the Copenhagen Wolves in that first place position after a massive kill count. And beautiful read on those circles, Toffees.
You know, Falcons won the last game, and H-Win took that personally. As the Wolves come out and get 4 feet to the floor, charge everyone down, and make a really great game of it. The Copenhagen Wolves looking very, very good out there, but I will say a lot of this game came down to a shocking circle right out of the game. Gate Poro, Phase 4 had Phase 6 energy.
Yeah, I mean, we had the shocking circle to start off thing, and then we had the hard shift once again, cut all the way over to the west, forced a lot of fights onto the south side, so a lot of teams just kind of put into a position where they had to take a fight immediately without having really a chance to set up. So great work on a lot of these teams that we have kind of seen slow starts from. Maybe Duel, obviously a big show up for them. Furia, Bestia, the Wolves, obviously, are right at the top of the list there. Yeah, I mean, I think I said there were some teams on the right side of the leaderboard that I was a little bit surprised by, but not surprised anymore. They're made their way back over to the left.
You know, you're right. They have. And Matt, it's starting to make me feel like maybe, I don't know, man. It feels like if you're not one of the top 8 teams, like, you're almost like using today as a warm-up. You know what I mean? I don't hate to say that, but it's just the same teams are dominating over and over and over again.
That's not this match, I don't believe.
I don't think so either. Liquid only 2 points. That feels wrong. Also, Falcons didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, production bias. They want the Falcons to win. That's going crazy.
The script is in.
Don't let H-Win have this, guys. It's been a rough month. You can at least get the first. Come on. Well, we say fi to this. The winners were the Copenhagen Wolves. There were other points that were added out. I don't remember what they all were, but this is important for you to know as you watch at home.
High kill counts from, I believe, it was Wolves, Duel, and was it Bestia that also had like 8 or 9?
I think Bestia, yeah. Bestia was up there. Hey! Look at that. That's a total leaderboard.
Oh. What?
Hey, but it's right, because Copenhagen Wolves are in first.
Yep,
There you go.
I had to go back over it, like mentally double check. So let's go over the leaderboard. We know it's right. Copenhagen is in first now with 31 points. Duel at 28. The Falcons are winners of the finals last week at 24. And on down from there. It's still pretty close. You know what? 55 Esports Poro again says, you know what? We like to leave it to day 2.
Yeah, you know, but obviously a little bit of a slow burn for them, but that's just kind of how 55 has been lately. I think the bigger surprise is Godlike. I mean,
yeah,
you had that big glow up in week the playoffs last time and the finals last time, and then so far, at least through 3 games, you got a new logo, but new play style as well, as you've only managed to pull out seven points. But again, only 3 games. Kind of hard to base anything positive or negative off of that, but the problem is they've got 2 games left to get into that top 8.
Yeah, I expect, if you are omnipotent, I expect you to do better than this in the first 3 games. Maybe it's because there were 3 of them last week, if you know what I mean. All right, so Godlike is not overperforming. Toyo having a little bit of a rough run as well. Rock's only at 19. I thought Rock had a really good game that second time around, so it is still wide open for a lot of teams to get back into this, put up a ton of points. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between the top 2 teams, the Wolves and the Duels. And, Matt, you make anything spectacular out of this information?
I mean, great job on Duel and keeping territory control, because it's
true.
very hard to kind of hold that down. We saw how many teams that were kind of crashing over into the southeast of them on the other side of that hill, most notably Copenhagen Wolves. So it's 2 squads that played from almost a very similar position, just trying to control different angles on a hillside and finding massive success off of it. Is what? H-Win, MVP of the round. I'll take it.
I think he'll take it, and I think he knows he deserves it. This is H-Win, and the only reason that we haven't talked about him as much today is because we talked about him ad nauseum last week or 2 weeks ago during the transition. And, you know, the Wolves were a little bit quieter at the start of the day. Here they are, big moves, big plays. H-Win showing up big for that team. Another guy who has shown up despite his seeming hatred of Sharpshot, Poro, is Pentawall.
Nah, that was Wooly. Wooly,
you're right. My bad. Okay.
Doesn't matter, because apparently Wooly donated over his DMR, so they're all good. But this is one of those classic duel games, right, where they get good position, they get an opportunity to kind of show out, and they do exactly that. I mean, they held off the crash. They only lost Penta by a matter of seconds if he was able to pull out of that garage just before Furia would have gotten there, but unfortunately just half a second too late. But still, Duel ends up going and taking out Furia in the end, so great work by them. The addition of Kane has been a lot of fun to watch. Kane, I really feel like he adds something to that squad, so we'll see what else they can do with 2 games left.
All right, so we talked about H-Win looking good. You can tell that the season has started because Hunter is balling out right now. I do hope that continues. I really like this new Copenhagen Wolves roster, man. I feel like the H-Win ad, not to speak ill of anyone who's left the roster, but the idea of them having a little bit of structure, having a leader who traditionally has just such good chops as an IGL in H-Win, even though I don't think he's actually calling. Is he calling right now? Do you know, Matt, for the Copenhagen Wolves? I don't think so.
Supposedly.
It's presently Vox. But that being said, he's always going to be providing information. But I think that's actually better for H-Win.
Yeah.
Because if you're making this roster swap, now you can move into kind of going back to basics. We knew the fact that dating as far back as I can remember, this guy can frag out. H-Win uses his brain a lot to put him in positions to where he can get those kills. So whenever you couple that in with players like Snakers and the rest of that squad that you know is going to be very hungry for every single kill that they can get, it's going to work very well. And so I like this. It kind of gives you a second to kind of take the pressure off the shoulders and go back to basics before you try to figure out what you're wanting to do now.
Also, I want to go back to Duel for a second, because we get them at the top 2, and Poro, this is a team that is made up of players that we have been watching and I've loved for a very long time, but they've all been on good teams, but I don't feel like any of them have truly been the staple, besides maybe you could argue Sharpshot had a little bit of a run there at the NPL phase where everybody was sort of talking about them, but them as a 4 together, they feel like they've really hit this sort of like family stride, right? Like they're playing as a unit, which I think is actually really cool.
Yeah, I think they have fun playing together, right? And a lot of times that's one of the most important things. Now, all that being said, I love Duel. You kind of know what you're going to get from Duel most of the time. But the thing is, the difference is that when they all it takes for them is to have just a couple of games to go in their favor, and like they know what to do when given an advantage, right? So you know, if they get a little bit more luck going their way, then they could be at the top of the lobby fighting for that top spot.
Look, bro, you don't take this from me. I don't care about history. I don't care about stats. I'm having my duel moment right now. They're in second place. They're climbing. The dream is alive. Do you even live, bro? It's gonna happen.
I didn't say it wasn't. I like duel as much as anybody, but you know, at the same time, you still gotta be a little bit realistic.
No, you're right, but I don't want to hear it. I want my dream to be right.
I just like that our resident classic Texan American here with the I don't care about history. History's only 200 years long, as far as I'm concerned. And what I am concerned about is this is the 4th game in a row where we've had a great playing path. This is not normal. This is not okay. This is not the way PUBG normally happens. This is weird, man.
At least we get another weird circle.
I mean, it's the same circle we saw last week, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like we're seeing this circle a lot lately, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jadina City River coming in.
Reroll the circle. And you run it,
notice the fact that there's the lake right where it ends at. Then there's the wake that's just to the east of it. And then there's the river that comes in from the north. So it's probably going to go down around where Last Breath or maybe where Toyo is towards the end. But you never know.
Maybe we get the Mayran one. Who knows? It'd be fun. I would like it.
It would be fun to see Mayran, and you bring that up. Let's talk about a man who Mayran the board, who's one of the best players, I think, in America's history. He can play any role on any team. That is Shrimzy from the Falcons. He's been with them for a very long time. He understands the way this roster works. We want to know exactly how does he stay ahead of the game.
It's a really good question. PUBG is a very, very hard game, I would say. There's a lot that goes on in the game, and they're always changing stuff. Like now we have pickaxes, destructible terrain, mortars, e-pickups, panzers, BRDMs, new maps. I mean, the game just changes constantly. There's nothing, new grips as well, like new stats on all the grips. So the game is constantly evolving. It is, in my opinion, one of the hardest esports to adapt to because the game does not stay the same. So I think that a big reason we do well and we continue to do well is because of our coach. He makes sure that we are on top of everything. First off, he makes sure that we play the game. You kind of have to want to do that yourself regardless. Like he's not going to force you to, but he encourages you to, which gets you used to all the new changes. And then we do a bunch of VOD review and we take our time with it. It's not something we rush through. And then I think just having a team environment that's productive instead of destructive is very important. To have good conversations so that whenever you're losing, you're learning and you can improve, because if you lose and you don't learn, you just wasted your time. So huge shout out to our coach Gunner. He does a tremendous job whipping us into shape and making sure that we are on top of all the new changes and updates. So I'll just give coach credit for that, because I think all the players do our job pretty well, but he is somebody that I think everybody knows does a good job, but I just don't think they know how good of a job he does, because I don't think coaches have a huge role in PUBG. But he's definitely the best coach I've ever had personally. I probably think he's, you know, top 2, top 3 in the world as a coach, and we're very lucky to have him.
I love that.
Agreed.
Of course, Gunner love is always good, but I really like that. If you're playing and you lose and you don't learn anything, you're just wasting your time.
True.
Yeah.
Very true. We stand the gunman in this house, and we will continue to do so for the foreseeable future as we see those Falcons leaving on test track. They do know that they had New Gen All-Stars over in Neox, but as usual, these two teams avoiding each other for the early part, and a lot of real estate available on the north and northeastern side of this map, Matchroom. But this, again, this is a circle that a lot of these guys should be used to by now.
Yeah, Danching is going to be a focal point for a lot of these rotates down into the southeast. People are going to be hedging their bets. There is a couple of times that we go the Mayran side and get some fun, so maybe a couple of rotates over there. I'm intrigued by how many squads we still have in the northwest.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it?
Really far out there. Like, we still have Godlike, Team Liquid kind of, Pest Control, X10. I mean, more often than not, we don't see anybody more north than like Zhaoten or Stadium. This is a weird world. I like it.
It is, and considering how the plane was, right? Like Avi said, we've been getting some very kind planes all day long, so we'll see how those guys get through. As Bestia will take a few shots over towards No Way. This is just north of Jadina City right now, so both of these teams just kind of setting themselves up on that eastern side of the river. trying to get that precious real estate that's kind of close to the river, so that if it does cut back to the west, you can get across.
So we were talking about Godlike while we were looking at them stats and everything else like that in between games, that how dominant they've been. But they've been dominant based off of timings on circle coming in, like playing in position, moving in on circle 3 into very aggressive open firefights where they will then find a lot of kills and then kind of edge firefight their way into a centered position and then make everybody come to them, continuing to escalate those kills. Is it kind of the new update that's a kryptonite for them? Because the pacing of the player along the edge is a little bit more off of the directed edge that we normally see. And then we already have people like digging in trenches, as well as other squads that are a little bit ahead of them that have caused them some problems. Because this is exactly the way Godlike wants to play. Like, look at this. This is the approach that they like to do. Very early firefighting.
Yeah, and a million miles away from circle, as you said, and already starting things off. That could have been bad for him. It looked like pest control was kind of set up and then maybe played it a little bit cautiously, as we'll see Godlike and the Haven and the boys try to hunt down this last player. Make sure you secure that point for Hot and Spicy. Joshy, though, just waiting for somebody to look over in this direction, but it doesn't matter. LFP from range will be the one that takes him out, and so that's pest control having to play with 2 going forward. But I don't know. I think the thing with Godlike from last week, it felt like even when they were in bad spots, they were finding ways to get a bunch of points. And this time it just hasn't gone that way. So like, it feels like when you're living like that, when you're relying on kind of getting a little bit of circle luck and then also just kind of getting lucky when you get to the end and being able to collect a bunch of points when you're in bad positions, eventually that's going to have to come back down to the mean. And
I don't think it was luck, though. It was, they were very mobile, and now we're looking at a much more, I guess, defended style of play that people are coming up for. That kind of screws over a highly mobile squad, right?
Maybe. I mean, I will say that they have been chasing circles all day today. And none more so than this one, right? So it's been a little bit rough to get themselves set up, but fortunately for them, at least this time, there was a squad that they were able to spot out that was dropped around near them, so they could go and get that early game third party, that early game aggression that you talked about.
Eyes on circle. We've got Duel. They're just now kissing the circle and entering it. Wit should be getting there in just a little while. Our split on teams is going to be Falcons, right in between the rivers. Completely content playing both sides, so that way they always win. And then we've got Bestia and No Way over to the east. Everybody else, west sides right now it's Neox Factory all the way down to Tuling. Going to be just occupied with teams. And Late Rotator is going to have still plenty of space to play because everybody is playing right up along that river right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at who the Late Rotators are. There's a lot of them, obviously. Team Liquid actually just now arriving from the north side, so they're going to be coming in and playing on the eastern side of the river. There's another team also that's playing along that eastern wall that's coming in late. So the east side of the river will have quite a few teams on it. Obviously, still the lion's share on the west, but still a number of teams that have to make their way in. So we'll keep an eye on it. Last Breath. Just trying to defend their central position right now on both sides of the river.
I do like this. This is kind of the foot push crossing that you can kind of go for. If you can keep control over this, it's very strong no matter which way the circle goes because you've got easy pathing. The issue is that it is pretty vulnerable. If you've got a couple other squads that are playing the high sides around it, Rock looks like they could be causing a bit of a problem for the way Last Breath is going to be set up. What it takes is going to be bumping into Furia, but Furia is just going to be regrouping and kind of fortifying along that pathing. X10, long wrap down to the south, so that might put them closer to that Tuling Danchin positioning, but we'll kind of have to see. It's too early to tell as we still got 15 seconds, and I'm willing to bet what it takes is going to stay in their cars for most of it.
Yeah, I would imagine the same. And a number of teams really still in vehicles, considering how late into the circle it is. Not a lot of teams really comfortable with the spot that they have. And there you go, the hard shift going over to the east side of the river. So all of these teams that set up shop on the west will have to move.
Last Breath going to be feasting off that, so they should very quickly be able to regroup, get close to Bestia. Bestia running that 2-2 split's got to be cautious, as there's going to be a lot of people running through the choke point where you can see Falcons as well as New Gen All-Stars rotating through. The way that lake is set up alongside the rivers has kind of created its own funnel No Way's going to have to deal with rotating Wolves right back behind him, while Bestia is already starting to get some vision on Last Breath and the way that they're trying to get in. Alongside this, New Gen All-Stars is separated out, and they're going to be sitting it right into Last Breath's positioning, as this is just going to be a firm crash on top of each other in the middle of that field that neither one of those squads is going to want.
No, not at all. And Bestia, I think, actually kind of forcing that issue by taking those shots with that 2-2 split here. New Gen All-Stars running into Last Breath, as looks like Last Breath will be the ones that take the lead here. New Gen going to lose Iga and Shimboy immediately, and the rest of the boys are left to retreat, but they're going to be pushing right into What It Takes.
What It Takes can't stay there for too long, because you know that there's going to be a couple other squads coming in from the other side of the river, most notably where we can see Toyo as well as 55 playing from. Looks like Fury might just be trying to bully their way in back behind Last Breath in the way that they tried to cross. Duel is taking a calmer approach. They've just opted into going for an emergency pickup that you can see crossing, while it is going to be Finna not going to be too comfortable over here. There is nowhere to go, and that is not the way to go, because even if you make it up downhill, Wit is going to be waiting. But is he playing the right side of the hill to at least get some type of safety away? He's got breathing room for now, as it does look like Wit's focused on what's going on with Toyo as well as 55.
Yeah, it looks like he played that properly and avoided What It Takes, but shots from Bestia actually going to pull him down, but still alive, so that's the most important thing. New Gen All-Stars still in it, and I spoke too soon. Finna does get spotted, and that'll probably be it for him. And now Balefrost will be the last one left alive for New Gen to see if he can get him into the late game and get him some points here, because they are struggling.
Team Liquid is trying to fight their way into the circle, pretty close to where No Way is at. Godlike is going to be rotating in next to May Run here in a little while. Their slow and steady approach, going to find something. Duel only sent Wooly up on the emergency pickup. Yeah. So the rest of them look like they're going to be wrapping into Jadina City, which is the exact same idea that X10 had. Jadina City is going to be right on the edge of the zone. None of the buildings really going to be in it, but we at least get to see it. We never even get to see it. It's such a pretty city.
It is. A lot of skyscrapers there. A lot of beautiful lights to be seen. Well, Duel actually looks like they're going to cut north before Jadina City, so they're going to be hanging out on that western side of the river for a little bit longer. They do have to worry about Furia. We'll see if those two run into each other. Meanwhile, Wolves, here's the engines of X10 and the, well, eyes in the sky from Cowboy right above.
Cowboys don't fly. He should be on the ground right now. This is like his kryptonite, bro. Like, I guess maybe you would have to be a Pegasus boy or something like that, right? You can't, like, cows.
I like that.
I have them.
Yeah, call it a little Pegasus. Yeah, there's a winged steed making his way through the skies as we wait and see where the next circle decides to go. Looks like Wolves will avoid Team Liquid. X10 going to avoid them as well. Duel do make their way across the bridge on the south side. Another hard shift up to Yungu. So What It Takes now, they've got some decisions to make about how they want to play this high ground.
Yeah, because it is the good spot to play, to say the least. Bestia's low ground compound is going to give them a lot of control. Rock looks like they were just cutting by, man. They're just like, nope, we don't want to deal with it. At the start of the gauntlet is actually going to be Falcons, who are taking shots at Bestia, as well as Wolves, who are going to be trying to rotate right along a similar path. Going to have Cowboy right on top of him, trying to scout it all out. X10's going to be back behind Duel, who is right back behind Wolf right now, and Falcon's just going to be harassed and going, no, you go somewhere else. Is Team Liquid also going to be wrapping back into this mess? Why would you want to do that?
Oh my goodness, not a lot of ammo there for Shrimsy either, so you wonder what Falcons is sitting on in terms of overall loot as they hold on to the edge. Team Liquid, looks like they will pull away, continue on their way off to the north on that eastern side, that eastern edge. Wolves, though, they're inside the compound. They still got to keep on going. Duel has managed to kind of put themselves in a position to push X10 into Furia, who's playing along the riverside. And What It Takes, there's nobody really pressuring them at all in that spot.
Everybody's wanting to avoid the hillside. So that's kind of created multiple theaters that we're going to be looking at. And most of them are quiet. It's just this X10 Furia push that you're talking about. X10 has eyes on the circle. It should have eyes on the river as the Kraken going to pick up a free knock on the Kalinitz. And a new one just gets dropped right in front of his face. And Kraken, you're a good player, but I mean, you're not having to work for these too much.
Look, a present. Well,
yeah.
We'll see if these last two X10 players, you see Frank's still full HP on the other side of that river, but he just can't find an angle over onto him. He's actually going to try to retreat, and Clazera, we'll see if he can stay alive a little bit longer, but the push is coming here from Furia. They want the complete ownership of this Riverside.
Ghost car baiting out the Kraken just a bit. 3 players on the side for 2. Clazera and Franks, the ones that are up for X10, though, and if you're an X10 fan, those are the 2 that you would want to try to get something, but no, goes down. BL gets it. Just 1 up out of, I guess you could call it X1, not X10 right now, and go ahead and call it X0.
Kane actually gets the last shot into him, so point yoinked away there by Duel. But Furia, in the end, do get control of that coastline, although Toyo saw this fight going on. They send 2 down here, and they will get a foothold as we see Godlike struggle to try to take a fight here with Liquid. They are very split up.
And 1 player down for Team Liquid. Looks like they're trying to fortify and rally fast, and that's made it to where Fana is going to be the one right in the middle of all of Team Liquid. Good Nade going to go ahead and flush out Cowboy. I guess maybe the ground is his kryptonite, is not the sky. He's safer up there. The moment he landed, he just got instantly destroyed. His new circle is about to reveal itself. Is this going to be a firefight that either one of these squads commit to? That's really just going to depend on where this circle goes. And I wouldn't be surprised if Godlike or Team Liquid doesn't want too much more of this anymore.
Oh, if Godlike can retreat from this, it would be great, but it looks like Fana that he wants all of it. He's going to push right in. He's going to find Halo, but immediately gets traded down by Luke 12. And now Haven has a decision to make. LFP obviously nowhere near the rest of this, and now 55 has been watching this go on. They're taking shots from range to see if they can maybe sneak one away as well. Bestia in that compound, dead center, Matt. They're looking really nice.
I love those shots coming out from 55 to slow down any pacing happening in this firefight. It allows them to get to the circle, and now those squads are going to have to come back behind him. No Way has already moved to gatekeep out as well. So it's just time to commit. There's no other options. Godlike has realized that they need points. Spots out Purdy Curdy, gets him down. Reinforcements LFP on the other side, and now Team Liquid, they kind of wanted the piece of this, and they're starting to regret it just a bit. Equalizing out, and it looks like they're trying to extricate from the position, or maybe it's just bait. Do they know that they can take an isolated firefight over here, as Haven doesn't like the way that this is starting to stack? Team Liquid coming in force.
Yeah, Haven kind of showing a little bit of a return to form from last week. We'll get him low, and LFP has arrived just in time to provide support. Gets the knock, gets the flush onto Alo. Haven might go down to blue, and indeed he does. Luke 12 will flush him out as well. So it's mutually assured destruction at the end of the day here between Godlike and Team Liquid.
No Way appreciating that, taking some free kills. If they can get it in the slightest and easiest of ways right now. They're just looking over the lake. Nowhere to really go for either one of these guys, as they realized No Way and 55 are both going to be gatekeeping them. Question is, phase 4, how many meds you got? Because there's a lot of bodies over here. You can be chilling for a bit, as now Rock and Wolf going to be stacked up on top of each other just down in these fields.
Oh, Wolf's trying to send it towards the Dip. Unfortunately, Dip is not free. Rock have the grenades in hand, and they are getting pressured from every which way. They had to do something to avoid Falcons, to avoid Duel, but in the end, they are just in the middle of a sandwich, and Godlike will go down in the end. Snakers still surviving in the wreckage and smoke in the fields.
Another free kill for No Way over there is, I mean, Young Goo in these kind of rice patties about the best that you're going to find. Hey, look! More mortars just being dropped right in there. Hey, there wasn't enough cover for you guys. Here's a little bit more that we're going to give you, as I believe that was Falcons taking the shots in, as they're on the edge of the zone. They can't really move because it's going to be No Way. No Way's oddly got a lot of control over the circle and kind of holding down 55 and what's going to be going on with Falcons in their rotate.
And No Way has been causing problems for all these teams off to the north, but now they're going to be finding some problems of their own, because as you said, 55 looking over there, what it takes, also could have vision onto that as well as they continue to try to make their way a little bit further south. Falcons will send Kickstart back to rejoin the squad, but all those teams on the edges will have to make their way in as the circle shifts off to the west.
Okay, Wit, you've got yourselves high ground and a lot of vision. Are you going to be able to conserve your ammo? No Way's going to sneak in, as finally it is going to be Luke 12 going down to the blue zone. 55, remember, they moved into this gatekeeping position to try to catch whatever was going on in that firefight between Godlike as well as Team Liquid. Now going to have to deal with the problems of No Way very close to them. But hey, that dip is very, very secure. I don't know why he wants that one dip specifically, but I don't know. Take what you get.
Yeah, exactly. You feel, yeah, it's a little hole of safety. The hole of safety is No Way trying to wrap around on this eastern side. They are getting pressured by Falcons. They're not finding an angle onto 55 either. It seems like they may have a little bit of paralysis by analysis here, No Way, as they try to find somewhere that they want to play in here. Furia also going to make a mad dash on the western side. They're going to be running right into Last Breath.
I don't even know where No Way can go. They were making a play onto that hill, and that hill just got abandoned. Last Breath wanting to find some kills, and maybe the Cubby can make it easy. Does get some damage onto the vehicle, but doesn't get the knock. Just timed a little bit inappropriately. That one's gonna land, though. Danny's gonna drop it on top of Draft King, and now Posa and BL are just slammed up against that little bit of a ridge.
And Duel sees this as well. They're going to try to make a send at the same time. Furia, though, they're ready for it. They're going to take the shots in, find Kane to start things off. But the rest of Duel has arrived. But the Kraken has the off angle and is causing problems for Duel. But that's being shot at by Bestia, so the Kraken has to duck down.
I am totally confused on what's happening inside of this one, as it is Furia just taking the brunt of it. Nice nade coming up. Danny lands it again. Duel in some trouble over here. Molotov going to land right on top of him. And this is just good quality control coming up from the Last Breath players. It's just between them and Rock just pincing down Duel.
Oh boy, Last Breath. They desperately wanted to come over here and secure those points, but they got pushed back by Rock, so they have to continue playing around on their ridge line. Duel might be able to get their man back up as the grenade. Oh, that's going to land right into the ditch. Gustav, give him two as Falcons fights their way in from the east.
Tickleton down back behind all of this, and he's going to be back in the blue zone. 55 as well as Wit taking shots. So it looks like Falcons are just going to be trying to limp their way right up next to Bestia, who's running a 2-2 split and got all of Young Goo, I mean all 5 or 6 buildings of it, under their control right now. I'm still very worried about Wit's high ground because it is just enough to continue to cause problems. And I'm also worried if I was Duel, because Rock is right back behind you, really wanting to make your life miserable.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing for Rock is, or for Duel rather, is that Rock and Last Breath are kind of keeping each other at bay.
Oh, no.
But that shift is not going to help them at all. And now what it takes, again, just in perfect position for the late game. They have not gotten a single kill so far, though, as they're just going to continue to rain shots down on Falcons, try to collect at least one.
55 making this kind of, I guess, trench that they've set up over here right in the foothills underneath of Wit are loving these circle shifts. Rice Patties, though, this is a new set of problems. Last Breath got to rotate. Duel's not going to let him do it. Duel can't move because Rock's not going to let him do it. Rock can't move because Wolf's not going to let him do it. And then we have our edge control that is just going to be Toyo one side, Bestia the other, and Wolf just with a little smidge of defense due south.
Oh boy, Penta landing a pretty filthy grenade there on the Last Breath, but it looks like they should be able to recover Danny just on the edge of that blue zone grenade. Rock, they read the tea leaves and they decide that the best option for them is to try to go here and push this, and they will get rid of Duel in the end. And now they turn their attention towards making the cross over and taking the fight towards Last Breath.
Shout out to Falcons for surviving under duress for as long as they have. It's nowhere to go style situation for them, and they still have quite a ways to make it into the circle. And even if they manage to get away from the what it takes sight line, they're going to have to deal with Vinny, who's left Younggu, and he's going to be kind of waiting to see if Falcons just run right into his waiting arms, or maybe even 55. So Wit's starting to get a couple of those kills, though, as there's just nowhere else to go. Everybody's going to be walking right into their sight lines as they've got vision on everything for days up here.
There you go. The Falcons will go down in the end, and we haven't talked about Toyo. They have been in the northernmost little divot here, the little pond, and all of these teams coming from the south are about to come into their line of sight if they don't kill each other first. Rock, though, continuing to make a life hell here for Last Breath. The Panzerfaust doesn't even get to get used as Fantastico is finding knocks after knocks.
This is where Rock can thrive over here. Last Breath trying to do anything they can to stall out, and they just can't find it. Fantastico goes for a great peek. He's not done yet. Peeks on the other side of it. Rock starting to kill tally, and they still got to push towards Toyo, while 55 has finally left their trenches, and they're heading up the hillside.
They're trying to. They get 2 knocks as well. What it takes, doing their best to hold off the line. But Sneak Attack and Enzito all by themselves. Actually, it's just Sneak Attack while Enzito gets the res on the Lucid. So they're back up to 3. The smoke wall will slow things down just enough. Bestia have Pippa looking from range, and they're going to bulldog Vinny. He sends it right on over.
I love this coming up from Bestia, realizing that if this firefight happens, they can get control over this high ground and get into a dominant position, but they don't want to surrender what's going to be happening in the circles. We're still only at phase number 6. So what it takes, I've had to shift all of their focus over onto 55. They don't like it. They're afraid of a third party and instead move a little bit more west, and the circle just continues to follow.
It does indeed. Rock managing to keep everybody out, and now take the fight with Toyo as Gabri and the 55 boys try to stay alive a little bit longer under those watchful eyes of Bestia. We'll see what the rest of Bestia decides to do now that this shift has gone away from their compound. Will they join Vinny and try to continue to third party this fight as a 4-man, or do they try to find a foothold inside the zone?
I mean, there's not much to be had inside the circle. You can see what we're looking at moving into the hillside. It's going to be Toyo on defense. Rock finally can't find a way to assault fast enough, and they do tumble and fall. Wolves going to be following back behind them, as now Toyo does have to figure out how they want to get into this circle. But with 55 pushing up and assaulting Wit, and Bestia continuing to keep eyes on that hillside, Toyo might have a way to sneak into this very open circle.
And meanwhile, our top of the leaderboard team, Wolves, they still have 2 left alive. It's been a slow, quiet game for them so far, but they've made it into the top 5. We'll see if they can make it a little bit further. It's going to be a tall task, though, as they are coming in on that south side. Toyo looking over in that direction. What it takes, have to finally deal with this 55 problem. We'll lead off with the Panther Fast, but it's not going to find anything, as Enzito will go down to Gabri.
All about the top of the hillside as all the focus is on it. Bestia is now going to be wrapping in real fast. They want a piece of all these down players on the low side. Marcis is finding success, but can he fight his way up? No, he's going to go down. 55 gets to touch the pinnacle of the hillside, but it is going to be just for one moment. Here come the throwables from Bestia, and it feels like it is going to be a short-lived victory while Wolf is pushing on to Toyo down in the lower section.
It does indeed, and Bestia try to see if they can maybe collect a few of these kills, as Toyo will make short work of Wolves. They did take 1 knock, but they should be able to get him back on his feet, but it's looking like a 4v4 here between Toyo and Bestia, but Bestia has the high ground, Matrim. We all know how hard it is to fight from the low side.
Phase number 7, Toyo's just trying to get some circle control. They've sent Capitan very far over here to the west. A little bit of tree cover is going to make it kind of complicated for Bestia to get good vision on what's going to be going on with Toyo, but remember, they did hear the firefighting that was going on when they were one of the low ground teams. So they do know where Toyo's going to be playing. Toyo's going to play a bit more bold, run back around to the east. There's only 2 on defense, and Toyo might have found a vulnerability just to jump out right into the face of Bestia. Frogman and Vinny moved over to Capitan's side, but look at this. Capitan's already gone over to reinforce the east. The thing about it, though, is if Toyo wants something out of this, they cannot allow the defensive line for Bestia to get set back up.
That's really, really nicely played by Toyo. Did not waste any time, just sent it using that ridge line as cover to try to get as much real estate as they could. But you see what Bestia, how they've split everybody up, 4 men, all in a line, all looking for different angles, as Toyo will use whatever utility they have left to try to dig in.
Speaking of digging in, you saw the trench that Pippa had to jump over to get over here. It gives you an idea of just how bloody it has been on this hillside, and a little bit quiet. You know, digging is a good way to kind of take your time out whenever things are not necessarily all hot and heavy. Bestia, with this wide cross, though, they don't have actually clean vision. I know the map makes it seem like it, but you can see that the way that they're set, there's like a little bit of a couple of ravines in between where the lowest man over in the west and Vinny doesn't have vision on any of Toyo. So Bestia is going to be kind of walking down into this a bit blind. They know where Toyo is, but they don't know exactly where each player is to focus in on.
And the other thing, I mean, you see both teams really kind of low on utility at this point. It's been a lot of fighting going back and forth, and they haven't really been able to loot much off of the teams that they've killed. So Toyo has this, you can see what they're working with. Souls has a little crevice dug out for himself.
That's so good. There is no vision to be had. If Bestia even peeks up on top of it, you can't see much at all on that angle. Even when like trying to use a little bit of TPP, you can maybe get something, but that is a really ingenious way to kind of dig in and hunker down.
Like this from Vinny. Low side man. Just trying to see if he can spot out anybody, but this is really just going to come down to the very end. who can get to center dot. Bestia, I think, realizing their best option might be to do this low side wrap, see if they can find the flanking angle and spot out any of these Toyo guys. I think they know where Capitan is, but Capitan doing a good job of not revealing himself just yet.
The center dot is in the ravine. So Bestia knows the fact that they're going to have to walk into a bit more of an open angle, and Toyo's just playing defensive. That's what Toyo does best. We know that Toyo can pop off. Capitan leading the side of this one is going to have to be very, very cautious. 3 other players for Toyo up into the north are getting closer and closer to Pippa. It's just a couple of meters between the 2 squads, but the way that the hillside is set means the fact that it is very, very hard to see anything. Fakeson wants to put that tool in his hands to work, but it's going to be some close range sniping. But if he can connect onto anybody, it might be a tide turner.
Huge positional play here from Pippa. Just waiting to see any heads peeking around. He's going to spot a couple right there. As whatever utility these guys have left will start coming out. Pippa will try to find one. He does. Gets immediately traded back down, and now the rest of the team knows exactly where they're coming from. Fakes in very, very low, down to 4 HP. Taking a couple of shots just to scare him away, but a great grenade from Frogman. And now all of a sudden it's just down to Emmy playing from the high side. Bestia trying to put the clamps on him.
Emmy finally gets to the high ground that they wanted so bad, but there is a nowhere to go. 3 players and a tree for cover. Doritos on the other side of it. Flush is coming out. Frogman gets in some damage, and there you go. Bestia is the best at this hillside firefighting, picking up 11 kills.
11 kills. That is massive from Bestia. Great performance by them. Remember, this was all fighting from that riverside as well. So actually, no, this was they had the compound. That's right. They had the compound and then moved away, third-partied onto the fighting that was going on the hillside. But massive win for them, Toffees. Good to see them in the win column.
It is. To see the Bestia of them come out is nice. And to see him go head-to-head with Toyo, regional rivals for about as long as I can remember, is also pretty exciting to watch. That said, you know, that fight opened at the top of the hill with a trade, and I thought, oh, here we go. Trades for trades. We're going to get crazy stonks. But it turns out that Bestia invested wisely, sending that player forward. They used the bait play. They got 2 knocks, and it opened the door for them to just waltz into the championship. So great chicken dinner from them, Matt, and an absolute pleasure to watch.
Oh, and so many of these little dips that people have been carving out. Just this game, they would just nade upon nade landing inside of them. No safety to be had time and time again. But, I mean, let's be honest. Everything was about this hillside. From, I would say, what, circle 4? Somewhere around that range. It was what it takes on top, 55 down below it. Bestia that was holding down some of the compounds, and squads just not wanting to move into this very open area and deal with it. It was just a bloodbath waiting to happen. You can see there's near on no cover except for what you make for yourself here, Toff.
I mean, and there is much making of cover. This is exciting. I mean, as Crafton prepares to release the next Subnautica, you know, where you sort of build your base and your support system, we get to watch it happen even here, right now. As these teams build their bases, use the Panzerfaust to hollow their way forward, it's been interesting watching the new destructible terrain. All right, Bestia walks away with 21 points off the back of that. Very, very nice. Now, remember, as we get to these results, guys, the top 8 teams advance to the final. Everyone else, the scores reset, and you just go to tomorrow, basically. So that's what you're grinding for. Coming into this match, Bestia was in 6th place with 21 total points. They literally doubled that in that one game and should stamp themselves a one-way ticket to the final. That's how you make it work in the games where you get what you need. So that is huge plays for Bestia. Toyo also needed a bit of a glow up. They were in 11th prior to this, only 17 points. So that 12 is also going to put them in contention. And Rock was also outside the top 8. So was 55. Poro, everyone who needed to get up, got up. This next game is going to be crazy.
I mean, that's just the way it is when you have a 5-game set. One good game could be all it takes to make all the difference in the world. But look at that, right at the cut line, 25 points. No way holding on. Now, if history is any indicator, last week the cut line was, I think, 28 points, and it was right around 30 over in Europe today as well. So I don't expect that to change here. All these teams that are on the right side, you've got that goal. You know what you need to shoot for here. 30 points might be enough to be the thing that gets you in.
Matt, Falcons is in danger of falling off of that top 8. If they do and nothing else changes, the 3 teams who were 1, 2, 3 in the final last week may not even get out of day 1.
Imagine if you're one of the squads that's trying to qualify whenever there's 5 spots available and you have to deal with, I don't know, Falcons, Team Liquid, and Godlike. Godlike's in 15th place right now. What is going on? Team Liquid in the cusp position. This is, if I'm sitting back watching, waiting to tag in tomorrow, I'm like, oh God, no. Oh God, no. Please, something on this change.
You're like, do not let the Falcons follow below that cut line. Liquid, Falcons, these teams expect to do well. They're doing, I would say, in the middle right now. The big shock is, as you brought up, Godlike in particular, not putting up the numbers that we'd like to see. I'd also say 55 Esports because they are a regional partner team, but I also, they've proven they're not really a day one playoff team necessarily, as they kind of get whatever they can out of this. Now, I will say, we do have it. I am going to take us to a break, and the reason for that is I heard that we have another Q&A with Shrimzy and a sit-down with the Falcons. Well, they talk to us just a little bit about their game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes with the final game for today. But first, the Falcons.
That would be Kickstart. He is our new IGL. We just made a roster change and letting H1 go and making Kickstart our IGL and then picking up Gustav. Matt obviously Kickstart. Sorry, Matt is Kickstart. He has very big shoes to fill. H1 has one of the best minds in the game and he has very good fragging power as well. So big shoes to fill for him and Gustav as well, because you're kind of losing a 2-in-1 with H1. You're losing fragging power and decision making. So, we have to fill those gaps. We have to fill those holes. Matt has done a great job about that. He has been very decisive in our matches and his circle 1, 2, and 3 have been pretty on point. Have to give him all the props in the world. It's a tough job. He's doing it really well. I think our post-game conversations are really good as well, which is something that we've had issues with before. Not an H1 issue, just to be clear, but I just think, having a change of scenery is really good for a whole team environment in general. Obviously, the longer you stay together, the better you should be, but it gets to a certain point where decisions need to be made, and I think that it's a tough one, but I think it was good for us, and obviously, I hope all the best for H1.
Last guy's on this rock.
Yeah, he is.
I'm using my molly.
Okay, I'm
He has to just be playing a shield. Like, he knocked one of Rock again.
We should f***ing crash, bro.
You definitely could. The nade kills him. No. I think that was the first guy. Just chill. They're not in it. You guys just smoke and play to the Rock late.
I think he might die to that molly.
I don't know how that.
Bro, what the f is the Super Saiyan spot he's playing? Bro,
we need to smoke out left and take space. We need to use the car.
Pull the bus up. Yep. Get the bus. Just pull it up to blue in a smoke and play middle zone.
I insta.
Okay, Rock. I think Rock is
I think you need to play back, bro. Play back.
Yeah, just chill.
They have no space on the left. I have everything.
They're barely in.
Yeah, I see that.
They have to run it,
right of the crate. Right of the crate, peeking one guy.
He's throwing triangles. They're gonna drive.
They're driving out left. Only one in the car. You're good. He's heading.
I tagged him in the car.
One's running out
right on foot.
One's on tree.
Just spray the tree, both of you. He's trying to beat this from the tree. Nice.
One made it to the triangle.
Smoke, Matt? No.
No, I have a car.
Okay.
Bro, they have triangles, by the way. They have green.
Yeah, but you have star.
He's trying to smoke really far right. He's trying to get like hella distance.
It's 2v2.
One's back triangle.
Back triangle, he has to run soon.
They're both there, I think. I think blue and green.
Both there. Both by blue. Spray that triangle. They're both on it.
My car's blowing. Can you smoke me? They're both on green. They're gonna spray me.
I'm gonna smoke in front.
I'm good.
On green exact. You can spray that through smoke, by the way. On the triangle they're playing. Yeah. Okay, they have to move. You can flash now. They have to run out of smokes. Flash them. Counter flash.
One cross.
One close to triangle.
One left triangle.
I don't have any util, brother.
Okay, just delay.
They're flashing me.
Flashing me as well. I'm gonna die over time. He's trying to get on top of his triangle.
Right guy running?
No.
Shouldn't do smoke anticipating.
Right,
one standing. Last guy on the left.
He's
in zone.
In blue.
Nice!
Good job, Matt!
Let's
go, Matt! Good job, bro!
Let's go, baby.
Good job, bro.
Fucking go, baby. Good shit, boys.
Oh my god.
Let's get going. It's time for the final game of the first day of the second group stage here at PAS 1.5. 8 teams will advance to the final tomorrow. If you don't qualify, you got to come back and meet the new 8 for 5 to advance, and it just gets crazier from there, which means now is the time to make a play. Last week, Matchroom, we saw the top 8 teams go on to be essentially the top 8 teams in the final. Do you feel that it's going to be that way? Or did you see some people shaking it up this time around? Tell me the story.
Dude, I don't even know. I mean, Liquid and Godlike doing stuff and fighting each other inside that last game wasn't helpful to either one of those squads. So now they're both in a contentious position. They're both squads that we know can pop off and get big games. Liquid only needs a little bit. Godlike needs a lot. But we have seen them put up 30-something point games. And Poro was talking about 30-point-ish cut line. Not unheard of, but you got to pop off now. Otherwise, tomorrow's lobby is going to be much more feast or famine.
With these 5-game series, Poro, it seems like it really has changed the way the teams have to approach the pacing. Have you had a chance to catch up with any of them to see how they're adjusting to this sort of more frenetic style of play?
Yeah, they said it's hella stressful, and like they just like we just want to we nobody wants to leave it to the last game, because especially when your last game is on Erangel, you have no idea what's going to happen. There's just too many. There's too many wild card factors that could get involved and come into play that could impact your game that you have no control over. So, you know, everybody's trying to get it done as quickly as can. Unfortunately, now we're in that spot where you're in that last game. You have to do something. So I don't know. Like we'll see what kind of stuff these guys are made of. I expect our more veteran teams to be the ones that kind of step up and deliver here with 1 game remaining.
Yeah, I think they would. I also wondered, though, as this changes, we've seen with the patch, especially the changing terrain has been impactful. It seems like here in the grassy pastures, Matt, it may have some of the biggest impact. I think that last game we actually saw for the first time a team in transition, was Last Breath, hit just a series of holes, flip their cars, and get completely annihilated. My worry for Erangel, or excitement, depending on how you look at it, is that these players know these transition paths so well, and they know what every other team does. If there was ever a place to dig a hole to piss someone off, this is the place to do it.
Well, you nailed it with grassy pastures, right? Because it's going to be a lot more flat in different sections of Erangel. It's one of the things why we saw it kind of have a sniper meta for such a long time. Circle Pomps does bring in some verticality, but if you look up in the north going into Mansion around Yasnaya, even if we go around Death Road, there's going to be a lot of places where specifically impacts in the ground are going to have a pretty big impact, and you can kind of fortify yourselves in there. This is going to be another circle, though, where we get a touch of water.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of water. I will say, I'll leave it at this. I think the changes to terrain are really fascinating. I'm going to go as far as say I don't mind, and I definitely dig it. And I think that it's going to continue to push forward an evolution. You heard that Shrimzy interview. It's wild how much they've had to adapt. And there was a time and a place where I remember some pros saying at the beginning of PUBG, this may be one of the easiest games to sort of develop into a pro within, but then to hear Shrimzy say it's one of the hardest games to maintain that status because of how quickly the meta shifts and how many teams are in every single lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they're always changing stuff to keep it fresh, right? And I think a lot of esports do that, right? Like you have different patches and updates and so on and so forth. But I mean, you look at something like Erangel, right? This is we've talked about this almost ad nauseum at this point for over the past like year or so, that Erangel has turned into like one of the more bloody maps where we see teams getting involved in fights more early and more often because of the fact that they know it so well for not only themselves, but they know how other teams like to play it as well. But throwing in this new factor, this new third variable in that can change things up a little bit more, it just keeps it more exciting, more entertaining for us as viewers and fans, and it gives more opportunities for these teams to come up with something magical. Is Gladiator going to find Iga right off the bat? The crash here from New Gen All-Stars onto the solo player from No Way.
This was counter red. No Way already knew that it was coming. A great way to open it out. New Gen All-Stars only 1 point on the day and can't even find the solo. Find something. It feels like just getting that second point. No way possible at the time, as that is going to be a quick flush and pickup. Bill Frost in some trouble. He's got to jump down. He's going to go down. And Nugent All-Stars continuing to falter. Just one player up. And it feels like it's going to be a reset to tomorrow, to say the least.
I mean, this is brutal here for Nugent All-Stars. It has just not been a good couple of weeks for them, and that is going to be it. They go out in 16th place, so we'll be seeing them again tomorrow. Only 1 point on the day for a team with the names on it like that team has. That is shocking, to say the least. Well, we'll see if they can re-rack and resettle and get themselves right for tomorrow as we check back in with Godlike. They've managed to get themselves 2 kills. Who'd they get them on? Is that Falcons?
Yep. The Falcons in some trouble. So get you some shrimsy fun off the start. And 28 points is not feeling too good whenever you've got a 23, a 21, and 19 all chasing after you. Pest Control was trying to get some points early, so I'm trying to set up something interesting. I think that this is going to be about trying to take care of some lead chips.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that answers your question, Toffees. As far as will the teams do the double blue chip to get the care package? No, they're just gonna, especially if it's a team like Falcons, they don't want them getting the revives, so they'll go ahead and just destroy those every time kickstart. Well, he's lonely. He'll sit down by himself on the cliffside. Tickleton just off to the north. We'll see if they can stay alive a little bit longer. They are above the cut line, as you said, Matt, but it is very, very dicey.
It's going to be full on just a solo rat life right now coming up from these 2 survivors. Yes, I say solo rat life because they're so far away from each other. Maybe they might regroup, but they might also just opt into playing the numbers. Most of the squads right now are playing the Stolber hillsides. Touch is looking like maybe Furia eyes onto Death Road in that kind of terrain. So we do have the verticality specifically on the western side of the hillside going up into Prison. Sorry, I think I might have said Stolber a second ago. Prison itself, as Bestia is going to be the squad that's up on top. And I mean, hillside firefighting worked really well for Bestia last time. Anything, try to replicate it a bit more. Not the worst idea.
Yeah, why not? Stick around, see what happens, and at least stick around long enough to see where the next circle goes, because top of that hill could end up paying dividends. Now, I will say the last game of the day for EU ended in those Milta Fields, I believe, and or it might have been the first game of the day that ended in the Milta Fields. Either way, one ended in the Milta Fields, and it was insane. It was absolutely insane, the amount of terrain destruction that we saw in that one coming to play. So we'll see what this one brings us here, as all of our teams are still on that slow road to get inside the zone.
Yep, going to be closest to it right now is Pest Control, who's decided to stop over in Pachinki. Oddly, very close to Tickleton, who's now also back into Pachinki. We also do have Team Liquid. Looks like they're going to be doing a very northern ramp to come in. Toyo kind of mirrored that. They're going to be kind of coming over next to the Lippo side, which is going to be where X10 is fortified and playing for position for X10. Trying to pick up a couple more points to see if they can make it into the top 8. Don't have too much more that they need to get, but just enough. Meanwhile, outside this, we also still have What It Takes and Last Breath. Last Breath is holding down the western ridge of Millie Island, maybe hoping that somebody will do a long wrap down to the south, but I don't see that as happening.
I don't either, but I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility, so it's not like it's the worst idea for a bridge camp.
Nah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to pay off for him. As worth noting that Tickleton did spray down the Pest Control boys in Pachinki and then immediately dip on out, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and rejoin Tickleton while Pest Control will reconnoiter at the church and maybe get a little bit more looting done.
Kickstart just sitting over there as Tickleton appears and it's like, take this, it's dangerous to go alone kind of situation. They're going to be...
a pickaxe.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things, is a couple of players said, you know, the best part about the pickaxe is when you've got nothing else to do and you're just having to try to figure out where to go next and everybody's like calling it, you know, if you're not like the IGL and you don't have good vision on anything, you have something to do. You can just kind of like dig
keeps you
something.
Warm.
Because what I mean, sure, it's a way to occupy time because downtime can be a little bit of a problem in this game sometimes, especially if you're like one of these squads that's centered up several times in a row and you don't really have vision on taking firefights. Just
we're all
dig.
Dudes. We're all dudes here, right? Like, who doesn't like digging a hole?
It's true.
Like if you could dig a hole, I would. If I was in a compound in the dead center and nobody was around me, I would be digging a moat around that thing just for funsies. Because why not? Because it's cool. Who hasn't won an emote? I want a moat.
Because think about it, you can get something like Alamo right now and get yourself like dig an internal moat around that external wall. Just be crouched back behind it, so that way if anybody pushes in, they just have to walk into a trench while you still got the outer wall.
Can we have the next patch be if you dig a moat and complete the moat, then the moat will fill up with water and alligators?
It's like asking for sharks to appear inside the oceans around the islands. One day we'll get these things.
Exactly. We did have bears. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. If you have bears, we can have alligator moats.
It's true.
All I'm saying.
I mean, very thematic for Ukraine, Russia area as well. I don't know. What is the terrible thing over there? Honey badgers? I have no idea. We're just now getting rid of all the map exclusive guns. Let's start bringing in map exclusive animals that try to eat you or something else like that. It does look like Last Breath is going to go ahead and get away from their bridge camp. Oh my God, circle.
Holy moly. Okay, I mean, it's been a day of hard shifts for sure, but let's finish it off with one as well. Milta Power completely empty, and look at just the mass migration of Skittles headed down that way. Who will get to the good spots first? It looks like Bestia might be one of the first ones to arrive. Toyo, they've got Emmy right in front, as well as 55 looking like they might be getting there, but all of these teams kind of arriving to the same places at the same times, and they're not all together.
Yeah, that's going to make it very hard to make a fortified front. We were watching Godfrey right there for making a run down. They're going to have inside tracked everything in the south, and No Way going to continue to find some successes. No Way at 5 kills already and continuing to climb. The momentum from this squad coming out of last week, this is a different team entirely whenever we look at these qualifiers.
I know, No Way rather. But look, They had moments. They had a lot of moments, but it seemed like, we obviously we remember Gibson talking about how they were angling for camera time all the time, but it was because they were constantly involved in getting in fights early on, and as a result, they ended up losing a lot of players or just going out altogether before they could get to the late game. But I mean, we're seeing them kind of start to win these fights and kind of avoid these fights, pull away from these fights and survive a little bit later into the game. So good day for them so far. Should be enough to keep them in the top 8.
Bestia, top of the leaderboard right now. Also, very good position they're playing, but you can see they've got some friends in Rock that really like this position as well. It gives you a lot of strength looking down onto the more centralized position, because the center point of this circle is going to be kind of that road that runs in north of Milta Power, just kind of like where the bay happens at, and it makes it really weird. Lippo getting a firefight right now between Team Liquid and X10. X10's a bit separated as they do have 2 of their players that are much more closer to where that bay is going to be at. So now Team Liquid in a very awkward spot is Cowzine. If you cook this nade right, you can find yourself an easy kill on to Vinny, but that's a hard toss.
It's tough, and it looks like he's going to opt for the better. Sparking actually finds an angle. Yeah, Sparking will find the angle. He'll do the damage there. Yeah, really weird split there from X10. And I bet Liquid is kind of as surprised as anybody to see that they've ran into somebody in the south side of Lipovka. So we'll see what happens there. Also, what it takes kind of making their way from the north side. So that might be another team to join here shortly as we see Rock trying to dispatch this duo from Bestia.
I do like the way that this is set. Bestia's 2-2 split was so that way they could have control and a retreat down the hillside. Problem is, Toyo, No Way, kind of even X10, all kind of make that a lot more hazardous. So this duo for Bestia that was hoping that they could kind of keep some control and retreat lines, not going to feel too good. You can see that they're trying to smoke off and trying to see if they can get maybe into their vehicles for position. But that's exactly what Rock is waiting for. They know that they can jump up, look down the hillsides, and are now starting to cut that off. Sparking has left that angle that he had onto the rooftop to instead cut off any form of retreat from this Bestia duo, and the timing for Bestia's retreat could not be worse.
Oh, and Frogman does get picked out by Fantastico. Fortunately, it looks like Vinny's going to be able to escape, so at least one will get away. But 55 also kind of taking shots over towards him, so his pathing has been forced to change. And nice spray from Cowzine will take him down. Vinny will go down as well as the new circle has popped, and it is going to go north.
All right, Team Liquid, where are you going? Because there's not a lot much more that you can really get over there. Fury is going to go ahead and call for their emergency pickup. Team Liquid's going to be now kind of watching the rest of X10 regroup back behind them as this kind of split finally regrouping. Alo could be on a little bit of an isolated position if he's not careful. I think that he was trying to go for some type of contain, as is going to be a little bit of a dig going on for some defenses from Team Liquid, but this is not going to be potentially the last team to try to run this gauntlet area. Looks like Wit or maybe even Pest Control could be opting for a similar path.
Yeah, on top of that, you got that E pickup from Furia, but it looks like they're going to opt against taking it and instead just make their way in via the vehicles. Also, keep in mind that duo from Falcons still in Milta, so they're still alive. Duel will pull right into Godlike, and Haven will get the knock on a sharp shot, so that's a P90 out of the hands of Duel and into the hands of Haven.
This isn't even inside the circle. It's on the other side of Milta Power, so maybe Godlike can rotate up to the north. Toyo on defense, last breath, just running in and hoping the fact that this is not their last breath because there is nowhere to go. They've got a crash point that they can play for, but it is just going to be squad upon squad with some type of vision. 55, though, caught up, taking shots at Capitan, so it's even Toyo. They can't focus in. Last breath kind of steals this, but this puts them right in the face of X10 as well as Team Liquid. There is nowhere to go.
This is the absolute insanity that we were expecting to see in a game 5, as Last Breath will try to take down X10. Calnix will get taken down. You can see the kill feed is lighting up like an absolute Christmas tree right now. X10 down 1. Team Liquid trying to defend their position as well. No teams out right now so far except for New Gen All-Stars, but you have to imagine that's about to change.
I mean, Pinta even came into the same path and is stopped in his tracks. Does not like what he sees in front of him. Every single angle of this hillside is absolutely popping off. Rocks left the top of Lumberyard. They're trying to figure out how they want to navigate what's going to be going on. Just to the north of them is going to be Furia that's got control of that Pride Rock area coming out of prison. Wolf's going to be pushing down back behind Pest Control, who's managed to get on top of what's going to be going on with Team Liquid, who are leaning into a hillside to try to deny out any high side angles, but that's allowed some survivability for X10 to hold down that very vulnerable Crates position right along the road. Everybody is just trying to cling to life right now.
They truly are. Pest Control had that high ground and caused a problem for Liquid, but they're getting pressed from the north side by Wolves. X10 also taking shots over towards this direction. You see Liquid takes a knock there. They should be able to get Cowboy back on his feet, but look at this. Pest Control not wanting to stick around any longer. Looks like they're going to be aggressive off of that knock.
They are very close to the center of the circle, and if they can manage to survive inside of this ditch, it'll be big. Couple of throwables coming out on the defense. Enough to make Joshy's life scary, hot and spicy. Does get a self-emulation as he goes down. Team Liquid just trying to hold it up enough. They're in that cusp position. Purdy goes down. Cowboy low on life. And Pest Control having to deal with a complete harassment angle coming up from X10 as well as Wolf back behind him. Runs right into the thick of it. Joshy doesn't like being the only one up and is rezzing right in the face of Team Liquid because there is nothing to be seen through all that smoke.
The Liquid able to get everybody back on their feet once again. Joshy does get that revive, but how long can they stay alive here as Luke 12 and Alo will try to make the push in. Joshy holds the line, gets one, gets two. Joshy holding it down for Pest Control.
Only 2 players up for Team Liquid. Make that one. They're in 9th place right now and in a ton of trouble. Pest Control just trying to find the kills to get up and touch that 8th place position, but these 2 squads absolutely ruining each other while they have about another 5 friends joined in on everything. Godlike has jumped inside of vehicles, and they are now assaulting the low ground position that X10 was playing from.
Oh, Party Cardi alive by the grace of the hole that they dug with the pickaxe. And we'll see how much longer he can live here as Copenhagen Wolves kill controlling the north side, causing problems for what it takes. Keep in mind, Falcons, they are still down to a duo. They're coming in, but they're right on the backs of Furia. Furia have not noticed that they are there just yet, though.
I'm terrified that Kurt's going to try to dig a little bit back behind him and that car is going to fall on him and kill him. Please, no. Just don't let it happen. There's no way he's going to be rotating right next to Godlike, and this is whatever cover you can find right now. The hillside's going to be really good, and everything else is going to feel really bad as Godlike starting to trying to find some momentum. 3 kills, but a long ways to go up that leaderboard.
Yeah, it is going to be tough for them playing from these cliffs, and especially now that they're losing LFP. You see no way they're going to finally leave those yellows, get a little bit more down towards the south. They might have a fight here with Toyo. Now, if Godlike is in a good enough position, they might be able to third party all of this. There you go. See Tony getting that leading knock on the Slabby.
eyes onto position. If Godlike's trying to set up a big game, this is going to be the more open angle to really get some kills. Toyo trying to fend up. Going on in this position with No Way, and it's just not much that No Way can do over here. They're just trying to hunker down in what little territory remains. 55 was trying to see if maybe they could backstab this, but Toyo's not going to overextend too much. Also, quick call out, we do have Kickstart inside the circle as well as Tiggleton, so Falcon's still staying alive, but they're going to be right in between Furia and Rock both.
Yeah, Furia still have 4 up, and they're perfectly content to just keep hanging out on this western side. They are at that cut line right now, and they saw that kill feed. They know that Liquid is down. They know that X10 is down, and they are looking very safe here as what it takes. They're going to lose a couple here as No Way in a little bit of trouble as well.
Yeah, I was kind of laughing because Kurt and his hole that he's digging over there is right in the center of this new circle.
Center.
It's circle 5, though, so it could go some other places. But, hey, I mean, take what you can get right now. Just hunker down, play for survival, and rat it out. Rock's going to be on the edge coming out of Lumberyard right next to Fury and the Falcons that we were talking about a second ago. Wolf actually has a very dominant position up to the northwest, but is going to start being a bit more vulnerable as they have to move into the circle. What it takes going to get some vision on what's going on with X10. What it takes playing this one pretty patient. The south, though, No Way, with enough time, managed to get those reses back up, but Toyo still just kind of dancing around back behind him, wanting to get involved, and I wouldn't be surprised if One Tavon, coming up from 55, might also want a piece of it.
Yeah, Toyo taking their time, making a decision about how they want to do this. I'm also really interested to see what Furia decides to do. If they go north, they take the fight with the Wolves. If they come south, they take the fight with Rock, and they also might run into Falcons. So Furia, a lot of decisions for them to make. They've been just kind of biding their time right now as No Way will take the fight over towards Toyo. They'll get the first knock and flush on an Emmy. Oh, Post spots out Kickstart.
No Way finding kills right now. Aiden continuing to keep it going. Not too much more, and they can find some very high positioning on this overall leaderboard. Toyo, though, in some trouble. Crossfire, as you had to expect 55 to try to get involved, but that reveals them, and it's just going to be dominoes falling as every single time a squad takes a shot, another team is going to get involved. Over here, it is not just it can be a third party. It's Team Liquid is eliminated, and that is going to be in 9th place. They are going to play tomorrow.
And it took what it takes, the crash right on top of him. Kurt tried to hold his own. He got one knock, but couldn't hold off the rest of them. So what it takes gets that dead central position with all of that that damaged cars, vehicles, holes, everything that Kurt managed to make for themselves. They have now to play with as what it takes continues to try to make the climb. They are in 9th right now.
Toyo trying to creep their way forward, not good vision on anything to be had, and it's all the squads that needed to try to fight their way into top 8 that are faltering right now. X10 right on the cusp position with 2 up. Godlike needs a godlike run to try to touch that top 8 right now. Meanwhile, 55, multiple teams that are going to be around them as here comes the back flank onto Bestia, onto 55, and it's going to be Rock coming in heavy and fast. The defensive line for No Way continues to hold, though.
No Way doing their damnedest to try to make sure they secure their spot here. Rock in a lot of trouble. Is Kaunzine going to go down, but they have a lot of cover to play around as well. Bestia trying to slow down here. Toyo will get eliminated, so we will see if 30 points will be enough for them in 6th place as the circle has gone over to X10.
Godlike in a godlike position, now starting to look up the hillside, trying to find kills onto No Way. Harassment coming up big. Bestia's got to get in the circle, but I don't even know if they want to. It's just an open kill box, and they know it. Rock back behind them, waiting to backstab, but back behind Rock is Tiggleton, still alive, trying to see if he can secure just a little bit more. Can we see Binya come up with some type of miracle defense and keep them in that #1 position on the leaderboard? Too many angles, nowhere to go, already getting shot as Tiggleton falters and goes down.
Didn't have enough heals and goes out before placement points, and the problem for them is that X10 and Godlike are in great position here for the late game. We'll see if any of these other teams can cause problems as well, what it takes in there as well. But all of our teams at the top of the leaderboard now struggling to find out who's going to win this last game. Bestia down to Benya. He's slowly bleeding out here as Rock will make that push in.
Furia doesn't have too many options in the north. Wolf has done a great job on defending it. We haven't had a chance to see it because this Lumberyard hillside firefight has just been too hot and too heavy. But with that, I think that there might be a backstab coming with Furia just trying to at least get into a dip position. They might have heard the firefight, and yeah, Santastico looks like he could be in a bit of trouble as it is going to be great shots coming up from Sparking. Furia, though, right on top of Rock now. Rock hasn't had time to really reset.
Yeah, massive crash here from Furia. Good work on them. We wondered whether they were going to go north or whether they were going to go south. They end up going south and taking the fight towards Rock, but you see Wolves now have an angle onto them as well. So Furia's hand is kind of being forced here. They're going to take a knock on as a Kraken, and that's going to slow things down in this fight against Rock.
It's really hard to hold any form of defensive line on this hillside. It's just got such an incline. Wolf doesn't have vision on too much of what's going to be going on over here. Furia, 2 players up, but doing a great job on defense. While we've got mortars being popped off all the way across the road to find more, it is Wolf trying to get as many points as they can on the other side of it. Rock, 9 kills, but Sparking the last one up. Eyes on into the circle, as this is going to be Furia with 2 on the other side.
And Furia has done enough to climb up. They've bounced over Falcons. Rock does get eliminated, but now Falcons at the cut line, 28 points. X10 behind them by 2 points, but they are on the cliffside. They are watching all of this happen before them, so just getting placement points is making them crawl up the leaderboard a little bit farther.
Wolf playing this one patient, just keeping control. Godlike, how many more kills can you find? There's not too many other people alive, just 13 other than yourself. You've got good firing lines. You've got Haven that's playing along next to the crates, even getting a crate from Heaven coming down, providing that extra little bit of juice that might be able to find them something. Furia makes the send down, but you can see Wolf's positioning is just so strong as a Kraken narrowly manages to make it in, but finally is eliminated.
And that's a big one off the board there, but Furia getting the job done, doing exactly what they needed to do, collect a few more points and secure their spot in the top 8. Now, what can X10 do? Can they survive? Can Godlike pull off a Godlike late game turnaround here, or late day turnaround? Wolves will try to make the push into what it takes. They've got a little bit of cover to work around, but it's just Sneak Attack and Enzito.
Oh, just trying to play in the dips for cover, but you can see Wolf has the time and the spacing to work from. H1's just going to drop it right on top of Enzito. Sneak Attack down to just 3 HP is just going to be trying to crawl forward. Somehow survives, gets his meds back up. 1 point right now for X10 is all they need, but they have to get in the circle. Wolves are starting to take a couple of shots at them. Godlike knows exactly where they are. That's a shot onto Cluzera. He goes down. Only 1 player is still alive for X10, trying to limp his way into the circle.
It's a survival race between Sneak Attack and Franks. If X10 can survive a little bit longer, if Wolves makes this push into Sneak Attack, that might be X10 jumping Falcons, or at least tying Falcons. With as far in terms of like placement points. So Godlike trying to make that push. Sneak Attack just surviving as Wolves just collapse on top of them. Godlike looking over for Franks, but they're not spotting him.
There's just too much smokes down inside this, and there's just too many ditches that are dug. There's no clean angle, so Sneak Attack narrowly finally goes down. Is that going to be enough? X10 takes over Falcon's position in our top 8, and now the Wolves have to make the push down, but it's not over yet. Godlike still has a great position in this circle.
And Pentalol will get spotted as well by Vox, so that's going to be another placement point picked up for X10, pulling them out of the tie as Franks will just survive a little bit longer in the blue. He doesn't know it yet, but he got the job done for X10, and they will be in the top 8 tomorrow.
Well, maybe. If he goes down and Godlike finds the kills, Godlike might steal that position, so it's about how long he can manage to survive here and how many kills Godlike can get. They only need 5. Remember, if Godlike takes the victory, that is a massive amount of points, not even a fluctuation in kills. But Wolf, at the top of the leaderboard, also has a 2-1-1 split. New circle has popped as Franks has just got to watch from the outside, and Vox does manage to find a knock on Fana.
Goes down, and Flood will find Tony, so the last minute run from Godlike looks like it might be all for naught here as they are down to just 1 player. The Wolves are collapsing on top of them to make sure they secure this final victory. Why not do it with some style? Let's throw a C4 on Vox. Let's see what you got.
Don't have to worry about all the dips and ditches that have been dug. You're just going to go ahead and blow it all out. Vox sending it in, top of the leaderboard right now, trying to do it with style. Haven at least gets the knock. Car is going to be sent in. The angle is no good. The explosion goes off. And now Haven preps. Can he get 3 more and make the miracle run happen?
See if he can get Tony back on his feet. That would be huge. But Vox, he got knocked, but he didn't get flushed. So H-Win should be able to get him back on his feet. You see Snakers still tooling around on the north side, seeing if we could get the alternate angle. Not going to find it, but Tony on his feet. It's now still a straight 4v2 now that everybody's back up. Godlike, you saw they have that P90 in play, Matron. We've seen crazier things happen.
Godlike went on a crazy run last week. We've seen them. We know that this squad can absolutely pop off, but in a do or die situation, can they mount it? Can they handle the mental resilience? They are outnumbered by double the amount of players, but if they can win this, they qualify. They take X10's position. All on the other side of this, Wolves has got a full defensive line eyed on the center dot, and it is all going to be on how Godlike can find their way in. Blue Zone is going to be back behind them in just a few seconds, and you can see it. There is nothing that Godlike can do right now. They've got to find some way to get a knock, and it is just not presenting. Snaker's like, nah, I'm not peeking that, bro. I'm going to dig first. Let them sweat it all out.
I mean, this is all you have to do if you're Copenhagen Wolves. I mean, Godlike has the blue right at their backs. Why waste any time? Why mess around with it? Just and the other thing is they know exactly who this is because the knock came through. So Copenhagen Wolves can just play this patiently, wait for the push to come through. There you go. Tony's going to go down. Haven will at least manage to get himself to a ditch and lay down another smoke, but Flood using every last bullet in that M249.
Haven's going to have a friend sent over as Snakers runs right in front of him. Haven does at least get the knock on to 1. I mean, there's a world if he can just get enough kills, they can make this happen. And Wolf could do the funniest thing in the world right now to get vengeance back on the Falcons. The Falcons are already eliminated at this stage, but Haven, that's 1. It's closer and closer by the second. He's actually gotten pretty close to the center dot. It's going to be Vox that's going to be the guy holding him out. Shield, is it enough?
I mean, I love this. Haven is not messing around with this. He is not having fun. He is here to try to win. And he's got that P90. He's like, you know what? Test me. I swear I will take you all on. He can give him 1v3s all day long here. But look at the M249 from Flood causing so many problems. Haven has to move, though. The blue is at his back. He will pick up that shield and just move a little bit further in.
Haven got some damage on the Flood, but he has to run out of the smokes. There's nowhere to go. Copenhagen Wolves, top of the leaderboard, also takes our last game, and Godlike falters right before the finish line.
I am shocked, Toffees, that our 9, 10, and 11 teams were 1, 2, and 3 after the grand finals last week. Who would have predicted that?
I am shooketh. You know who may have predicted it, though? The Copenhagen Wolves. H-Win at the front of that picture. 2 chicken dinners on the day. Falcons sent to tomorrow. I feel like it's a good day for the Wolves overall. Like, they're going to be pretty stoked with how this one went. I will also give some love, though. Our last player over there would not, X10, go quietly into the night. He fought tooth and nail to try to make that thing happen. Power of God? Christ-like? What are we calling it? Godlike. Godlike would not go quietly into the night. X10 just barely eked on by with a little bit of love from the circle. You can't deny that, right, man? Like, they definitely were able to stay in longer than I think some others were.
No love from the circle, and, a little bit of love from the circle, but no love from any other team, as it was run and gun, and I think that's why they had to stop there. The circle just kind of pulling into that bay that's just south of Lippo, north of Milton Power, is just everything here. This is why we're seeing all of these firefights and just how absolutely brutal it was. You got to give Godlike respect. They tried, but it was just so late. So late. If they had any of this gumption in a game or two before this, they wouldn't be in this situation.
Copenhagen Wolves, 19 points off of the back of that. Godlike 14, but too little too late. Rock, No Way, EU Fair, and down from there. But it really did come down to what Matt just said, Poro. Some teams just left it too little too late. And as you brought up, 3 of those teams were our top 3 teams less than a week ago. 5 days. Is it 5 days? It's insane. It shouldn't change that much. Maybe they took 5 days off and everyone else focused.
I mean, at the end of the day, still, like, I know we want to be dramatic, and it is dramatic. It is surprising. It is shocking, but it's also a 5-game set. And anything can happen in these 5-game sets. And, you know, that just goes to show, like, you never want to leave it to the very end. Like Falcons, they had a shot, and then they just randomly, in the middle of nowhere, they lose 2 players because they run into Godlike in the middle of a rotation in C1. Like, you can't predict that. So, like, the fact that you're having to leave it all the way to the very end and you miss it by 1 point, there you go.
8 points in 3 games is not going to cut the mustard. But I will say this. Falcons, Godlike, Team Liquid, 24, 26, 28, just barely not making the cut. Before we talk about that, though, I will say, if you guys are just joining us, if the format's new to you, the 8 teams on the left side leaderboard will advance to the finals. The right side leaderboard will play again tomorrow with our 8 incoming teams. But Falcon, Godlike, and Team Liquid, as much as we're like, oh, gosh, you guys didn't qualify, boo-ha, so sad. They only missed it by, like, 5 points, matchup. So, like, all of these teams still very much in the mix.
I feel kind of bad for Affinity, Chminsky's collector.
Oh my God, how pissed would you be?
Imagine the fact that you're like, oh man, we don't have to play on day 1, but that's okay. We have a decent chance to qualify on day 2. And those 3 squads are now all playing on day 2. You know, you're pulling your hair out like that. Like, why? What did I do? It's not necessarily like you got some godlike blessing. It's like you got like this demonic curse now.
Yeah, and because you know they're gonna be mad, right? For like they're gonna go tonight, they're gonna talk about it, and those 3 teams are gonna come in with a vengeance for only 5 qualification spots. Like, does this change the way everyone else in the lobby prepares for tomorrow?
Not really. I mean, you at the end of the day, you're still playing 5 to get top 5, right? So, like, you know, it's just, you're just looking at it and you're just like, damn, it just got a little bit harder. You threw pest control in there too, because we saw what pest control was able to do in those lobbies last week. So, yeah, I mean, it is gonna be brutal tomorrow for sure. But yeah, I mean, what can you say? Like, look at that average damage. HWin, the fragger. Is Pecadori's H-win? Is that I haven't seen Pecadori's H-win in a minute.
Second MVP? Second MVP?
Second
Give him
MVP.
another one. Give him 2. Come on.
Looking very good with that 380.
Snickers is washed.
When they popped up on screen, I thought it was 2 H-wins for a second. But excellent games from them. We're back here. It's been a wild day of play. And I think we have an interview coming in just a few minutes, so we'll let you know as soon as it is. But I do believe H-win. Okay, he's here. He's on standby. Always ready to play. It is the man who puts winning in his name, a hunter who needs no ammunition, simply needs to exist. The true wolf. It is Hunter Hlyn, here to chat with us from the Copenhagen Wolves. Let's get him in here. Hey, Twin. How's it going, buddy? Welcome. Glad to have you.
Nice to see you.
Thanks. It wasn't really a question. I should have lobbed something out there. Let's start off with Poro. Do you have any big questions for the winner?
Look, man, there's obviously a million questions that we could ask about all the changes that you've had to be going through this year. But I guess the first thing that I could ask is, like, how are you liking your new teammates? I mean, it feels like it's been forever since you've had to play with 3 whole new guys. Now, obviously, you know these guys from just being in the scene forever, but how is it being on like a whole new team?
Yeah, I mean, I've only played like with 3 teams my entire career, so this team has just felt like a batch of new energy. And honestly, it's been really refreshing. It feels like I'm having to relearn the game a little bit and get used to their play styles, and just credit to them. I knew Snakers and Flood were really good already, you know, just from our rivalry with them. I had no idea how good Vox was. The guy is just super intelligent, and I've been slotting in really well, kind of co-calling with him. I'm focusing more on the early game macro, kind of my strengths, and he's kind of setting the pace for mid to late game, making the BDE calls. So, yeah.
I'm so shocked that squad probably actually refers to them as that, if I had to take a wild guess. So, talking to the Fragger H-win right now, just absolutely popping off, killing everybody today. I mean, a stellar performance, but I've got to talk. We talk about squads. We've been talking about that. That's old news. Let's talk new news. How is it like trying to figure out how to deal with all these changes that have happened just today in competitive, where we've got pickaxes, explosions, all the digging that's coming on. Like, how has it like changed rotation patterns? Because, you know, like vehicles can pump into these dips and all this other stuff. Like, is it just continue playing and just deal with whatever happens in front of you? Or have you tried to come in with a new approach to it?
It's been hard to adjust to, but I don't think I made a single pothole or foxhole all day and we were fine. So really it's just a lot of teams are just mortaring center and driving to center. So our edge play style is working out a lot better.
Yaled mortar and send. All right, so I'm going to ask a question, H-Win, and you can feel free to tell me to F off, but I have to ask because it's part of my job, right? Is this shift, this trade, this change was massive and unexpected. Is there, short of just saying simply what happened, because you have been endemic to the Falcons roster and to PUBG for a very long time, and I think a lot of us were shocked to see that shift. So I'm going to ask what happened. Like I said, feel free to say it's none of your damn business, but I have to ask.
I mean, I got some good personal DMs from the boys, and I think at the end of the day, it's all business. Even though we were, you know, one of the longest standing rosters, I think they just kind of wanted some new energy and wanted to take a shot in the dark with the TPP change, maybe with the possibility of me starting a family next year if things don't go well. And really, the only problem was how it went down. I got cut 2 days before roster lock, which I wouldn't have been playing until probably PGC. So they apologized for that to a degree, but that was the only thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, I can understand that. Is there you know, you guys got 2 chicken dinners, Falcons got 1, you advanced, they didn't. Is there any like kind of fun or feels good, man, that comes along with that, or is it just business as usual? Winning is winning.
No, I'm not really too worried about Falcons and how well they do regionally, to be honest. Okay. We'll have to see how good they are internationally to see if the change was good long term. I'm sure they're going to have a little honeymoon phase as well.
So, and the follow-up question is this. You talked about the things that you're bringing to this new team, which I'm very excited about, and going up against what used to be kind of your rivals. Is there in some way that you were able to strengthen this team by bringing in sort of things that you learned playing against them to help make the Wolves a stronger roster?
Not necessarily, but we're putting in so much work. I mean, the main thing is that just they all want to win, and they'll do it however it needs to be done. So like after scrims, we've quite literally put in 2 hours of review every single night.
Wow.
For the last 2 weeks since I've been on the team. So we're studying like it's a test, and come game day, we're playing well. Hopefully that translates to finals. We're going to need a win. And, you know, if you believe you can win, then you can do it. And I think we all believe it. So we'll have to see next weekend.
Born a win, always a winner. I hope that you do continue. I believe in you. We're glad to see you still here kicking and dominating. First place, congratulations on day 1, straight to the finals. Is there anything that you'd like to say, shout outs, whatever it is, before we let you go?
Shout out to all the people that support me and our new team, I guess. And shout out to my teammates. I've had a lot of fun playing with them. Shout out to Trevor, the coach. But yeah.
Awesome. Love the guys. Love you. Glad that you found us. Great place for your feet to land. And I look forward to really great things. Thanks for stopping by and talking to us, H-Win. We'll see you next weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
You know, so we'll send him on his way, and I'll start out by saying I feel bad, right? But I also feel like sometimes you just have to ask the questions that everybody has been asking. And I think if anything, what I walk away with here is the maturity and the professionalism of H-Win has always been something we've talked about, has always been something that has impressed us. And yet again, through this entire process, while we know it has to be devastating 2 days before the cutoff to be removed from a team that you blood, sweat, and teared with for so long, is brutal. To see the professionalism, the rise up, the stand up, to now be playing so well with the Copenhagen Wolves, that is inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's taking the right mindset, right? At the end of the day, it is all business, and I don't think there's any bad blood between between those guys. So, you know, It's we'll see if it works out for Falcons. We'll see if it works out for Wolves. Like, obviously at the regional level, we've seen success on both sides. So what's left to be seen is really what we'll see over at internationals. So I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see what H-Wing can do playing with guys like Snakers and guys like Vox and Flood, and also excited to see what Gustav can do once he gets a little bit more familiarity with the squad and with the region, and just how that team can do. So it's all good things.
I mean, there's a good chance this creates a whole nother super team coming out of the region. That this mix-up, we've seen this in the past, Matt, where like a little swap of some players that we didn't even expect becomes really impactful and changes the entire region.
Well, especially whenever we look at Copenhagen Wolves, right? Because they're a squad that has different players depending on if it's LAN or if it's online. They've got like a couple of players that have been together for a while. Then they have H-Wing that's coming in as a new factor. There is, like you mentioned, we talk about honeymoon phases and whatnot, but I do like the fact that all eyes are kind of more on the international side of it. That's what you can take away from the conversation most from me whenever we're talking to H-Wing is this is a squad that we have seen manage to make it to PGC. We do know the fact that they can play well now that they've got H-Wing in there. Their eyes are regional, yes, but it's much longer in scope than that. They want to be eyes onto what's going to be happening at the PGSs, PGC, like Esports World Cup, all that other stuff. That's where their eyes are focused on, and that's always good for a team.
That's what I want to hear as we move forward to the EWC, the PGC, all of the big C's that are coming up, having these guys being focused on the championships, on those wins. That's it for today. We're back here tomorrow at the same time in the same place. The 8 teams who won will go straight to the final. Those remaining 8 will join a new 8 who will battle for, get this, 5 spots in the final. So make sure you're here, because if the action was crazy yesterday, it's going to be even bigger with 3 of our top teams from the finals last week in the second day of play here in the qualifiers. It should be interesting. Before we go, I love final thoughts. I'm going to start with you, Poro. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Obviously, a shocking lobby at the end of day 1, but that just means that day 2 is going to be that much more spicy. So make sure that you guys are here and ready to watch tomorrow, because it's only going to keep getting better.
Matchroom, final thoughts?
Hey, no viewership dip tomorrow because we have most of the signed orgs still playing. Hey, that's good news for everybody that's going to be watching. Other side of it, if you 3 don't qualify tomorrow, I'm going to be mad at you. That's all I'm going to say.
I will be mad too.
3 teams know. You know who I'm talking about.
They get another shot.
They get another shot. They get the last day too.
If we're at day 3.
Just imagine if it comes down to the end and the PGC points that they missed out on from not getting top 8 today is what ends up costing them. That would be absolutely brutal.
Don't you put that bad juju on them, Ricky Bobby. That's not something we want to do right now. We'll see. Tomorrow they're going to come through. I believe it. You guys got to believe it. Be here, or you're making bad life choices. I will see you tomorrow, and until you do, play more PUBG.
Bye.